Tension in the cattle barn. I've been asked by administration here that if there's a blue dumpster against the wall, do not move them in the cattle barn. They're there for a reason, so do not slide around the blue dumpsters along the wall here in the cattle barn. Leave them where they are. No rearrangement of dumpsters allowed. Attention in the cattle barn, and welcome to San Antonio's 2026 Junior Heifer Show. Just a quick announcement here. On the north ring, our show order will begin with our Cimbras, followed by the red Brangus. After the red Brangus heifers, we'll show our black Brangus and conclude the day in the north arena with our ARB show. In the south arena, we'll start with our gray Brahmans, follow them with our red Brahmans. After the red Brahmans, we'll go with our Beefmaster females and conclude with our Santa Gertrudis heifers in the south arena. We're about to start our opening ceremonies, so if you're in first or second class of Cimbras in the north arena, or the first and second class in our gray Brahmans in the south arena, I think you ought to start getting it on your mind and start matriculating your way up to the makeup arena.
Class 1, Brahman Heifers. Class 1, Brahman Heifers to staging, please. Let's bring up your Class 1 Brahman females to the south staging area. Thank you.
How are you today?
Not doing good.
Doing good?
No paperwork.
No.
Judges. And I got my focus meeting speech ready.
You got your opening speech ready?
Yeah, we don't need to start a cattle show at 7 if y'all can't get judges
Change that
paperwork
request to
here for us
next
to
year
start
meeting
with.
on Friday. Friday morning. Somehow put some notes
Yeah.
together today.
Well, the judges are here now, and the paperwork just got here. At,
8 after.
they need to be
Do
here
this Friday again.
6:15
Yep.
at the latest. That's all right.
Does the ring help over here have their copy? Yeah, I'm having the hardest time canceling.
Your folks have been ready to take video.
We've been here for a while.
Yeah.
They said we're leaving the Airbnb at 5:45.
Yeah.
Here by 6. Get ready to roll.
Somewhere there on these settings. I got a new iPad with, and I got Star Spangled Banner on here.
Oh, right.
I can't. It's on a shuffle mode, and of course they don't. You may know how to navigate that thing to get it off of.
Oh.
No. Attention in the barn. We're short entry number 31, 186. Emma Hebert. We need you in staging. If this is a scratch, please inform the gate crew. South Arena, Brahman Class 1. We're short one heifer. Let's bring them on up and get them checked in. And ladies and gentlemen, over in the North Arena, judging our breeds today, we're pleased to have Mr. Chris Cassidy from St. Charles, Illinois. He's Director of Technical Services for Biozyme Incorporated. And he and his wife have 3 children, wife Katie, and then Bo, Lincoln, and Tatum are the youngsters. He attended Black Hawk East and was involved with judging team activities during his collegiate years. He got his bachelor's at Texas A&M University and a PhD at the University of Illinois. He's an Angus breeder and enjoys showing cattle across the country with his family. He's had 6 national champion Angus doing that activity with the family. He's judged shows all over the United States. I think he's got 35 states. He's been serving as an official livestock judge for the shows and competition there. And one of the favorite things about livestock shows is all the great people that he's met and made friends throughout his life. So we're pleased to have Mr. Chris Cassidy with us here in the South Arena today. Thank you for joining us, Chris. A reminder to you exhibitors and parents that releases occur at the conclusion of the breed show, not at the conclusion of your class. So we won't be releasing until the end of your breed show. exhibitors. Thank you. Another reminder, if you're fortunate enough to be a grand or reserve in your breed, you will be staying over for the championship of the American breeds, and that'll be taking place this evening, 30 minutes after the conclusion of our final show. And the way it's stacking up, that'll be the Santa Gertrudis show. So our American Breeds Championship will be taking place at the conclusion of all of our breed shows here in San Antonio today. So you exhibitors that are fortunate enough to be selected as Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Heifer exhibitors, you need to be staying over and then also filling out those bio forms for the information provided during the championship drive this evening.
Well, good morning, everybody ringside, and it's really a pleasure to be here. I'm Guy from the north, and I get to come down here and enjoy a great day with great weather and great kids and great cattle. So it's what I really enjoy doing, and you get into this first class of Brahman heifers, and I'll be honest with you, it's kind of getting thrown right into the mix. Got a big class, got young heifers that probably haven't been to town yet, but you got a big group out here with just all kinds of different shapes and sizes, and so it's fun. But I keep coming back to this heifer right here. Young man can flat stick one, and I think that helps because you're getting everything out of this heifer. But when they're made like this, in terms of their structural makeup, this heifer's so angular, so correct in the way that she's made. Hang on a second. Like I said, doing the heifer, the winds, the way she's made, just the right size, the right kind of angles, a beautiful foot underneath of her in terms of the way her hoof's constructed. Young man gets her stopped and put together like that. That's a long-bodied, extended, very maternal, feminine featured type of a heifer that I think is supplied with plenty of cow power. Just a really, really nice place to start. And like I have to commend this young man. I thought he got everything out of this heifer. Good job. Go get that blue ribbon. A great way to start off the show. You got a heifer here in second. Go ahead and pull her up just a little bit. Give them a little more space there. There's a little more bone. There's a little more feature. And to be honest, this was the second, third heifer in the ring, and she hit me pretty hard, and I knew that this heifer is going to be in the mix. She's presented well. She's lined up really nice. She has an attractive look to her. She's not quite as extended up front. She maybe isn't quite as soft and maternal and maybe as robust in her center skeleton as that heifer that's right in front of her. But I think she's the other quality heifer in this lineup. And again, when you get a young lady can get her stuck like that, it makes it very pleasant. A big outline one in third, awesome at the ground, huge feet. Love the foot size and shape of this one. Love the extra performance. I can't get this one to piece together quite as nicely. I don't see this one opening quite as bold in her forerib. Not quite as neat in terms of her hip and hind leg design, but that's a functional, big, performance-oriented heifer that I think brings a lot of real-world good. Opposite end of the script and a more moderate heifer here. Like her structure, to me, of the first four, she comes off just a little compact and a little plainer in the way that she's made. I would change her foot shape just a little bit, too. She's a little awkward there underneath, but I don't think it's a long-term concern because I think that one's body type. I think her doability, I think her kind of low input image and her clean underline are very, very good things about her. You get into the next heifer here is one that probably is another heavy boned one. I didn't like the hind leg on this one. I wish she'd just take a little different reach. She gets a little awkward there in her hip as well, but a powerful one that I think supplies a lot of good. I like the look of this young lady's heifer coming next. She was out in that last line up there just because she has some quality to her. For me personally, she's just got to go a little better off the hind leg. Little tentative there in her pastern, just wants to trip and shuffle just a little bit on the turf, but a really, really high-quality heifer that was shown very, very well. Big performance-oriented one coming next, little plainer featured, little plainer bodied. We got another bigger outline one that's really stout, probably the stoutest one in the entire class. Need to just loosen her up off both ends, maybe tone her back just a little bit, because I think it's taken away from her maternal image. And we got a nice heifer here coming next that I liked her structural makeup. Absolutely got to blow her apart. We've got a couple heifers coming next that have some power. Maybe didn't have quite the look to them. And then we've got a group of cattle here that I still think have a lot of good. They're cattle that we can maybe change in a structural spot or two. They're cattle that maybe don't have the extra performance and size and cow power is what we see. But these kids have done a great job with them. I think that they've got a bright future in front of them as well in terms of how they're going to enter their program. But if you would, ringside, give them a nice round of applause. It's a great way to start off the Brahman show.
And we thank you very much, Mr. Cassidy. And they're ready in the north for some comments. We'll refrain from giving you the results until those are concluded on our Brahman show. This will be second call for Class 2, Class 3 Brahmans to staging, please.
Well, good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's going to be a fun day. I look forward to working with Chris on the other side and getting an opportunity to sort through the Americans that we have here today. And we got a great breed of cattle to start with and some really good ones in the ring. This class of cattle is We have Aprils and younger, so we've got some age spread maybe that we won't see in some of these other classes, and so there we have a little more variation. But I think the one thing I will tell you is, as far as size and growth, probably doesn't matter as much to me as it does soundness, body, build, cow power, and that's kind of what I like to find in females. I think this red heifer that starts our class, she puts a lot of that together. I think she shows us as much rib shape, as much true dimension. You stand behind her, she's got as much width and spring and dimension to her. I'm not going to tell you she's perfect on those back feet, but she's as good, I think, as we see in a lot of these in here, better than most. But she's sound. She'll take a good reach. She gets out around the ring. I just think for me, she was kind of the logical place to start. You want to walk her out of the ring, and we'll talk about these others as we go. The young man's big heifer that came next. Heifer that I really appreciate, again, because of the center portion of her body. She's got that extra bit of rib and extra flank that maybe we don't have in some of these other cattle. She looks like she could be pretty maternal. She's not quite as good as I'd like for her to be when we hit the ground. I think I'd like to square her up a little, get her to be just straighten herself out a little bit when you get behind her and watch her walk away from you. But it's a big, sound, growthy kind of female that's got a lot of future to her. Young man does a nice job. Kind of an interesting red and white heifer that we have standing next. She wants to paddle just a little bit. We get her out on the move. She'll reach out a little bit. But I like her type. I like the kind of cattle that we have here. I think she looks like a really maternal in her kind. Pretty soft in the way she's made. I think she's got a great future. Big heifer, black heifer that comes next, a heifer that I really appreciate this heifer standing still. She's so attractive. She really draws you into her. You love that neck. You love that top line. She just gets so tight in those pasterns when we get her out on the move. She doesn't want to flex down. She wants to stick the ground, really hit the ground hard when she comes around, and I'd like to just loosen her up in that. I'd just like to get her to flex a little more, reach in under herself a little more. To me, that's longevity, and I think that's just something that we have to deal with in these young heifers. But that's a really nice female young lady's got a great heifer. Super attractive heifer that comes next. This is the outlier in the bunch. This is the breeding piece. If you want to put some genetics into your cattle to maybe change the way they're built, you really want to change the front end structure in one, you reach into this heifer. She's not as soggy and stout and maybe as powered up as heifers stand on either side of her, but you really have to appreciate one that you can bring a different phenotype to the ring, sound enough, flexible enough, just not quite enough to her if we're going to put her up on the front end. The big powered heifer that comes next, young man's got, she does have some top in her. She's got a big hip in her. She's got plenty of dimension to her, not quite as pulled together maybe as we've seen in some of these others. She wants to kind of come apart, get a little piecier in the way she wants to come to us. Like to just make her a little tighter made than the way we come to her. Young lady's little heifer that comes next, really appreciate her, love that center portion of her body. She's got some rib shape, she's got some volume. Probably giving her a little harder time. We probably get a better chance to see her when we get this heifer to where she'll really help us out on the lead and get her set up so we can really show her. Young lady's heifer that follows next, if we're going to just, the first place I'd change this heifer's kind of in her tail head set. I'd want to set that down, square her up a little bit, get her down on the ground a little sounder, but just a pretty good female. Nice heifer comes next. From her shoulders back, I think she puts together as many good things as we have. She gets herself out of balance. She wants to throw in a little more chest, a little more front end, get a little out on her front end, so she's not quite balanced up like some of the cattle we have ahead of her, but a pretty good female. Young lady's heifer that comes next, she gets in here because she does have some dimension to her. She has got some bone and some foot and some top to her. Gets a little round, wants to drop her pins, not quite as sound as we'd like for her to be, but still a pretty good female, good place to for a set of cattle. Give these young exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Well, as we get into this second class of purebred gray Brahman heifers, and a little more manageable in terms of size, but I thought it was a little bit of a two-horse race here at the top, and that's not to say that those on the other side aren't very, very good quality animals, but I thought these two kind of stuck out. They're a little different, and I'd probably like to take the parts of each one of them, kind of put them together, but this one's a little more my kind, if I'm being honest with you out here. Just so angular. I love this heifer at the ground. I think her foot size and shape, the way she's constructed in terms of her shoulder and knee, just reads like a female up front. So soft, so good bodied. I think she really beats the heifer in second in terms of her hip and her hind leg structure. I think for a Brahman heifer to have that softness to her hock and pastern, to have that athleticism and still supply it with tremendous breed character, body shape, and cow power, I think is very, very tough to do, and that's why I like her. And it all caps off, you've done a great job of getting her stuck too. So when you got a couple of calves out here that are getting shown by good kids doing a good job, it sure makes it fun on my end. And then you get into this second place heifer, so striking. I like her color pattern. I like her look. I like her bone. I like her substance. I think she can really give you an awesome look there when you get her stopped and put together. If you drop her back down in gear, this is where I pick on this heifer a little bit, and I don't think it's a long-term concern. I didn't see this heifer being quite as elite in terms of her hind leg, maybe just the freckle up and down there, maybe not quite as athletic as that heifer that wins, but that's an awfully nice brood cow. I'd like to own both of them if I was putting one into a program. You got a nice heifer coming next that's certainly got some body shape to her. She's certainly got some power to her as well. She's not nearly organized as neatly as the one in front of her, or really the two that are in front of her. I don't think her bone and her feature probably match the shape that she has up high, but she's feminine, she's attractive. That's a good heifer there too that's in third. I thought it was a little closer between these next two. You could flip them if you want. I saw just a little bit more body shape in this one. I think both of these cattle maybe are a little plainer in terms of their image, but I thought this heifer had just a little bit more dimension, a little more volume to her. I thought this heifer was a little smoother shouldered, a little more extended, a little more stretch, and a little more elevation to her. So I think this pair's close. Like I said, if you like it the other way, I won't argue much with you. I think both of those young people done a great job as well. Then we get into our final heifer here. I know this is a young person's first time showing, and trust me, I've got young kids your age. I totally understand the stress and the fun part of it is, but you've done an awesome job. You've clearly been working with this heifer. She's tame. She's ready to go. I think that's super awesome and super important. I got to just have more of her. I got to change her feet shape if I'm going to move her up, but I think hopefully you had a great time, and I sure enjoyed working with you. Congratulations.
And we thank you for that overview. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll do a little catch up here in the Brahman show as Class 3 moves into the arena. These females are February born, coming into the Brahman side of the show. Back on the first class, first place honors there went to Caston Tip of Gonzales County 4-H. Your second place winner in Class 1 was Callie Kloss. Congratulations there. Cody Calhoun from San Jacinto County took the third place honors. Your fourth place went to Brock Sartwell, Tilden FFA member. Our fifth place went to Marion Stevens of New Caney FFA. In Class 1, your sixth place award went to Leanne Kirchner of Williamson County 4-H. Your seventh to Aaron Watson of the Gladewater FFA chapter. Eighth went to Grady Pausas of Nixon Smiley FFA. Our ninth place in Class 1 earned by Miranda Carina's heifer from Rio Grande City. And the 10th place award in that big class of heifers in Class 1 earned by Colt Kamicki's heifer from Burton FFA. And our class that was just completed, Class 2, first place honors went to Colt Kornicki from East Chambers FFA. Second in the class, Mackenzie Driver from Winsboro. Your third place, Lane Demeron of Washington County 4-H. Our fourth place in the last class, Cole Haynes, the Exhibitor. Fifth to Callie Kraft, sixth to Augustus Brooks. Congratulations to our Brahman ribbon winners in Class 1 and 2.
Kind of an interesting class. I'll just be real honest with you. There's probably not one in here that just jumps on you when you come in the ring. There's a lot of, probably some places that every one of these cattle I'd like to see some changes in them. But I think for me, the heifer that puts the most good things together, young lady's heifer, the Baldy, that's going to start the class, she does a lot of things right. And I think it starts from just body type, rib shape, structural soundness. I think she just puts a lot of good things together. And I think boy, she can get out and get around the ring. She's flexible. She moves good. And that's to her advantage in a class that I think we probably are challenged by trying to find that one that does everything right. But she does as much of them as any of it. So I think very deserving, a good quality, really a good heifer, very deserving one in the class. Big powered up female that comes next. I appreciate her from the standpoint when we look through this set of females and you start looking for cows that give us some extra body, give us some extra rib, give us that look that they've got some cow look to them. I think she fits the bill. She probably doesn't balance up, gets a little deeper chested, doesn't want to just come at us right structurally, but I think she puts so many cow qualities together that we have to put her up on the front end. Nice female. Young man's red heifer, I really like this heifer when she comes in the ring, and I'll just be real honest with you. If we took her from the center portion of her body right in the middle, back into her flank, and we would soften her up and just make her a little bulkier made, she'd walk to the front end of this class because there's so many good things about her. For me, though, she just gets a little tight, a little more tubular, gets a little tucked up in her flank, makes her a little bit off, I think, and just like to change that about her. We have some of that little bit of extra center portion in this young lady's Baldy heifer. She's not as attractive made. I think we still want to find these females that are a little more feminine in the way they're put together up in their front end structure. That'd be where I'd get critical on her first. I'd change her tail head set. I'd soften her up a little bit, again, just like some of these others. But that's a good female, and it's sure not picking on her. This is kind of the interesting one this young lady's got. She is the big bone, kind of big-footed, rugged made one. She's not particularly maybe my kind. She's probably a little looser in the way she's put together, probably shows us a little more extra skin, a little more front end, a little more, just a little more leather on her than I'd like to see. But still, I think you have to look at the quality that she does have from the standpoint of power and dimension. Red heifer going out, heifer that I like from the standpoint, she is extremely big top, big hip. She gets a little round in the way she's built. Like to change that about her, like to flatten her in her shoulder, flatten her out a little. Young man's black heifer that comes next. Just another really nice female, a heifer that we start picking apart these cattle and just what we'd like to change about them and where it gets to be on me. I'd like to change her on her hind wheels. I'd like to change her the way she hits the ground. I'd like her more flexible, like her softer made, just like this young lady's red heifer again. Heifer that gets a little off when we stand behind her and watch her walk away from us. Heifer that gets a little tighter in her rib shape, not quite as soft and cowy as what we have. Young lady's heifer that comes next. Just a really good female. Heifer that's got a lot of future to her. Young lady doing a nice job. We're going to put her in a class. We just need more power to her if we're going to get her further up. But great set of cattle, good set of young exhibitors. Give them a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Well, we get into this next class here, and I'll be honest with you, just the dynamics of this class were a little bit more challenging for me. I mean it when I say the difference between first and seventh in this class is razor thin in terms of just the differences. And so don't get discouraged. I really mean that wholeheartedly. I still think the heifer that wins is the one that I keep settling back on in my mind. And, she's the one that hit me the hardest when they first came in here. And I think it's because of just their extra foot shape and size. I think this is a heifer that combines a really good structural foundation with some extra performance, some extra power to her. I think for one that has that kind of rib shape and has that kind of natural width and cowy look to her, the way that she's still built in terms of her structure, the way that she reads up front and still looks like a lady, so it kind of puts her at the forefront. And I've said it a few times already. I appreciate when a good heifer has got a young lady out here that can get her stuck and get her put together. She's getting all that she can out of her, and I certainly appreciate that. That's a real nice heifer there. I thought second, third, fourth, and on down was probably a little more challenging. The heifer that's in second, when she's in park, I think she has a lot of things you like. She's more like our winner in terms of frame size, moderation, lines, and balance. And again, this young lady can get her put together incredibly well here at the side. I didn't see this heifer being quite as robust all the way through. I don't think this heifer is quite as stout featured. And she doesn't even maybe go quite as nice off that rear pastern as the heifer that's directly in front of her. But to me, it's more of a laundry list or a bunch of little nitpicky things that put her second. Because big picture, when you get an image like that, that's still a good, nice heifer there in second. Heifer in third has got a little more performance. I like that about her. I like her structural foundation, long strided. I see a lot of longevity in this one. This one probably hit me a little plainer and a little rounder in the way that she was built. But if you wanted to slide her up a spot and say, hey, here's a stouter one, here's one that has the same kind of dimension as your class winner, I wouldn't argue that with you. I just didn't see this heifer opening her forerib, didn't see her quite as neat there in her hip and hind leg, but certainly a good quality heifer there in third. Coming out here in fourth is another easy doing, really easy keeping, kind of brood cow looking one here that comes in fourth. Little plainer in terms of her look all the way through. I didn't see this heifer maybe just jumping out at you in terms of look and balance and symmetry, but a really nice quality heifer. You could say the same about the young man's heifer in five. Here's one that has all kinds of cow-do ability to her. Maybe change her rear foot and give her a little more athleticism as she goes. She gets just a little straight there up front and wants to paddle just a nickel as well. This heifer is one of the leaner composition ones in here. Probably takes away from it just a little bit. She's a little straight in her knee. She gets a little out-horsed in this class, a little harder in terms of her body type, but I do like her freshness. I think there's a lot of genuine width in that one. That one's still really nice. That just shows a testament to the quality of this class. Round our class out with one that's got some look, but for me, I just change her structurally. Give her a little more angulation, make her a little more comfortable, and square her up front if we're going to move her up in this class. But high quality class of heifers again. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. And ladies and gentlemen, here in the Gray Brahman Show, Class 3. Oh, before we get started, final call. I think they were short one in the Class 4 lineup. Entry 13-155. Your last and final call. In Class 3, our first place honors went to Bree Norvitsky of Austin County 4-H. Second in that class, Joel Barrett, the exhibitor from Bowie County 4-H. Your third place goes to Alvina Crawford from Chisholm FFA. Fourth in the class went to Bailey Sharp with the Angleton FFA chapter. Fifth place earned by Paul Hayes from Glen Rose FFA. Sixth to Noelle Elaine Klaus Wilson from Robertson County 4-H. Our seventh place award goes to Blas Salinas of Toloso Midway FFA. Congratulations to these ribbon winners in Class 3. Class 4 Brahmans in the arena at this time. We have 12 entries in this January born group of heifers, January 2025. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you've got friends and neighbors back home that couldn't be with us along ringside here in San Antonio today. We invite you to give them a call and tell them to log on to TaylorFort.com and join the live streaming of the Junior Show events and competitions that are taking place here in San Antonio. They can also follow it on YouTube. Just pull up Taylor Fort and follow the judging as it takes place here in the arenas in San Antonio.
Another really nice class. We get into a set of these females. This top end, I think, pair of these heifers up here. Start talking about young cow prospects, maternal type, big-bodied, kind of flexible, sound, functional kind of cattle that just put so many good things together. And I think this female that wins the class, she hit me pretty hard when she came in. I mean, she's not the biggest bone, biggest footed, most rugged made, but I think she is the most maternal in her type. When we really look at what I think are indicators of good young cow prospects that are still sound structurally and still functional in their kind and have that rib shape and volume, and she kind of finds that place at the top. And I mean, we can pick on her. We can talk about that little bit of extra that she throws right out in her front end, wants to maybe just not be quite as beautifully made as we've had in some of these others, but that young lady does such a good job of pulling that head up and getting her neck out. That's a real advantage when we compare to the heifer standing right behind her. I love the red heifer from her shoulder back. I think when we start really picking on her, we're going to say that, you know, man, from her shoulder forward, she needs a little more of that length and extension that we have standing in that heifer above her. But just following the same traits and same qualities and same maternal aspects that that class winner has, I think she fits the bill, and she kind of goes into the same. And we're talking about spring of rib, body, bulk, maternal values that I think cows should show us if we're going to make them, you know, into prospects that we want them to be. This is kind of a bigger bone, stouter made female that comes next. She's probably got as much power and performance as any we have in here. She handles it really well. I'll give her credit. She does fairly well getting around the ring for the power and dimension that she has. That would be her advantage over the young lady's heifer that comes next. A heifer that's probably super attractive to look at. I love standing back and looking at her because I love that top line. I love her hip. She just needs, if we're going to get her on the front end of this, we're just going to want to pull her apart, get a little bit more of her, make just a little more female to get her up on the front end. But that's a great young prospect, and I appreciate her because she's fresh. I think maybe her best days, we're still a ways away from the end of some of these heifers' careers, and I think she's one that as we go down the road with her, she could be one that really shows up strong as we get them into big heavy breds. Young man's heifer that comes next, she falls back into that category, really showing us that extra bit of just substance and dimension and power, and you want to breed one that's going to put some punch and some big bone and big foot and big power in them. That's what this young man's got. Young lady's heifer that comes next, she's just a good female. I'd like to change her structurally. I'd like to maybe just change her a little bit when we get her out on the move, get her to flex a little bit more, be a little sounder right down at the ground. But still, that's a good cow that's just got a lot of quality to her. Young man's heifer comes next, very similar like her. Not as much to her as a heifer that stands above her, but from a structure standpoint, I think she's kind of the same way. We'd like to change her hitting the ground. Young lady's heifer that comes next, starting to get a little more tubular, not as mature, I think, in that body shape and body type. We need to just soften them up, drop some rib shape, drop some flank into them, just like with the young man's baldy heifer that comes next. Very similar, good cattle, really good cattle. And I think that, you know, they're cattle that have some advantages that from the standpoint of they're flexible, they're sound. The young lady's heifer that leads out right now really gets around the ring well, and that's her advantage over the big heifer that follows out. Young lady's heifer that's leading out right now, just from a structure standpoint, I think we have to, you know, change her on both ends. If we're going to get her further along, we're going to have to make her sounder, more flexible. But good set of cattle. Give those young exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
Well, another really good class here as we finalize or get through our last class before our first division. And boy, a lot of give and take again. I think there's a lot of good ones out here, and there's a lot of different just things a guy could do. And again, I just continue to come back to this heifer right here. And I know that she's not like the biggest middled one out here, but there's just too much quality in this heifer for me to not start with her. And again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it kind of starts at the ground because her foot shape is right. The angles of her skeleton and her framework are set in her correctly. She's insanely fresh and insanely attractive in the way that she's made up front. And when you've got a good calf that's being led around by a good young man out here that can really get a lot out of her, it really highlights the good in this heifer. She's attractive. She's the highest quality heifer in here. She's genuine. She's fresh. Just a very, very nice place to start. If we could put the heifer in seconds body shape into her, we'd have a real warhorse out here because I love this heifer center rib. Love her body depth. Love her doability. I think she's a sensibly sized one that has the right kind of performance. From her hooks forward, this heifer is a player. There's no doubt that she's got the cow image that I like. If you get her in motion, I just didn't see this heifer being quite as athletic in the way she goes off that rear leg as the heifer that was right in front of her. But again, is it a long-term concern? No, her set is fine. She's got all kinds of longevity built into her. She's just not quite as neat and quite as attractive as that one that wins, but I see a lot of good in that heifer that ends up in second. The one that's in third, I really like at the ground. I like her framework. I like her foot size. I like her angularity and the female qualities she has. She's in the mix out here because right here when you get her stopped and put together, I see a really nice silhouette and I see a very nice structurally made heifer. We've got to blow her apart. We got to give her a little bit more cow power if I'm going to creep her into the first or second hole. But I love this heifer's underline. I love her look. I love her smoothness and femininity. Heifer that comes next, I think, is good at the ground as well. She's one that's a little plainer throated. She's a little flatter bodied. I'd like to bust her apart just a little bit. But I like her at the ground. And again, from a structure sense, that's why she gets closer to the top of this class. I like everything about this heifer in terms of body shape and stoutness, no question. It's at the ground, I got to change this heifer. Right there, she's a little over in her knee. I'll catch this heifer rolling on those back feet just a little bit. So if we could just square her up and give her a little different heel, I would definitely tie into one that's big-bodied and cowy and powerful like she is. That's a good heifer nonetheless. Young man's got a really stout, shapely one. Got to change this one's hip and hind leg structure. Gets a little up underneath of herself. Probably not the security is what we see. This is probably the stoutest Brahman heifer I've seen so far today. I mean, this thing's back and body and muscle is incredible. And I'll be honest with you, for me, it's maybe not quite as maternal as I like it. But in terms of bone and substance and power, young man, you've got yourself an incredibly powerful female. A little stretchier, flatter one that comes next. Probably need to just give this heifer a little more punch all the way through. We've got a group of cattle that kind of round out our class that I certainly think have some good to them. Maybe just didn't have the presence, maybe didn't have the structural quality as what we saw in those ones in front of them. But again, show your support. Give them a nice round of applause. I thought an excellent set of January heifers.
And we thank you, Miss Cassidy, taking first place honors in Class 4 of your Brahman show. Levi Rushner of the Willis FFA, second in the class, going to Dylan Nicole Garrett of Nueces County 4-H. Your third place honors going to Preston Shelley of Wharton County 4-H. Fourth in the class, Weston Montgomery, the exhibitor from Bloom FFA. Our fifth place award went to Brandon LaRue of Pasadena FFA. Sixth in the class, Tanner Bowler, the exhibitor, member of Gonzales County 4-H. Seventh to Ragnar Garner of Nixon Smiley FFA. Your eighth place ribbon to Mackenzie Mathis of Dickerson FFA. Ninth in the class to Tia Aubrey of the James Nick Rowe FFA chapter. And 10th, Rhett Bizarre of Medina County 4-H. Congratulations to our ribbon winners here, Class 4.
Really powerful set of females in this.
this brief, but boy, these first few classes have been very, very good. And when we get them back out here for our division lineup, I'm certainly impressed. And so hopefully you can kind of see what I'm after and what I'm going to try to stay committed to along the way. And you know, this heifer that won our first class, I know she's young, won a big class. There was a lot of good ones in there, but this is a nice female, and I think she's off to a good start. I like this heifer's foundation. I think in terms of where she sets her feet, the way she's constructed, the female quality that she has, and yet does all without sacrificing enough cow power is very, very good. I like her immature look. You know, for a April or younger heifer, I think this is a very youthful kind of appearance, and so I think she has nothing but a green light in front of her. You know, this heifer that comes out of our second class is one that's really hard to pick a real major hole in, and that's what I like about her. I think in terms of size, she's sensible because she has enough performance, but it's not out of bounds, and she just, everything fits very well. She's got a beautiful hip and hind leg, probably as neat as any of them in that regard out here. Her body shape is very maternal. She looks like a brood cow up front with all kinds of female quality to her as well. I don't know if she has bells and whistles per se, but in terms of just doing a lot of the basics right and keeping production principles in check, I think she's as good as anything out here as well. We got into our third class winner, a heifer that had a lot of quality, and this is a fresh made one that's got tremendous, genuine rib shape, genuine foot size and power to her, and she gets out and moves fairly well. She may be not quite as exquisite in terms of her top and her bottom line, maybe isn't as soft looking as the heifers on either side of her, but a quality individual that in terms of bringing some generating pieces, I certainly think she has a lot to offer. And then we get into our final class winner, and one that again won a lot of a tough class and beat a really good heifer on the other side there. She kind of hit me with a lot of quality. I think she's insanely upheaded and striking in terms of her image. When you get her stopped and put together, I think that heifer has an awesome silhouette to her. You know, she's not as soft as some of the other ones, but I think part of it is just her maturity and where she's at developmentally speaking. But a quality heifer nonetheless. I think she's in contention as well. To be honest with you, I haven't totally made my mind up. I've got it down between a couple of heifers out here. I'm going to take one last look, but on the flip side, you seconds, that's a great set of heifers as well. To me, the champion's going to come out of these class winners, but let's give them all a nice round of applause, and let's give them some nice support.
Thank you for the overview, Ms. Cassidy.
Get ready to pick our first division on the Cimbra side, and I think this is an outstanding set of cattle. We've sorted through a bunch of them, but I do think that we get back and look at our class winners. I'd like to think that you can see the kind of cattle that I like from the standpoint of I like them to be maternal. I like for them to have some dimension. I like for them to be sound enough structurally, do a lot of things right. If we can throw in some added bonuses, make them a little more attractive to look at, do some of those things, and I think it's pretty hard to not really appreciate this lineup. This is a good set of cattle. You know, there's about 3 or 4 different ways to go here. Kind of going to have to evaluate these just a little bit more to decide where I want to start at, but good set of cattle, good set of young exhibitors. Give them a really nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations on these cattle. We'll pick some champions.
Over in the Brahman Arena, congratulations going to our Calf Division Championship here with the entry 22-9-23, Colt Cronky, taking the championship. Reserve honors going to 17-4-28, Levi Reisner with Willis FFA with the reserve. Here on the Brahman side in the south arena, in the ring at this time, ladies and gentlemen, are heifers born during November through December of 2024, and we have 9 entries in this class. And over in the South Arena, we're judging Class 7 now, so this will be final call for staging Class 8. First call to bring up Class 9. That's a small class. Exhibitors in Class 10. You only have 3 entries in Class 9, so y'all need to be standing ready. Class 10, standing ready. 8 in staging, 9 at the gate. Final call, Class 8. We need entry 31-114 to staging. Please report to staging. Final call for entries in Class 8 to check in the South Arena.
Well, we've got a really nice class of late falls to start off this next division. A lot of give and take out here. I'd be honest, I would listen to a lot of different heifers out here if you wanted to argue or make a case as which one you like the best. I just think there's enough variety out here. There's probably more than one right answer, but for this guy out here, the heifer that wins, I know she's not the boldest, the wildest looking, the stoutest, but to me, she wins at the ground. And I think from a structure sense, this heifer sets the standard. I think her foot shape is right. The angles of her framework are set in her right. You get her stopped and put together like that, you see a really nice female in terms of her feminine qualities up front, her softness of body, her length of hip, and just the comfort that she has in terms of her lower joints. I think that's just a really, really nice brood cow that's just so fundamentally correct, and that's why she wins. I thought there was a structural trade-off here from second all the way on down to fifth, and it makes it a little trickier for me. I do think this heifer brings a lot of good to the table in terms of just mass and substance. I don't know if you can find one in here that's truly as genuine in a rib shape, matches it with a big foot and a nice kind of substance, looks like a power cow. There's a couple nitpicky things on your heifer I'd change. You do a great job of showing her rear foot has a little curl to it, and at times when she stops, she wants to get her shoulder out and kind of park those front feet out just a little wide. So if we could get her to kind of close that gap just a little bit, I'd say she'd win this class, because all the things that I like about her I think are very, very good in this lineup. I think this heifer in third has some good as well. Center body dimension is excellent, probably a nickel better footed than the one that's right in front of her. It's just hard for me to get this heifer to proportion right, because she's a little jammed up, little compact in her kind. Her hooks forward I think is good. Her hooks back maybe don't set in her quite right. She's a little rounder in the way that she's built, and so there's a couple trade-offs there between second and third. If you wanted to flip that pair, I wouldn't argue much with you. You got a performance-oriented, very fresh-made, very attractive heifer that comes in fourth. She's not quite as just rugged in terms of her foot and her bone work. For me personally, she's a little forward there in her shoulder. I need to give her a different hind leg, but when you get her stopped and you get her put together like that, I can sure appreciate the quality that fourth place heifer brings. The one in fifth, I think, has some good as well. She's a little more moderate in her kind. If her pastern and her rear foot was different, I could move this heifer up 2 or 3 spots because I like her in terms of her female quality. I like her body shape, and I like everything she represents. Just got to give that heifer a little more security at the ground. Young man's got a soft-centered one. I just got to blow her apart and make her a little more robust all the way through. You could say the same about the young man here that's getting a little assistance here, but really nice heifer. We just need to give her more rib shape, need to just give her more skeletal width. This is a very attractive heifer, really performance-oriented, love her length of body. For her size, I got to soften her body up. I got to give her a little more cow power. Then another stout, really robust one that comes next. I just like to change this heifer structurally. She just shuffles a little too much across the turf here to move up, but a really high-quality set, and the kids are doing a great job. Congrats. Thank you, sir.
And thank you for the overview of our Class 7 placing. And first place honors here going to entry 32-136, Jackson Smith of Washington County, 4H. Congratulations. Second in that class went to Cole Tesh of Belleville FFA. Our third place ribbon to Denver Driver of Winsboro FFA. Fourth in the class going to Easton Oreca of Victoria County 4H. Fifth to Brazos Bend of Gostine FFA chapter. Our sixth place going to Caleb Aubrey of Rowe FFA. Seventh in that class to Elmo Guerra of Starr County 4H. Your eighth place award, Kaylee Humphreys of Decaney FFA. Ninth to Brody McKinney of the Barbers Hill FFA chapter. Congratulations to our ribbon winners, Class 7, Class 8 in the arena.
Cimbrough side, really a good class, and I'll just be real honest with you. My challenge in this class is who gets to be second. It's not who's first, because that's the dominant female that stands up on the front end, walks in the ring. You know, a lot of times judging cattle or looking at cattle, you're in the pasture, something stands up and they hit you and you're like, man, that one is good. And that's the way I feel about this one. She does a lot of good things right. You can talk about her from one end to the other. You can talk about her on the profile. You can stand behind her, stand in front of her, just discuss all the things we've spent time discussing in these cattle. And she just does a lot of things right in this class. It'll be interesting to put her in with the older senior yearlings and those others that come behind her and see how she shapes up. But in here, that's just a pretty good female. And then the challenge becomes, how do I, and I'm kind of one of those guys, and I know they don't all have to be the same. They don't all have to look the same, and variation is always a good thing, but I kind of like to try and line them out, and kind of if I have a good one to start with, I want to try to find something that matches up that kind. Probably don't have that one that follows in here just like that, but the heifer that stands second, and just be real honest with you, from her shoulder back, I think there's a tremendous amount of good and quality, rib, volume, dimension in her. She just probably has a little bit more front end in her than she needs to get up on and beat that heifer standing above her. But that's a good cow prospect. I think she's got a lot of future to her. Young lady's heifer that stands third, heifer that's kind of similar to the one standing above her, just not as much rib, not as much body, a little tighter made, a little more tubular in her kind. Doesn't really want to give us that extra bit of softness and balance. Young man's heifer, the Baldy that comes next, I like this female. She's probably a little non-traditional in her kind, which I don't have any problem with. I love her. She's slick-bellied. She's kind of extra, got some extra width and dimension to her. She isn't maybe quite as attractive as those heifers on that front end up there, but that's a good heifer that's got a lot of future. This young lady's red heifer, and I'm telling you right now that if I had her, I would work really hard to get her bred and make sure we get her bred and push her along, because before the end of her career, if we could just soften her up and make her a little more maternal in her type, she's going to stand up there next to that class winner, because they're the same kind of cattle. They're just not, she's just not far enough along yet. Gets a little more tubular in her kind. a pair of these heifers that come next. They're kind of bigger footed, bigger bone, rugged made, really nice cattle. I mean, you love the dimension that they have. You love the extra width that they bring to us. They're not particularly show heifers from the standpoint of they want to get a little bit out of balance, a little more chest and front end in them, but they're good cows. And the advantage they have over the heifers standing below them is just that extra bit of rib shape, an extra bit of volume, and you know, that cow maternal look that they have. Young lady's heifer walking out. I like her standing still. I love her profile. I love that length of neck. That extension she shows gets a little more refined. She gets a little stiffer on the move. Isn't as flexible. The red heifer that comes next, heifer that's just a good doing female, need more of her, just like these next two heifers. We got to have more of them if we're going to get them further up. A good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Okay. Attention, spectators and parents, there's been a Ford key fob turned in up here at the announcer's stand. If you've got a Ford vehicle and you're missing your key fob, why, please come in and if you can describe it, we'll be happy to give it back.
Well, we get into another really dynamic class, and I walked a couple, or actually, I walked 5 of them out here, and I thought that's a real testament to how deep this class actually was. And there was a few things that I think you had to make a call on, and that's what makes this class to put together a little challenging, because even 4th, 5th, and I'll tell you, even the young lady that's got a 6th place heifer on that side, I think bring a lot of good to the table. There's one that kind of jumped out at me when they first hit the ring, and that's the one that I'm going to start the class off with. And I appreciate the fact that she's sound and correct in the way that she's made, first and foremost. I think of the sound structured heifers that we see 1, 2, and 3. Here's one that kind of ties it all together in terms of an extra shot of substance, an extra shot of volume to her, but still looking like a lady and having some quality to her. I just think a really nice place to start. I thought it was probably a little closer between 2nd and 3rd, and it's probably because they're a little more contrasting or polarizing in their type and kind. I thought this heifer in 2nd was a little softer made, and I thought she had a little more of a maternal image to her as you combine just the depth of her body, her fleshing ability, along with a prettier kind of shape to her head and her neck there. Not quite as stout. She's a little more refined. I think it matches what she is. Probably could just make her a little more robust all the way through and give her a notch more bone. But I think in terms of female quality, structural correctness, maternal longevity, I think that one's really, really nice, and that's why she's 2nd. 1 and 3rd is a lot more like our winner in terms of bone and feature and stoutness and ruggedness, and this heifer has a nice look up front. When that young man gets her parked and settled in, boy, that's a neat looking one as well. She's not quite as soft and as maternal. I think the more you step off of her, the harder she reads right there in her heart and back to her flank. But I'm getting really critical. I think that's a super attractive heifer. If you liked her in 2nd, I wouldn't argue much with you. You know, 4th and 5th are cattle that I like at the stand. I love this kind of sandy red one that I think in terms of top and bottom line and quality, body shape, and just freshness of condition, and just a young man get her putting together like that. You say, why in the world are you so tough on this heifer? Personally, I just got to see her move a little better off those rear 2. Coming up a little short there in her step, but if we could change that, I think that heifer not only makes a play in the next couple slots, but she makes this class pretty interesting. But I just got to see her go a little better from behind. And I think you could say the same about this one. Hooks forward, she's awesome. She looks like a cow. She's angular up front. She got a great set to her shoulder and knee. For some reason, I just can't get this heifer to be comfortable enough off that rear pastern and off that rear leg. She's just tentative in the way she goes out here from hooks forward. Absolutely love this heifer. This is how good this class really was. Young lady's got a heifer in 6th that's good. She's moderate, super smooth. Neck, shoulder, forerib, top line blends together incredibly well. If that heifer had a different foot shape from behind, she would absolutely move up some spots, but I just got to see a different heel, a different claw on that one. That gets a little concerning for me. Got a pair of them here that are certainly good enough structured. Young man's heifer just needs to have a little more power. This heifer here is getting a little sharper in her hock, maybe not quite as neat to look at. We'll round our class out with a pair of heifers that I'd like to just supply them with more power and rib shape and dimension, but a quality class. I thought all of them were very, very nice. Congrats.
Thank you, sir. And first place honors here in Class 8 going to entry 21-355, Brody Pop of Shiner, FFA. 2nd went to Holden Jefferson from Brazoria County. Your 3rd place, Alvin Ethan of Gladewater, FFA. 4th to Brody Vickery of Gladewater, FFA. 5th to Caden Odom of Jefferson County 4-H. Your 6th place award, Allie Thane, Guadalupe County 4-H member. 7th to Sterling Cook of Brazos Wood, FFA. 8th in the class to Caitlin Trevino, Madison County 4-H. 9th to Emma Servicki, or excuse me, I messed that up. But Emma, congratulations on your 9th place, Fayette County member. And 10th to Billy Schuler of Divine FFA. Final call for Class 10 in staging. Brahman Exhibitors. I've got a short class in the three-header in our arena at this time, so we'll be judging the final class in the division here at the completion of Class 9.
Well, there's only 3 in this class, so this probably sets itself up a little more easy, a little less time-consuming, if you will. I think that there's a nice trio of heifers out here that certainly have a lot of trade-offs. I think once this one gets settled in, I think it's pretty obvious that she's the one you like in terms of her profile and the way that she's designed. Dead level in her top line,
bullseye
got a
in
beautiful
second.
look up front. Just a really
got it, 3-1-2.
attractive, high-quality heifer there at the stand. I could loosen her just a nickel there off her rear too, but I don't know if there's one in here that's really an upgrade in that sense that even really comes close to her in terms of just her profile, her silhouette, and the quality that she does bring to the table. This heifer in second, I think, is a soft-centered, real easy-doing kind of brood cow prospect. Got all kinds of performance and natural body shape and pin width to her. Love her length and I love her extension as well. She's just a plainer featured heifer, and I know I'm comparing her to one that's awfully good looking, but this heifer maybe doesn't strike me quite as just organized and elite in terms of her look, but I darn sure think that that's an awesome brood cow in the making there in our second spot. There's nothing wrong with this heifer in third from a fundamental sense. I think she's got some growth to her, got some doability and some cow look to her. She doesn't have quite the rib shape and have quite the dimension or power as the two in front of her. She's a heifer that's a little bit up and down there in her shoulder. So there's some structure things, there's some quality and look things that she maybe doesn't match up with, but certainly a quality heifer in her own right. Congrats.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy, for the overview of our class. First place honors in Class 9 going to entry 2863. Molly Jo Kater of the Bowling FFA. Our second place went to Aiden Baker of the East Chambers FFA, and your third place ribbon earned by Luke Dominguez's heifer from Brazos County 4-H. Congratulations. Final class in the division moving in now, Class 10. So this will be first call for the Class 13. First call for Class 13 to staging.
Well, it's really a good class, and it was a deep class, and I apologize. I don't really like
Well, I apologize for taking a little extra time in this class. This is by far one of the more challenging classes that I've had to put together, and it's really because there's so many good different ones out here, and I'll kind of echo what Chris said on the other side. They're just different shapes and sizes, and I do believe that good cattle come in different molds, and it's just up to you to how you want to mate them to kind of make the next generation better. I settled on these two heifers here. I'd love to take the parts that I like of each one of them and put them together because where they're good, I think they're elite, and that's why they end up towards the top of this class. The heifer that wins is the one that I just kind of keep coming back to. And when you start at the ground and you look at her foot size and shape, I think it's as good as anything out here. She's so maternal and so correct in the way that she's made and built. Looks like a lady up front, and I've commented it a few times when, you know, she kind of collects herself and gives herself such a nice, elegant, balanced, proportional look. And then when the young gal gets her put together like this and gets her, you know, gets everything out of her, it's just a nice heifer. And maybe not any bells and whistles, maybe not the most of any one particular thing, but as far as just the fundamentals go, longevity, I see a lot of future in this one as a really, really nice brood cow prospect. If you need a little more bone, I wish we could put this one's feature, wish we could put her bone, and we could put this, the beautiful Brahman head that she has on her, and we put her on the first place heifer, and we'd have absolute stunner. She's the other flexible heifer in this class. We'd like to just change her in some spots. She's a little awkward on her front feet. She get a little east and west, and because of that, her shoulder pops out. She doesn't tie together quite as nicely there. Right out of the back of her hump into her spine is the one that beats her, but good pair there on top. Big-bodied one coming third. Love her from her hooks forward. Here's a robust, incredibly feminine featured one. This heifer maybe isn't quite as agile off either end of her framework. Like to loosen her up, but certainly one that I think in terms of cow power and female quality, I think checks a lot of those boxes. Little different outlier here in fourth, kind of a skinnier, leaner conditioned, if you will. I like her look. I think there's quality here. I do got to see a little more cow power and robustness to her. And of the first four, she also comes up just a nickel short there in her step. But standing still from a distance, I do see a lot of quality in this heifer, and that's why she's at the top of the class. A little bigger, soggier one that comes next. Need to square her up behind and give her a little more pin width. Make her a little truer there from hock to ground. A little plainer featured heifer all the way through. We got a little more power in the one that comes in this darker pigmented one. Here's a heifer that we need to change her shoulder and her knee. She'll paddle just a little up front. Maybe just isn't quite as smooth blending and transitioning as some of the other ones that precede her. A big, powerful one, heavy structured. Got to give her a looser hind leg. She gets just a little awkward there in the way that she goes. Here's a heifer that's got a really nice fundamental kind of framework to her. Just got to see more of her. She comes up a little short there in terms of weight per day of age and natural performance. Here's a nice pattern one that we need to give a little bit more cow power to move up. We got a heifer that comes next that I'd like to just change her hip structure. Then we round our class out with one that has some performance and has some dimension. We'd just like to soften her and give her a little more look. But a quality class, lots of differences, and a little challenging to put together. But those kids did a great job. Give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you for the comments, Dr. Cassidy. We appreciate that. And first place honors in Class 10 going to entry 2876, Lacey Bailey Exhibitor from Freestone County 4-H. Second going to Olivia Guerra, member of Starr County 4-H. Your third place award going to Kellen Beasley of Jacksonville FFA. Fourth in that class goes to Catherine Pettis of Freer, Texas. Our fifth place award going to Jessica Hinojosa of Rio Vista FFA. Sixth place award earned by Hudson Pop of Lavaca County 4-H. Seventh in that class, Leanne Janine Rumsmick of Burton FFA. Eighth in the class, Jeremy Clara. Ninth place, Kimberly Calhoun Jr. And congratulations to our 10th place winner, Caitlin Snyder of Giddings, Texas.
Over on the Cimbra side, a pair of these heifers standing on first and second
Well, we're going to get into the second division here, and boy, I wasn't quite sure how this was going to fit together because we had some classes that were pretty large and then some classes that were a little bit smaller in terms of number of head. But I think when you get them back out here and you kind of consider there's a pretty big age spread out here, it's refreshing for me because I can start to say, okay, this starts to make a little bit more sense, and you can certainly see the quality of what these cattle represent. The heifer that won our first class, obviously she's quite a bit younger than the heifer that won our final class, but I see a really nice fundamental brood cow here. And we talked to her in class that what I liked about this heifer was just the basics. I think just the structural build, the body type, the female quality all kind of just screams long-term brood cow. Again, like we said, she maybe didn't just jump out at you and bring all kinds of extra bells and whistles, but they don't have to be freaks for me. And the reason that she won that class is just because she is so fundamentally right. If you had a herd full of that kind, I think you'd be in the business for a long time. But if we're going to get to comparing them, she maybe, again, doesn't have the extra stoutness and substance, the extra wow factor to her. But boy, sure one that I think deserves to be in a division lineup. We get into our second class winner, and one that I think has tremendous breeding value. I think she's got some neat pieces because it's hard to make them that big-footed, that rugged in terms of bone and foot shape and size, and yet still move like she does. I think this heifer is incredibly flexible. I think maybe her best view is when she's in motion because she actually collects herself, gets herself put together, and you can really appreciate what she brings to the table. When you, excuse me, when you get her back here at the profile, there's times where it's maybe not a little tougher to get her to kind of perfectly transition. And I'm not trying to say that she's, bad looking or anything like that. She's maybe not quite as seamless in the way she blends in her top line and her hip structure as a couple of the ones that are right behind her. But again, I think that's getting very comparative because as an individual and by herself, I see a lot of brood cow pieces, and I think there's a lot of things that she can contribute to the next generation. As you get into this third class winner, she's an interesting heifer because when you're standing still, here's a heifer that I think is just really, really hard to not like because of the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, the strength of her top line, the quality that she gives you is pretty striking. And it's not just that's a nice looking heifer, that's a very elite kind of presence there from the side. It's hard to make cattle of any breed that have that kind of presence to them. And it's not like she doesn't have some cow power. I think her body shape is fine. I think her refinement is good. This is a heifer that I think her angles of her structure are right. If she would just find another gear, and she'll do it every so often, she maybe is a little inconsistent in that, I would say she'd run away with it. But if you want to get a little critical, as we have on all of them, I wish she'd find just another gear out here. And I think that I don't think it's a structural thing. It's just like her feet are a little sore. And then you get into this fourth class winner. And again, I think this is a heifer that kind of grows on me the longer that she's out here. And I like this heifer's framework. I like her size. I like her performance. I like her ladylike look. I think everything fits together very well. She's organized in the way and proportional in the way that she puts herself together. Young lady, like the rest of them out here, is doing a great job of getting them put together as well. And so that's kind of how I see him. I think you've got some interesting decisions to go here. I truly believe ringside there's absolutely more than one right answer out here. This depends on what you like. It just so happens that I get to make it official. But if we would continue supporting these kids, give them a nice round of applause. I'll take a second look and take you to champion.
Really nice class over on the Cimbra side. Extreme opposites, probably we stand in first and second. So we've talked about, as breeding pieces, you can breed cattle the way you want. For me today, we're going to power up. We're going to use this one that's got a little more bone, a little more substance, dimension, just extremely powerful in the way she's constructed. She's not as elegant maybe as a heifer standing behind her. She's definitely bigger ribbed, higher volume, more maternal in her center portion of her body. And that extra bit of rib shape and sweep is what I think brings her to the top. We can talk about the differences, the obvious differences, I think is easy to talk about when you start at the ground, work your way up with foot size, bone, and substance. Young lady's baldy heifer that comes next, this black baldy heifer is just really elegant in the way she's built. She is long neck, long spine, long hip. She wants to get And just my honest opinion, if you compare her to the heifers stand on either side of her, she's not the deepest, soggiest one of the three. She's going to get a little tighter in the way she's put together, but I still think there's just too much good there, too much quality in this female to not allow her to be on the front end and give her the accolades she deserves. I love the rib shape in the middle section of this heifer standing third. She shortens up, shorter body, shorter structured, shorter from her shoulder up into her neck. Doesn't want to give us that length and extension that we see in those two heifers standing above her, but that's just a good cow. Young man's got a black heifer standing there. It's just really a good one, too. It's just 4 pretty good heifers in a small class, but a tremendous amount of quality. Good heifer here in this young man's female. Just going to have to get her a little soggier and stouter if we're going to get her up on the front. But good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Final call for Class 13 Brahmans to staging. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to recognize our champion junior heifer. And that female, entry number 863, Molly Jo Kater of the Bowling FFA, was our champion exhibitor in the junior class, and the reserve honors going to entry 2876, and Lacey Bailey, exhibitor from Freestone County 4-H. Congratulations to our division winners. This will be your Class 13 Brahmans. Class 14, you need to be moving up to the gate for staging in the Brahman show.
get ready to pick this second division and getting into some more mature size females that are really starting to probably express themselves when we start talking about kind of endpoints, growth curves, where we're going to be at the end of the day. And so you're starting to see probably where we're going to reach into on some of these cattle and what their endpoints are. But, you know, I think it does go back to the fact that I still feel like from a quality standpoint, we've got just as good a set of cattle in the ring as we can come with. There's no doubt that we've sure got some variation. Again, talk about how good that can be in our breeding programs. But I think the main thing is always try to find, for me, it's try to find the sound ones, the good ones, and the kind that I like. So good pair of these cattle out here, I think, to fill that bill. Give these young exhibitors a nice hand. We'll show you a pair of champions. Congratulations.
I'll say the same things that Chris said on the other side. I know as we get into these bigger classes, it pains me to excuse some people from the ring, but for the sake of space and for the sake of time, we're going to have to do that in this class. But that doesn't mean that as a show dad myself, I'm not naive to know that you guys aren't out here working just as hard as the rest of the kids out there. Luckily, you have some other shows that you can go to, but excusing these individuals. Obviously, they've all done a very, very good job at home. These cattle are presented very well in a very, very tough and challenging class. We've got to cut down to our placing individuals. So we're going to excuse these on the outside here, but I wanted to tell all of you guys personally, I think you're doing an excellent job. Keep your hat up or keep your chin up, because I know that if you continue to put your work ethic forward, you're going to have a really, really good day moving forward. So let's the ringside congratulate him. Really give him a nice big round of applause. as we exit the ring and work these top 11.
Would like to remind you folks that if you've got friends and neighbors back home that couldn't be with us, or even if you're back in the stalling area and waiting for your class calls, remember we're live streaming as the action takes place in our junior shows here in the arenas, and you can access that by going to taylorfort.com or look up Taylor Fort on YouTube and follow the action in each of our show arenas as it takes place. I want to appreciate the sponsors who've helped underwrite the cost of this, as well as the San Antonio Livestock Show for providing the live streaming of our judging events for the junior show.
Well, it's the second time that I get to talk about this class, and so obviously it took a lot of time to get through it. But I'm really, really impressed with how good these cattle are here at the top end of this class. And it's a lot of fun for me to get to work through them and work with them a little bit and really get into the fine details as you kind of make a cut and get into kind of the best of the best, if you will. And, I'll just be honest with you, as a judge, sometimes it's just hard to explain, but this effort just kind of hit me in this class. And, I think probably when she's parked and put together, there's a lot you like about her, but I'll be honest with you. Go ahead and just lead her around real quick. My favorite view of this heifer was when she's in motion. I think this heifer's flawless in terms of her structure. She's got a foot that's the way they should be in terms of the shape and the depth of her heel. She's so cowy in terms of her body shape and just the way that she's built through her center rib. She has power, but it's the right kind of power because it's still maternal in the way that it looks. I think this is just a really, really awesome brood cow prospect. Young lady done a great job with that one as well. I like that effort quite a bit. I thought it kind of came down a little closer, second, third, fourth. I like this heifer in second because she brings some extras. I mean, this heifer is uniquely big-footed, uniquely stout-structured, and still really attractive up front. It's hard to make them big-boned and still good-looking. She does all that extremely well. She does at times maybe not give me quite as soft of an image. She's so powerful that it maybe isn't quite as refined and feminine as the one that's really on either side of her. But if you're looking for one that can move and it's got some bone and some feature to her, look no further than this one here in second. That's a quality individual. I like both of them really well. This heifer was the first one out the gate, and I was like, okay, this class is going to be really good because when you get her put together, I know she's been giving you fits out here, but when you get her stopped and put together, that's a lot of quality in that heifer right there. Her structure's right, her performance and length is right. She's got enough power and just dimension throughout. It's just tougher to get a look at her. She's fighting you a little bit out here. She maybe isn't quite as robust and quite as soft as a couple of these other ones, but I like that heifer represents, and that's why she was the first one pulled in the very top end of this class. We get into a couple of them here that are certainly have some depth and some softness to them, maybe a little plainer featured cattle. I thought this heifer right here needed to slide up because I saw just a little more correctness of structure. This heifer probably needs just a little more punch and a little more dimension, substance, and just intensify this heifer throughout if I'm going to move her up in this class. But I like her structural makeup. Her foundation is right. She looks like a female, and that's why she's, again, here in the top cut. The one that comes next has got a lot of performance to her. Like this heifer from her hooks forward. Need to change her hind leg just a little bit. Give her a little more athleticism as she goes, but young lady done a great job with that one as well. I really, really like that heifer at the stand. A big-bodied one coming next, moderate in her kind. She's a little jammed up and a little compact. I'd just stretch this heifer out, give her a little more slope there to her knee and change that front-end structure just a little bit, but a quality individual. Got a pair of them coming next that I think have some dimension. They've got some power to them as well. Here's a heifer that I thought was maybe just a little looser in the way that she moved off that rear end. Liked her strength and levelness of hip. This heifer maybe just isn't quite as organized. Here's a heifer that I think is maybe a little stronger behind her shoulder, the way that ties in together, but she's tentative in how she uses her hind leg. Another stout one that comes next, I'd like to free her up. I like this heifer right here in terms of her freshness, but again, need to power her up and give her a little more, a little different assembly up front. Probably like the teat structure in this heifer as good as any of them, but of this class or of what we kept out here, she's just a little too short stepping, but a quality class. Apologize for taking a little extra time, but it sure was fun to sort.
And we thank you, Dr. Cassidy, for the overview of this stout class of Gray Brahmins here in Class 13. First place honors going to 24-7-89 Cameron Ripkowski, the exhibitor from Liberty FFA. Second in that class going to Teal Garrett Cronky of the East Chambers FFA. Your third place going to entry number 18621. That's Dylan James Skosper of Fayette County. Our fourth place, Kenley Joe Kasurik, member of the East Bernard FFA. Fifth in the class went to Emma Pavanka of Tide Haven FFA. Our sixth place ribbon earned by Norden Lockey of Wharton County FFA. Ninth in the class Rayleigh Fitzgerald, East Chambers FFA member, and your 10th place honor, Kennard Broadway of Longview FFA. Now in our arena, class 14 of your Gray Brahman show. 9 entries in this class of January, February born females.
Over on the Simbra side, now we're kind of starting to get into the age of females that management, I think, becomes really critical. And I think if you're raising, whether you're raising or managing or helping your kids on show heifers, and I'm not going to tell anybody how to do their breeding programs. You do what works for you, but I can tell you what works for me when I'm standing in the ring. We get to a set of coming twos. I want to see, if we start talking about them as cow prospects when they're young, then we want them to look like cow prospects and be maternal in their type when we get older. And top 6 heifers in here are showing me some udder quality. They show me that we're starting to bag down. We're you can tell they're bred. They're starting to express themselves. Then we get back into a set of these older females that don't look like to me they're as far along in their breeding in their breeding stage of breeding, maybe not as far along as close to calving. And so that's just from my standpoint, that's just something I get a little critical about, because I think we have to manage these cattle to do what we expect them to do. Class winner, I think she puts most of these good things together. Tremendous rib, tremendous body, big, bulky made, attractive made female. And she shows you, and I mean, this is the balancing act that we all have to deal with. If we're going to breed our show heifers and try to get them to be heavy breds and heavy calvers, close to calving when we're topping them out at the end of their show career, we also have to hope that we're dealing with known genetics that have good udder quality. We hope that they'll hold themselves together. This heifer's probably starting to show a little bit. She sags just a little bit. She breaks a little bit behind her shoulders, but I'm giving her that leniency because that's just a good cow. That's just a nice female. I love her. That small teat shape, she looks like to me she's going to have an udder that I can manage, really be something that we can get along with. Just kind of a logical place for me to start. And then I think we have a pair of these heifers I think are come close to her in kind. They're not as soggy. They're not as big ribbed. They're not as high volume. Young lady's heifer stands second. I appreciate her. She is fresh. She's showing me a nice development of udder. When we get behind her, she can see that she's bred. She's going to reach a point where we really like that udder quality, and I think she's got a lot of future to her. Just a good place to be second with a really good female. A good one, I think, stands in there. A little more power, a little more bone and substance in this heifer in third, but still from a maternal standpoint, I appreciate her because I do think she's further along from a breeding standpoint. She's sure got a nice udder developing under her. If we could change her any, we'd probably clean her up, extend her out a little bit when we start picking at her, but that's just picking on her, and that's no reason to do that because that's just a pretty good cow. Young man's black heifer that comes next, just from probably if we're going to get critical, the other thing we deal with, is probably from an udder quality standpoint. She's starting to make a bag. Does not look like at this point maybe it's going to be quite as attractive as we'd like for it to be, but I'm not going to move her too far down because she is where she needs to be as far as production. I like her growth. She's got a little more substance, a little more bone, a little more power than the heifer standing behind her. That's what pushes her up here on the top end. I love this young man's heifer that comes next. She's really extended. She's long-topped, long-hipped. She gets a little more refined when we compare her to anything standing above her. She gets a little more fine bone, a little finer at the ground, not as much foot and substance, but still just a good cow that I think's got a lot of quality to her. Then I think we start running into these. We'll follow out here with this young lady's baldy heifer that, again, is just getting to that point where we're starting to see maybe that we've got some udder shape, we've got some development. She isn't as functional, maybe appearing as what we have standing above her from my standpoint, but I still think it's a good cow that's got a lot of future to her. Then we get into a set of these females that, older, bigger, stouter, growthier heifers that don't show much udder. They don't look like to me they're probably as far along in their breeding program as they need to be, and that's a disadvantage to them. I think, just it goes back to management and trying to do what needs to be done at a certain point in the life of these show heifers and these kids' programs to get them done. We work our way through just a good set of cattle. There's a lot of good to them. They just need to be sounder. They need to be further along, need to have more cow there if we're going to get them further up. But congratulations on the big class, good set of cattle.
Gray Brahman exhibitors in Class 15. This will be your final call. We're short a couple ahead. Need entry 13333 and entry 3983. Report and check your cattle into the staging area. This will be our Class 15 final division in our final class in the seniors. We'll have our senior division drive after Class 15, and then our champion and reserve grand champion selection. So you exhibitors with Beefmaster, red Brahmans, need a heads up for Class 1. It won't be that far away.
Once again in this class, I apologize. I took just another extra minute or two to get this class sorted. It's a little tough. It's a little tricky. I got to be honest with you. This heifer's actually ahead of this one. Yeah, they got those two backwards. That's okay. This class to me had a lot of challenge to it because I'm not sure that there's one that just kind of smacks you and says, hey, this one's got to win. There's good cattle out here that are just cut from different molds, and so you got to kind of wade through a little bit of the variety and the differences out here to try to figure out how you want to put it together. I still keep coming back to the one that wins, and like I said, maybe not the bells and whistles, maybe not the extras, but when you get the cattle in motion and you get them moving around, I certainly think this heifer excels in terms of her foundation, her foot and her heel are right. She's good-footed. She's good structured. She's a heifer that I think has a tremendous kind of turn to her body, probably the right amount of bone and ruggedness because she's got some feature, but it doesn't take away from her maternal qualities. Like I said, is she going to just jump out and say, wow, that's an incredible looking one? I'm not sure she's that, but in terms of just a fundamentally good, sound, good brood cow, she's definitely that, and that's why she wins. I thought second, third, fourth, and I'll even say the young lady in fifth had some challenge to it. The heifer that's in second, I know she needs more bone. I know she needs a bigger foot, and you can say she needs intensified in all those spots. I'm not going to argue with you on that, but this heifer is just so maternal. Her center rib is awesome. The shape of her head and her neck is very feminine, very attractive. She's the other elite structured heifer in this particular class. And so, yeah, I like those things about her. And is she perfect in the way she blends shoulder into her top line and forerib? Probably not. Does she need more bone underneath to match her center body? Yeah, definitely. And so she's not the epitome of proportions, but from just a maternal sense, I think there's a lot of good in that heifer, and that's why I put her second. Heifer that's in third, I think maybe a little more like our winner in terms of true length of body, true kind, and so you say, well, why isn't she in second? To me, of her size, she wants to flatten just a bit right there in her center body. I don't see this heifer being quite as robust, not quite as elite in terms of her structural makeup and the way she's made as compared to those two that precede her, but an awfully nice heifer there in third. This heifer in fourth has got some bone and some foot, awesome heeled, great shouldered heifer that's smooth in the way she's put together. Her hump's a little small. She maybe doesn't open up quite as bold. I can't get her to just tie perfectly there in her top and bottom line. And so is there a big hole in this heifer that really throws her off? No, but it's a collection of kind of little things that kind of got this heifer into fourth. Now, there's some people that are going to like this one in fifth, and I agree with you. When she's standing still, I absolutely think she's a player. This girl can get her stuck. She's up-headed. She's attractive. She's quality cattle. I'll just tell you in motion, I just got to see her go a little better because she's a little too up and down there in her honk, a little tentative there in her pasture, and she just needs to grab a different gear, set that foot down, and flex it a little better because standing still, she's absolutely a player. I certainly could admire those things about her. Heifer that comes next is Stout. She is big-ended, big-bodied, bold, and all the things that you want to say in terms of a power cow. She needs a different rear foot. She's a little rounder in the way she's built, and so for a cow that's packing that much punch, she gets a little coarser in the way she's put together. The heifer that comes next, I think the young man's got a smoother blending one. I think a heifer that's very feminine and very attractive in the way that she goes. She needs to have more cow power. She needs blown apart. We round our class out with a pair of heifers here that we just like to organize them a little differently from a structure and a balance sense, but a quality class, lots of differences. Congratulations.
Detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Gara, Starr County 4-H member, your fifth place. Charlie Kate Miller of Grandview FFA. Sixth in the class, Peyton Wheely of the Bosqueville FFA. Seventh, Caden Campbell, Granbury FFA chapter, 8th place. Watt Parker, Liberty FFA. 9th to Hayden Johnson, Porter FFA. And in the arena at this time, your final class of Gray Brahmans of class 15. There are 10 entries.
Simbra side, just a really nice functional power cow to win our class. Love her from her freshness. A female that's sure been managed right. She's far along calving. She's getting close. Just so many good things about this young man's female. Just an easy place to start, and then I think it becomes more of a challenge to find the ones that follow in behind her. Young lady's black heifer, I think, is similar to her in kind, not as much to her. Kind of the right kind, though, still the kind that, you know, has some depth of rib, has some soundness structurally, has getting far enough along from a calving standpoint that I think she sure shows us. Let's just walk these out of here as we go. Let's get them moving out of here. And we get into this third place heifer, a female that, you know, you sure appreciate her from the standpoint she's got a big udder under her. But I think from a structure standpoint, there's some things we have to change about her if we're going to get her any further up. She gets a little too pinched right in there behind her shoulders, makes her labor a little too much when we get her out on the move. Not as sound as we'd like for her to be, but I love that extension, love that length, that extra bit of length that she shows over the young man's heifer that comes next. Heifer standing fourth, got some rib shape. She's kind of a bold made female, not as far along, I think, when we start comparing to the heifers that stand above them, not as far along in udder development, but still just a pretty good cow that looks like she's got a future. Young lady's baldy heifer that comes next, really fresh in her appearance, just a really good doing kind, pretty sound, gets out and moves around the ring. Again, we're getting to the point on these cattle where we're going to pick at them a little bit. If they're not far enough along to really give me some udder development, when we have the ones standing above them that are, then it's going to be to their detriment. But good set of cattle, congratulations.
We need to have all of our division champs and reserve division champs in the Gray Brahman show to staging, please. We'll be ready for the staging of our champion drive after our senior champion is awarded. So junior and intermediate champions to staging. Get them checked in, standing ready.
Get to this class of older females and start out in the day talking about young heifer calf prospects and what we want them to look like or what we'd hope they'd look like when we get to the end of the day. I think that's what we have here in our class winner. I think this is a female that does so many things right. What I really appreciate about her, she probably comes in here, you know, and everybody has different growth curves. Everybody has different endpoints. All look for where your cow herd needs to be, depending on how you manage your cattle and what you do. I live in Kansas. We go through winters. We have some management issues, and so when we can get a little more moderate-made, big-bodied, bulky-made female that can raise a good calf and have a nice udder, it's attractive to us because from a management standpoint, when you're hauling hay in 8 or 10 inches of snow, it's an easier thing to manage those kind of cattle, and they'll breed back and they'll do things for us. So just from what I can tell, looking at one phenotypically, this female fits a lot of those, covers a lot of those bases, fits a lot of those bills for me. So I think she's kind of a logical starting point for me. I think it's obvious then we're going to follow in with one that's just a little stouter made, bigger bone, more rugged individual behind her, which I appreciate. We have to have enough performance and growth in them. If we're going to sell these young calves, make herd bulls out of them and get them into breeding programs, they got to be out of good cows. And these are really good cows all the way through. As we get into our third place female, she's a young heifer that obviously we're giving up just a little bit of performance when we compare her to the heifers that stand above her, but she's done everything I could ask her to do. And I think she's very deserving of getting up into the top end of this, talk about just how good she can be. I think there's a lot of future left in her. Her udder is nice. She's got a great udder quality. I think she's sure got a lot of future to her. Then we kind of get into these females again that we'd like to see them further along. We'd like to get them to the point where they're up with our class winners standing there with calves at side, but hope that they're going to get there. This female, I think, sure shows us that she's far enough along she's going to reach that point. Then we follow with a nice pair of these young females again. It's all about management from my standpoint. Just go ahead and push them along, get them bred a little earlier, make good cows out of them. But congratulations on a good set of females.
Another really awesome class, and honestly a great way to finish out the Gray Brahman show. And boy, there's a lot of good ones in here. As you could see, that I had to rewalk about 6 or 7 of them out here. It's just an incredible lineup again. And you know, the one that wins, I kind of had it in my mind that I was going to start with her. I'm probably a bad poker player because I kind of kept looking at her, but this heifer I like pretty well. And it's really, really tough and challenging to put that much body shape in one and that much true, genuine width, cow power, and dimension, and keep them as perfect structured as she is. Those front feet are exactly where they need to be. She's got a great foot and a great hoof underneath of her as well. Just an awesome, awesome brood cow. One of the more impressive animals I've seen as far as putting all that mass and all that dimension together and still staying so comfortable, so functional, and so practical in the way that she's built. I really, really like this heifer to win that class. I thought the next most like our winner was this kind of darker colored one here in second. And, you know, everything that she is, I think that you see a little bit more in the one that wins. This is another smooth blending, attractive heifer that's got some substance, got a good foot underneath of her from a structure point. She's a little leveler hipped maybe than the one that beats her, but it's not like she's perfect, and it's all comparative. She ran into a tough customer in terms of body mass and dimension, but in her own right, that heifer in second is awfully, awfully good. Now, there's some times where this third place heifer can really warrant a pretty hard look. She is a little bigger outlined, and she is just so smooth and so dead level and so attractive in the way she puts her together. And when you get her head up like that, obviously you've been working with her for a long time because you can get everything out of that heifer in terms of highlighting the quality that she has. For her size, I'd like to just open her up because there's times she'll gan out just a little bit there in the base of her rib, maybe not quite as robust as the other ones out there, but if you need a big, good-looking one, look no further. I think there's a ton of quality. That just shows you how good this class is when you got one like that in third. A more moderate one that comes in fourth, from her hooks forward, I think this heifer's got some good big rib, massive, got a cow-like look about her front end. She's a little awkward there in her hip and hind legs. She's got set to her hock, but she doesn't have security in her pasture. And so when she's out here on the turf, sometimes she'll just kind of search for her step rather than just set it down and go. But when she stops and settles in, that's a high-quality heifer that's got all kinds of brood cow potential. You get into another higher-performing heifer that comes in our next spot. I love her extension, and I love her reach as much as any. She's a little shallower heeled, so she's sitting back on her dew claw just a little bit there. Because of that, she just is wanting to step outside of herself just a little bit, and I'd like to make her a little more secure, give her a little different foot, but a quality animal. A powerful one, probably the biggest bone one comes next that we just need to loosen her up and make her a little more female-like in her look. The young lady's heifer has a great look to her. I need to have more cow power, need to just loosen her. We got a kind of a darker tan one that just needs to have a different angle to her shoulder and a little more agile kind of step. Round our class out with 2 good cattle that have some look to them. We just need to supply them with more substance and volume if they're going to make a play in this group. Congratulations again, an outstanding class.
Division winner from the calf and junior.
Get ready to pick the last division here in this set of young females. And, you know, and I want everybody to understand that, you know, yeah, this is where we want to be at the end of the day. But because we have good heifers in here that maybe aren't at that stage of life yet, doesn't mean that we're automatically always going to use a cow-calf pair to win one just because, you know, they're the oldest ones in here and they're doing what they want to do. There's always these good young females that look like to me they're going to make that. They're going to reach that point. They just are not aged out yet to be there, but it's not to their disadvantage. So it's still kind of wide open when we get into these older divisions where, you know, it's not just going to end up being the cow-calf pair that gets to win these when we have some really good younger ones standing there. That being said, today, though, I think that cow-calf pair is pretty special. I think she gets to win this division. I think she's the one that just does so many good things together. And for me, the one that follows her the most going to be the young man coming out of our first class in this division. He's going to be reserved. So congratulations on a good pair of these females on a good set in this division.
we're going to move right along in this division as well. I know we've got a lot of cattle yet to get through today, so a really outstanding division. Maybe not only three classes instead of 4 in this group, but 3 very good ones. I liked that heifer that won our first class. I thought that heifer, in terms of just putting all together the basics of being correctly structured, being built right, and the way a long-term female needs to be, I thought was excellent. So refined and so maternal in the way that she presents herself there from the side. I thought that heifer was very, very nice. You know, this heifer that won our second class, won a very tough class, and she just won it on the fundamentals. And I told you that I didn't think that this heifer brought just all the wow factor per se, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't represent good quality cattle. She's just sitting there chewing her cud, just being a show cow and having a good time out here. But a nice, soft-structured, long-term, the right size with some performance and just a lot of good fundamentals there in our second class winner. And we got into our third class there, and I thought there was a heifer that was pretty dominating in that group, and it's really challenging to make them that big-bodied and that powerful, still stay that good at the ground and have that kind of substance to them, as all genetic pieces that are challenging to put together. And I think she takes it to a pretty high degree. Is she the whistle-necked, awesome, just flawless bells and whistles looking one? Probably not, but I see an awesome Brahman brood cow in the making in that one. And I think what she does is very elite. And so, with that being said, I'm not going to take any longer, but it's a nice set of seconds on the other side. If you guys ringside help me congratulate these kids, put your hands together, and I'll get a nice another division champion.
So we are definitely going with class 15, maybe. Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, your champion here in the senior division, going to entry 3983, Trenton Garrett of Nueces County 4-H, taking the championship. Will move up entry 14403 for reserve consideration. Congratulations to Trenton.
Over in the Cimbrow ring, we get ready to finish this breed up, and this is, to me, these are just outstanding cattle. I think we've got just a great lineup of from our young females into our mature cows or into our 2-year-olds or females that are in production. I think we've just got good cattle that are functional, useful, sound structured, high quality cattle that maybe give us a little bit of extra when we start talking about putting them out here in the show ring, adding some value to them. Then the things that can do that is maybe a little extra look, a little more extension, just make them a little more attractive. But I do think it's pretty easy to back up and realize that, you know, you got to start at the basics, you got to start at the ground and work your way up. So pretty nice lineup, pretty exciting to be out here. Congratulations to these exhibitors that made it out here. Give them all a really nice hand. And, you know, like I said, there's from the youngest to the oldest, there's every one of them's got a real chance at this, so we're going to look at them just a little.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
1B reporting to the staging area, please. Red Brahmans, Class 1 to staging.
Well, I'll try to keep my comments pretty brief here. Like I said, I know we have tremendous numbers and we've got to get through them in an efficient manner. But boy, this Gray Brahman show's been very, very good. And I don't get a chance to do a lot of Brahman shows, but I'm just envious of how good these cattle are as far as what they do for the industry and what they can contribute to beef cattle in general. And you get a chance to come down into Texas and you really get to see the best of the best. And so it's a humbling experience for me. And, you know, you get all these out here. We've talked a lot of them in class and in their respective divisions. We've commended them, we've criticized them, and you know, don't take it personally. It's just my job out here to kind of show you the ones that I like and do the very best I can at explaining what I saw and the dynamics that were in front of me. And so, you know, at this point, I think when you get a lot of the good ones out here, it just kind of just goes back to your first impressions. And as a show judge, it's like, well, which ones hit you the hardest and which ones, you know, really are kind of memorable in your mind. And so there's more than one right answer out here. It just happens to be me that has to make it official. But I want to just say how thankful I know that you guys can bring only one animal to these shows, and the fact that you brought a good Brahman cattle is really, really humbling in my opinion, and it's very, very fun for me to get a chance to work with them. And so I'll put the mic down. I know we've got a lot to get through. We're going to pick a champion and reserve, but I think it'd be remiss if you guys ringside again, one big round of applause for these kids, and we'll get you a champion and reserve Gray Brahman female.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion Brahma going to our senior division champion, exhibited by Trenton Wayne Garrett of Nueces County 4-H. We'll move up our entry 24-789 for reserve consideration. Congratulations to Trenton. And our junior calf taking the reserve honors, exhibited by Molly Jo Kater with her entry 28-63. Molly Jo with the
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
This will be second call for Class 1 Red Brahman Heifers. And we'll move right into that class. Our Brahman Association sponsoring the Gray Brahman show.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Place to Linda White and third place to Molly Kater. We come on into the ring and they'll provide you with these special awards.
do it now while it's fresh on your mind. Drop it off. Get your pictures taken, drop off the miles, and relax for the rest of the day. So leave the miles in as soon as we possibly can.
And in our South Arena, this will be your final call for Class 1 Red Brahman Heifers. So let's bring them on up, check them in. We're ready to show Red Brahman's final call, Class 1. Okay. Lydia White, we have your showmanship award at the awards table in the South Arena. Lydia, if you could please come in, they'll be happy to give you your showmanship award. Last and final call for Reds here in Class 1 of your Reds. We're short 4 and we're ready to move your cattle into the arena. And if these are scratches, please advise the gate man because we're going to be ready to move. Last and final call for Reds in Class 1.
Nice, really nice class of Red Brangus females to start this show with, and pretty logical place for me to start this class with the one that does so many things right. You know what I mean? When I start evaluating cattle, I like to start at the ground. I like to work up from there. I like to look at how they're built. I like to look at them on the profile. I like to look at them with dimension, shape, design, body build, everything that they put that we can talk about. kind of like to find those cattle that do as much of that good stuff as we can and put it in a package that's just easy to see. And this heifer that wins this class, I think she just kind of walks into here, and I think she finds her way to the top. And then I think the race is who gets to be next to her, who's going to be as close to her as we can get. Young man's heifer that comes second. She's not as much cow as what we have standing above her, but there's a lot to this heifer. I love her from the standpoint of they've really got some rib in her. I mean, they've managed her right. They've got some shape to her. She's a heifer that looks like she's got a lot of future. If she's going to extend herself out, we'll look forward to seeing her as a big heifer and see kind of where she reaches at the end of the day. Young man's heifer that comes next, really green in her kind of the off type, actually. I mean, you know, we talk about red Brangus cattle, and we're Brangus breeders, and I understand that, you know, if you don't understand Brangus cattle, they're a 5/8, 3/8 breed, but it's 5/8 Angus, 3/8 Brahman. So you can breed this breed, reds, blacks, whatever, kind of the direction that you want to go. In our country, the way we breed them, we like to breed them with a little bit more, probably a little more of the 5/8 Angus influence in them, because those bulls are easier for us to sell. That gets into some other issues, ultras and those kind of things. This female, I think, shows us that, you know, she's probably just phenotypically going to look a little bit more like a red Angus, which I really appreciate about her. I like the big growth curve in this female that comes next. I don't like the fact that she's a little too elevated and stilted up in her front end. I'd like to just soften her in that flexible shoulder and down to those front feet to get her to just relax a little when she moves. She wants to just stay a little too upright for me, but I like that growth. I like that performance. I think that's a good female. It's got a lot of future. Young lady's heifer that comes next, again, we talk about kind of the phenotype of these cattle. This one's put together right. I love the way she is. She just, I mean, we're talking about the first stages of getting some of these cattle out. That's one that if I was in this business, I'd be watching her next year, because that one's got a lot of future to her, I think, a lot of potential. And we got a set of these heifers that come next, really good cattle. Young man's heifer going out the gate, kind of growthy, really green. She's going to need some extra time to get her there, but I love that stretch and length of neck and length of hip and length of spine that she shows. Big ribbed red heifer that goes out next. Young lady's heifer. These two females, again, good cattle. They're good cattle that just need a little more time. Let them get to that point where they're a little more, that they'd be able to compete at the front end, but good set of them all the way through. Congratulations.
Final call for Class 2 Reds. We need you to the staging area. Red Brahmans in Class 2 to staging, please. Want to thank the members and delegation from the Junior Brahman Association for being on hand, helping out here in the ring and helping with the awards presentations. Appreciate all the help from you young people.
This class, first class of red Brahman heifers, I'll be honest with you, this one's a little tricky just because I do think that when you look at from the first place heifer all the way down to some of these that are down here in 6th, 7th, and 8th, I'm just being honest with you. I don't know if I think that there's that big of a gap in quality between all of them, and it's just kind of depends on how they hit you, how they present themselves, and kind of wading through the differences out here because there's a little bit of an age spread. I'm trying to go through where they are in my head with stages of maturity and try to get through all those things to figure out where I wanted to land. And the heifer that I do keep coming back to is this one. And I know none of them out here are perfect from a structure sense, but I think this is one of the better built ones. I think when you get off to the distance, and this is a heifer you really like in terms of her balance, her symmetry, the way she proportions, I think is good. She does all that without giving up, a soft cow look about her and a female kind of look ahead of her shoulder too. And so to me, that was the one that kind of just stuck out in my mind. I thought this heifer in second was really nice when she first came in. And I know this young man has got his hands full with her. It's probably the first or second time she's ever been shown. But a young heifer that's got a really nice hind leg underneath of her. She's naturally one of the bigger, better-footed ones in this class. She's big-bodied. She's got some quality to her. I just can't get this heifer to settle in and just portray the image that we see on the heifers on either side of her. But I do see a really nice prospect here in this young man's second-place heifer. At the stand, I think the one in third has a chance. She's big-boned and long-bodied and good-looking. She's a heifer that just stilts up. You saw that last lap for me. She just stilts up a little too much off both ends of her framework for me to work her into first or second, but I do like where she is in terms of her look and her proportions. Young lady's heifer coming next is probably as high performing as any of them out here. Got a nice foot underneath of her as well. For her size, she's a little bit of a teeny bopper growth skirt right now just because she's a little ganted out in her body shape. Just wish this heifer would soften. I think it'll come with time, but I do think that heifer's structure is very nice. This heifer coming next is a little bulkier, a little stilted up and a little awkward there in her knee and front end structure. Front foot's a little awkward as well. Young lady's heifer coming next. For her size, I'd like to soften her as well, give her more robust of a rib shape. Got a big middled one that comes next that we just need to change off of her knee, front end structure, and rear structure alike. And then we round our class out with a really refined one, probably the youngest heifer in this class, but probably gives up still a little too much in terms of just cow power, but a quality class nonetheless. Congrats.
And we thank you for the overview. Class 3 in red Brahmans, you need to be at staging. We got a single entry in Class 2, so Class 3, don't get surprised. We need you in staging at this time. And ladies and gentlemen, the first place honors in this class, one of the reds going to entry 12-859, Ellie Osment of the Lumberton FFA. Second to Briggs Stevens with New Caney FFA. Third to Court Henrick of Houston County 4-H. Fourth place award going to Tegan Toller, Chester FFA. Fifth to Tristan Bedenkorf of Hidalgo County 4-H. Ninth to Claire Townsend Gladewater FFA. Your seventh place award to Kinsler Albright Union Hill FFA. 8 going to Aiden Bedenkorf of Hidalgo County 4-H. Congratulations to our ribbon winners. This will be final call for Red Brahmans in Class 3. Final call. Final call for Class 3 Red Brahmans. Class 4, you need to be making your way to staging.
Over in the red Brangus ring, this next class of females, we've got a couple of the bigger powered up females on the front end. And I'm not always going to lean into the biggest, stoutest made ones, but I think in this class you have to. And realize, that this heifer that wins the class, I don't think there's any other place to go with her. I will tell you that there's some things I'd like to change about her. I think we could change her right behind her shoulder, change that top line a little bit. We could kind of balance her up a little bit, but man, I really have to appreciate the foot, the bone, the substance, real dimension that this female brings to us. Heifer standing second. Now, she is better from the point of her shoulder back. She is better, I think, in her top line, probably carries out better into that hip. She gets a little too round maybe up in that shoulder and that front end structure shortens up and just not as attractive maybe as we'd like for her to be, but still very deserving of being up here. Young man's heifer that stands third, just a really good cow. I mean, that's a cow prospect that's, you know, we could pick on her a little bit if we want to just from a phenotype standpoint, but you're sure not going to pick on her just from rib shape, volume, maternal look. That's the female that's sure got a lot of future. Told this young lady when she pulled this heifer over in fourth, honestly, in this class, this is a heifer that if I am at home and I'm picking out young prospects, I'm probably going to get drawn to this heifer because I think there's a tremendous future here. She's green. She's not mature enough yet. She hasn't reached that point of really getting a little more middle to her, getting soggier made. But I think she's got a lot of quality to her, and she'll get to that point. I think that she's a female. If she's managed right, I just think she's one that's got a lot of future. Young lady's heifer behind her, very similar in kind. These are the green, kind of the fresh ones in here that are just maybe getting started. Got a lot of good to them. A lot of extension of front end, a lot of extension of neck in this heifer that follows out, which to me is an indicator that if we manage them right and we get them back here, they're going to be the right kind of cattle. So good set of heifers all the way through. Congratulations.
Get that mic over here, girl.
Well, we got just one entry out here. I joked with the young lady that she must have scared a few of these off because this is a nice effort. Love her performance and her extension. I think she's got a nice look as well. We'll break her down a little further when we get her back out here for division, but really nice effort. Congratulations.
And taking the blue here in Class 2, that's entry 15233, Mackenzie Garcia, Chambers County 4-H member. This takes us to Class 3 in our Red Brahman show. Class 4 exhibitors, you need to be at staging. Class 4, we have 2 head in Class 4, so this division's going to move pretty fast. You Red Brahmans in the 2nd division, 1st class, you need to be making your way to staging.
Well, we've only got 4 heifers in this class, and this class probably lines itself up for me a little bit more logically than probably the previous 2. But this heifer that wins, I think, does so fairly comfortably for me. And again, it's just the same thing I've been echoing all day, just the basic fundamentals. I think this heifer puts together a really sound foot and framework with a soft body and a maternal image and a lot of quality too. I think this heifer transitions and blends nicely, neck, shoulder, forerib. She's good in her top line. I like her length of hip a little better than the heifer in second. And when you get her stopped and put together right there, I think that's a proportional heifer that does a lot of really nice things. This heifer in second, I think, is probably the next most like our winner in terms of just kind and type. I like her later maturing look a little better than the heifer that's in third. She's a long-bodied, extended one at that in her own right as well. Here's a heifer that I probably don't see quite as soft in her body relative to her size. She's maybe not quite as athletic there off that hind leg, but I think a very, very high-quality heifer there in second. The problem heifer for me is in third, and if you want one that has all the body shape, all the mass, and all the dimension and volume, look no further than what you got right here. For me, this heifer maybe gets a little shorter coupled and a little quicker in her maturity. I'd like to see a more youthful kind of look about her. I think at times when she's in motion, she'll shuffle just a little bit, maybe not set that rear leg down with the same kind of athleticism as the 2 that are in front of her. We round our class out with a very young and very immature heifer. I appreciate her leanness and her greenness. Today, she just runs out of gas and runs out of horsepower in terms of just body, volume, and dimension, but a quality calf that's built right. I think the young lady's got a nice project as well. 4 good heifers. Congratulations.
And we appreciate the overview here in our Class 3. First place honors going to entry 17440, Ellie Biscorf, the exhibitor from Willis FFA. Your second place award to Brindley Maddox of Rusk County 4-H. Third in the class, Angel Hernandez is the exhibitor from Madison County 4-H, and the fourth place ribbon going to Cora Rumpke of Washington County 4-H. This will bring us to our final class in the division of Reds. We have 2 entries in this class.
Over on the Red Brangus side, another really good class of females. And again, you know, we've got different types, and I think it can get a little bit challenging on trying to just find the right one to land on to start this class. I think for me, as I look at these 2 heifers that stand in first and second, I'm looking down the road at the cattle that I think will probably be the kind for me when we get to that point. They do a lot of things right now. They're not the biggest, not the stoutest, not the highest performing cattle, but I do think they have enough to them. I think they're sound enough. I think they've got enough future to them. And I kind of like to lean into those kind at this early stage because I think there's a lot of good there. Young lady's heifer that wins the class, the advantage she brings when we compare to the heifer standing right behind her, just a little more expression. She's got a little more hip. She's got a little more dimension to her. She's got more rib shape. She's not as attractive made when we really look at her right from the point of her shoulder forward. She gets a little jammed up, not as long-necked and it's pretty made. Maybe as that heifer standing behind her, but this is a good female. I think she's got a lot of future. Good heifer to start our class with. Let her walk out. We'll talk about this heifer that comes next. Again, a female that's similar in kind. A little more attractive maybe when we start looking at her like from the point of her shoulder forward. She's a female that sure has, I love that extension and that length and kind of the way she's real feminine fronted. Got a lot of good to her. We need to give her a little bit of time to go ahead and mature and fill out, get stout enough to compete up on the front end, but that's a nice heifer. A big heifer that comes next. Probably a pair of these real high growth, high performing cattle that come in third and fourth. Cattle that you really do appreciate the fact that they are kind of have that growth curve that's going to push the performance. For me, then it probably gets to be more about structure. Are we going to be able to manage them? Are they going to? Where are they going to be at the end of the curve when we get there with them? Young lady's red heifer that leads out right now. I'd like to change her in her shoulder. I'd like to change her down at the ground in her front feet. I'd like to make her a little sounder if we're going to get her to last longer. But just good cattle. Young lady's heifer that comes next again. Just green, just, you know, and there's nothing wrong with starting them out and having still plenty of future left in them. This one's got plenty of future. She's a good female. It's got a lot to her. So congratulations on a good class.
We'll run those judges over, maybe over to the kitchen for them to eat. Yeah. Thank you, Harper.
Yeah, and there's candy and stuff up here too. So if y'all want it, just let me know. But were your feet sore today? Were your feet sore today? They're running yesterday.
I'll try to keep this brief because I think there's a pretty dominating class winner out here, and she appears to have one gear, and that's overdrive. But once she kind of gets settled in and you get a chance to see her for what she is, that's a good effort. I mean, that one, I think, in terms of cow fundamentals, like I've talked all day, nice body shape, nice looking, really like this heifer structure. I think her foot and her angles are really, really good. We'll get her back out here for our division lineup, but I think that's a really nice place to start. No slouch here in second. It's just a heifer that I think is smooth and attractive in the way she's made. She just doesn't have the same, it really doesn't warm this one up in terms of just body mass and dimension and volume, but still a very, very high quality heifer here in second. A really nice pair. Congratulations.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking first place honors, and we'll be holding these two, circling them back around for the division drive here in just a second. But the first place honors in Class 2 going to 28-138, Diego Guerra of Stark County 4-H, and the second place, Angel Valero of Fannondale FFA. And we'll be bringing in all of our first and second place in this first division, the calf division of your Red Brahman show.
We're going to keep the show moving right along into our first calf division, and really a nice lineup. I know that we didn't have near the numbers in this particular first lineup as we did in the gray Brahmins, but I think this top end is very reflective of what we had in that prior breed. And so, you know, the pair that won the first and second in our first class, I thought won an interesting class with lots of differences and lots of varieties and different molds that they were cut from, but I landed on this heifer, and I think just in terms of the way she's made from the side, I think there's a lot of quality in this heifer. She blends together from nose to tail, in particular her shoulder and forerib, top line and hip, probably as good as anything out here. I still think she's one that has plenty to her as well. Get her in motion. I think she's sound enough. If I could tweak her and loosen her hock up just a little bit, I'd call that maybe ideal. But I don't think it's a long-term problem because I think this heifer's got a lot of quality. And again, that young lady's doing a good job of getting her stuck and put together. This heifer won our second class, was a single entry. Certainly one that in terms of performance and substance, really have to appreciate that heifer. She's maybe a little rounder built in particular as you compare her out here in this lineup, but I think one that's very deserving to be out here because she does a lot of the fundamentals very well. Heifer that won our third class, again, I thought was an interesting class. She's just the best footed one in there. She's a heifer that in terms of her angles of her structure, the comfort she has in her lower joint work, I thought was very good. It's maybe a little tougher at times if I'm nitpicking in a tough lineup to get this heifer to just transition just seamlessly, if you will. I don't see her quite as strong right behind her hump. She's not quite as dead level in terms of her pin set as compared to a couple other ones out here. But man, that one's good. When she's moving, I like her as good as any of them. I like that view of her, and I think good cattle come together in motion, and she does that well. And then we get into our final class winner. I think probably the biggest problem with this heifer is just her attitude. I don't know if she doesn't like me or what it is, but when she does get settled in, I see an awesome brood cow. This is an easy fleshing, probably the best footed, loosest made, best structured one in the lineup. She gets out and floats and handles all that extra mass and power, as you can see, with a lot of speed and acceleration too. So she likes to move in high gear. She's built like she can go in high gear as well. Like I said, my biggest knock on her is just her attitude. Once she figures out, like here, how to be a show cow and get perked up, it's a pretty nice female. And so with that being said, I'll put the mic down. I'll show you my two favorites, but please ringside, help me congratulate them and give them a nice round of applause.
Red ring aside, good set of cattle all the way through. A little bit of a, we talk about phenotype, talk about look, and I think up on the front end we have the kind that I'm kind of attracted to. I like them when they can come in here and they can be sound and really usable, functional type cattle that are still really neat to look at.
Got the
This heifer's
screaming
got a great front
Elvis
end.
Presley band.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
From her hooks back into her pins. She's a female that just, I think, has got a lot of future. Young man's heifer that stands third, big body, kind of robust made female. Heifer that's better structurally, I think, than the heifer standing behind her. Really, especially up in her front end structure. And so I think she's a heifer that just logically belongs in here on the front end. I love the power, foot, performance this young lady's heifer brings next, but I think the disadvantage that she has, and I think you stand and watch her walk and watch her get away from you, her shoulder, she wants to get out at her knee, she wants to get out at her shoulder and down at the ground, not come in and really be sound as we'd like for her to, and probably in the next one, we're probably just the opposite. The next heifer that comes out, she wants to get a little bit of a rope walk thing going on her front end where she wants to come in and narrow down on her front feet, not be quite as true in her movement as we'd like for her to be. And then the young lady's heifer that comes next, just really a female that's got a tremendous amount of future. She's got a lot of good in her. We're just today, we're going to need more of her. Going to need to give her a little more time to get her further up, but congratulations.
Thank you for those comments on Class 4 and our Red Range Junior Heifer Show. Winning the class is Hamilton Kinman from Rock City FFA. Our second place is Edgar Grayson Reed, Allen FFA. Third place, given to Henry Lister, Latonia FFA. Fourth place female is given by Emily Carrilla, Rio Hondo FFA. Fifth goes to Haley Randolph, Mount Enterprise FFA, and sixth place goes to Area Corley, DRE FFA. We'll now bring in our previous first and second place winners out of classes 1 through 4. From these females, we'll select our heifer division winners. Class 7 Red Rangus heifers. We need you in the north staging area. Class 7 Red Rangus heifers. We need you in the north staging area.
$179.
Really nice lineup in our first division, our Red Brangus show. We just run through these class winners real quick, kind of what we talked about when they were here. And our winner out of our first class does so many things right. And I think you can stand back and look at her and compare her to the ones that are standing with her. You know, and she's sure got the rib shape, she's got the volume, she's got the attractive front, she's got the neck that we'd like to see in them. Just a lot of things, hits the ground right, just a lot of good things about them. The ladies heifer that won our second class, this is the real power cow of the lineup. I mean, this is the extra dimension from ground up. If you want to breed that into them, you're going to find this heifer and you're going to be attracted to her because she does a lot of those things. Young ladies heifer that won that third class, just a good female. I mean, she's probably not going to wow you anywhere you look at her. She's going to come, you're going to look at her and think, man, you know, there could be a little bit more, a little of this or that. But I'm telling you, that's just a really good, functional, useful female. Very deserving of coming out of here and competing at this. And then we have kind of the extreme outlier, I think, when we get back here into our last class. From a phenotype standpoint, you can look at her and you can see how she's built different. You know, she's just made a little different from the kind of when we compare to the one standing ahead of her. But good set of cattle and good seconds. I thought we had some depth all the way through these classes, so it was good on the backside too on those second place heifers. So congratulations, it's a good set of cattle. For me today though, this is the heifer that puts all the good things together. She's the one that's going to win this division. Congratulations, man, good heifer. We're going to follow with this outlier back here, this young man's heifer that's just got so much good to her. Good job, brother. Congratulations, good set of cattle. Give all these exhibitors.
Truett Moss from Ellis County, 4A, and our reserve comes out of class number 4, Gavin Schindler from Dodge City, FFA. Congratulations to all the youngsters who showed in our heifer division classes. Now leading in class number 7 in our junior Red Ranger show. Class A, we need you to the north staging area.
Well, another really nice class as we get into these late falls. And I thought one that, to be honest with you, I thought one pretty easy in this class. And the young lady's got herself a really nice heifer that I think really hits you hard in terms of just her quality and her presence. I think the easiest thing to like about this heifer is right here when she gets her stopped, parked and put together. She's so good in her top and bottom line. She balances well, and she does all the extra quality without sacrificing any of those fundamentals. I thought an easy place to start is probably more of a crossroads for second, and you can kind of go a couple different directions. I settled on this heifer because I still stay committed to it, and I think at the ground her foot size is awesome. She's the biggest footed, she's rugged, she's impeccable in terms of her structural makeup and the way that she goes across the ring. She's still up-headed, she still has kind of a female look about her head and her neck, and I appreciate that about her. If I could just give this heifer more upper rib shape and just expand her up high so that she can match that down low and maybe clean her underline up just a little bit, I think that pair would get a little bit closer. But I like what she represents in terms of function, love her foot, love those qualities about her. I see a lot of longevity in that heifer that's in second. Heifer in third's probably the highest performing one, no doubt, in terms of growth and extension. Appreciate her freshness as well. I'd give this heifer a little different hip and hind leg. She's wanting to roll, just get up underneath of herself a little bit, maybe not quite as coordinated, if you will, but when that young lady does get her parked and kind of set up, I think that's an attractive, really
makes
high quality
sense to take a
heifer there
decent
from her
lunch
hooks
break
forward.
between the-
I'd just like to give her a different
the
hip and hind leg
Beefmaster.
assembly.
Yeah.
Kind of a smaller heifer that comes next.
But-
Probably gets a little out horsed in this class, but
Yeah.
she's smooth blending.
Yeah.
Love the way she transitions, neck, shoulder, forerib, all the way back. She just gets a little out horsed in this class. Round our class out with one that probably is an upgrade from just a power sense, but I thought this heifer had
That's
some
gonna be a mob
structural
scene back there
challenges.
with
She's a little
30 head.
vertical in her knee and her hind leg, and we just like to loosen
Take
her in
her
her
on
framework to
stage.
move her up. But quality class, I thought there was 5 good heifers in there. Congratulations.
Nope, you're good. You're good.
Get it. Get it.
We need exhibitor 10309 Tyler King from Randolph FFA. We're going to
That's a Class A?
Class A.
You got underline them? Yeah, look at that. That's the only one you're missing.
His name is Rope.
All right, final call for Class 8. We need 21,874. Rope Johnson, we need you in the lineup. If you're scratch, advise the gate crew. And ladies and gentlemen, our Class 7 Red Brahman. First place honors here in the class going to 29,712. Carrie Jalufka of Hopkins County 4-H taking that first place award. Second in the class went to Cheyenne Wonderdy of the Robertson County 4-H. Third going to Mallory Walker, member of Groverton FFA chapter. Your fourth place to Hayden Fisher, Hardin FFA. And fifth to Riley Montgomery, Bloom FFA chapter. Congratulations, exhibitors. And we're now ready to move in our Class 8 Red Brahmans. We have 12 entries in this class of females that were born during September through October of 2024.
Nice set of these red Brangus females, lots of variation again in kind. And after this starts the class, I just be real honest with you. I mean, standing still, there's everything about this heifer you like. I appreciate her. She's going to lean into a little more phenotype than some of these others. Get her out on the move, and I'm going to get a little critical of her. I'd like to just relax her, loosen her up, get her to stride out of that front end, out of her shoulders down at the ground. Just get her to relax a little bit, ease around the ring a little easier. But there's no way you can't use this heifer to win the class. She does so many things right. And you can start and talk about her anywhere you want to, and she puts the most good things together. Easy place to start, good class winner. Then I think it gets close in second and third. There's a lot of similarities between these two heifers, but where they break apart for me, I think, is structurally. I think our heifer in second, she's better at a point of her shoulder down her top from her hooks into her pins. She holds herself up better. She's just kind of holds herself together. Get her out. She moves, gets around the ring. She's not as wide base and maybe as powerfully constructed as the heifer standing behind her, but her advantage, I think, she's got more than enough dimension, so her advantage, then we're going to lean back into a structural advantage and kind of more long term. This heifer that stands third, she is a big powered up cow. I mean, she's big hip, big bone, big footed. You can just kind of put all those dimensions and talk about all you want to. I just would like to change the way she wants to hold herself together. She wants to kind of break in behind her shoulder, run down her top a little bit, not really square up like I'd like for her to, but not going to take away from the fact that's just the high-performing, high-growth female in here. Young lady's heifer that comes next, just a good female. I mean, she isn't going to wow you in a lot of spots. She isn't maybe as big and rugged made as a heifer standing on either side of her. She doesn't balance up maybe quite as nice as the heifers on the front end, but that's just a good female that I think's got a lot of future, just a good place for her to be. Another big, high-performance, kind of big-boned, rugged made heifer that comes next. She probably wants to get a little shorter in the way she tracks and she's a little shorter hipped. She doesn't really want to show us that extra length we get from her, kind of look from her hooks back into her pins, but she's a female that when you start talking about dimension and power, she's got it. Love this female standing next on the profile. I think you can really appreciate a lot of things about her. If I change her any, she really narrows down in her base. She really gets kind of narrow on her front end. She doesn't want to have enough width, I think, all the way through. I'd like to widen her out, just kind of blow her apart a little bit. But that's a pretty good female. Young lady's dark heifer that comes next, just a really nice female. Gets a little shorter, a little chunkier made up in that front end. Doesn't give us that extension and real feminine look, but that's just a good cow, just like the female that follows her. Got some rib shape, got some body to them. They're just good cow prospects. And young lady's heifer that follows out next, probably not helping her out any, but the things you do appreciate about this heifer is you look at the center portion of her body and just look at how much real rib shape and dimension she has, and she's as bulky made as any of them out here. So good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Well, another big class over here as we get into these fall heifers. And I thought it was a really deep set all the way through. And the heifer that I lead off with, I thought just did so many good things from just a long-term perspective. I think you start at the ground and you watch where she sets her feet. I think it's the most appropriate in this class. She's square, she's true, she's comfortable in the way she goes. And then from there up, she's got this beautiful Brangus head on her, or Brahman head on her, beautiful body shape, and just has the cow-like look and character that I like. And like I said, you know, is she a freak? No, but I think in terms of just putting together all the fundamentals that I've been talking and preaching all day, I think she does that exceptionally well. Like her shoulder shape, the way she's built up front a little better than this heifer that's in second. And this heifer in 2 is probably the next most like my winner from the standpoint of just a soft, easy feeding kind, a cowy maternal look. She's big rib. She's probably got a shot more bone than the one that's right in front of her. It's up front where she's a little bit stilted up, little bit out there at the point of her shoulder. I don't think it's a big problem long term. It's just a little nitpicky thing that was the difference between first and second. Heifer that's in third is the highest performing, the longest bodied, probably the heaviest weight, and all the power that you'd ever want in one. She comes across to me as one that's a little rounder in the way that she's built. Maybe not the organization or the neat look that you see in the 2 that are in front of her, but in terms of just a performance-driven beef cattle, I think she's very, very good. She's sounder than the ones in 4 and 5. That's why she stays in the top trio of this class. This heifer in 4th, love her standing still. She's a contender when the cattle are in park. It's just when she's in motion, you can see her come up just a little too short there in terms of her step from behind. I just got to loosen that hind leg. If we can do that, she'd move up quite at least 2 or 3 spots. Other heifer that comes next, I think you could say the same. Like her at the standstill. She's a little east and west on those front feet. She's a little uncoordinated out of her hip and hind legs. So a couple little structure things I'd tweak on her, but she's big featured. She's got a nice look. Lots of quality in that heifer as well. Little more moderate heifer that's boxy. I'd like to stretch her out, loosen her up as well, but she's big ribbed. She's powerful, easy keeping. You get a longer bodied one in this one that comes next, but I'd soften her just a bit to get her to proportion a little nicer. But she's got some good feet. She's got a nice look. She's good in her top line. Young man does a good job of getting her stuck. Got a pair of heifers that come next that I think are similar. I thought there was a little more length and a little more extension, but both of these cattle would probably intensify their bone work. We'd redesign their hip and hind leg if we're going to move them up, but good cattle nonetheless. And then we round out with a trio of cattle that I certainly think have some growth to them. I think that's important. Maybe aren't supplied with the same kind of rib shape and dimension as the ones that precede them, but a quality class all the way through. Congratulations again.
And we thank you.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and put the cherry on this class. I think I can get this one right? I don't see why not. So, you know, it's another good single entry. I joked around with previous single entry I had, but another quality individual that I think is going to fit in very nicely in the division lineup. We'll break her down a little further when we get in that, but congratulations again on your class winner.
Final call for entry 10-259 to staging with the Red Brahman Class 10. Final call. Your class will be moving into the arena. First place honors in Class 9 going to entry 33803, Ella Purdy of Henderson, FFA, taking the blue ribbon. Class 10 moving into the arena will be females born during the month of May 2024. Then we'll move to our division drive. And that'll be followed by your final classes. So this will be first call for Class 13, Red Brahmans to staging. Class 13, bring them up, have them ready at the gate.
Another really good class of these females, and I think when we start breaking them down, there's, you know, sure some give and take, I think, as we work through them, and that's an obvious, easy things to talk about. The things I do appreciate about them, and I like this heifer that wins the class, I think, from a just kind of from a structure standpoint, a movement standpoint, get her out and track her around the ring. Real loose made, real flexible, holds her top well, holds her hip well, comes down, hits the ground, really covers her tracks. Just a female that's just, you know, gets out, trucks around the ring, does a lot of things right. And along with it, she's got plenty of rib, plenty of dimension, plenty of body, just a lot of good things about her. A little more extended than we compare to the heifer standing behind her. She's longer from her point of her shoulder forward, longer in her hip, longer from hooks back. I think we have that extra bit of extension in our class winner. We compare to this heifer in second. Big ribbed, high volume heifer in second. The advantage she has over a heifer that follows out behind her is just that extra dimension. I really do like this young lady's heifer that stands third. She's kind of a slick hair, doesn't really show us a lot of extra, you know, wow factor, but that's just a pretty good female. We just need to blow her apart. We need about a third more heifer in there, all the way from one end to the other, and she's going to be up on the front end because there's just so much quality to her. Good, sound, useful kind of female. Bigger made, big, high growth female that comes next. Starting to want to roll apart. I think roll her top, roll her hip, get out in her shoulder, get out in her front end a little bit. Not quite as functional maybe as what we have standing above her, but boy, you love that performance, just like this young man's heifer that comes next. Young man does a great job getting this one put together. If he can get her head jacked up, she's got a lot of good to her. I love the center portion of her body. I love that cow look that she has. That's the advantage, I think, over the heifers that stand behind her. Young lady's heifer that comes next. Again, a heifer with lots of extension, lots of length of top, length of neck, length of hip. We're just going to have to add more true body and bulk to her if we're going to get her there. Young lady's heifer that comes next doesn't want to help her at all. She has fought her ever since we got in the ring, and it's unfortunate because I think the heifer's got a lot of good to her. She just has kind of struggles trying to get that neck pulled up out of her. But I like her structurally when we compare her to the heifer coming behind her. I love the performance and dimension and substance that young man's heifer's got. We just got to put it in a little better package. But congratulations on a good set.
We get into another really good class. I think the depth has been very, very good, and I thought there was two of them in there that kind of hit me pretty hard. And the first one that came in the ring, obviously, I was like, whoa, that's going to take a pretty good one to beat her. And then this one came out, and so I thought there was two of them that were really excellent in this group. And probably what you see in the second place heifer, there's just a little more right here. And so they're built the same in terms of their structural makeup. They're awesome footed cattle. That's my favorite part about this heifer right here. You look at her at the ground, her depth of heel is awesome. The shape of her foot is incredible. Perfect in terms of her lines, in terms of the length of her hip and the strength of her top line. She looks like a brood cow, all the quality. I think that's an excellent female to win this class. And like I said, it's not a slouch here in second because this one's built awesome. I mean, this one can float around the ring just as well as that the heifer that beats her in the class. And clearly it's two savvy veterans out here on the stick duking it out. So it's kind of fun to get a chance to work with you guys. There's just not as much of her, not as much in terms of her forerib shape, not as much in terms of just dimension, volume, and true skeletal width. But if they're all built like that, you'd have a herd that's incredible. So her structure and her look alone, I think is very, very good. That's an awesome pair there on top. This heifer in third, fourth, fifth, I think it gets a little closer after that. There's some give and take. Good job, Jim. And you know, this heifer in third, I think, has some neat pieces. She's really up-headed. She's really stout-featured. She's really big bone and has a lot of cool things you can breed on. I need to see her a little different off that rear foot. She wants to roll just a little bit, put a little more weight on her outer hoof wall, and so I need to square her up and make her a little more comfortable, probably clean her underline up just a little bit as well, but a quality heifer in third. A little more sensibly sized one that comes in fourth. Here's a heifer from her hock up I like quite a bit. She's fresh and genuine, got a great underline and top line in her as well. A little smaller footed, so it doesn't proportion quite as nice. She'll tighten up around her ankle just ever so slightly when you ask her to get out and go, but a good heifer there in fourth. Heifer in fifth's probably a little looser, but she does so by getting up underneath of herself a little more. She's a flatter made heifer that needs to have a little more power, but she's smooth, she's attractive. There's a lot of quality and maternal function in that one. We got a powerful one here that I think it's like to give her a little more length of stride and a little comfortable step. Round our class out with a pair of heifers that I think have some good in terms of performance, but we just got to make them more comfortable out here on the surface.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
In the class, Avery Wright from Navarro County 4-H. Your sixth place award, Parker Miller, Grandview FFA. Seventh, Brittany Larson of Union Hill FFA. Eighth, Nathan Snyder, the exhibitor with Giddings FFA chapter. Congratulations. And a quick announcement, following the Red Brahman show, we will be observing a 25-minute lunch break. Be lining those first classes of Beefmasters up there in 20 minutes or so after the Red Brahman show's complete.
Red bring aside a couple of these summerborns that, and actually they came in this way, they're staying this way, and it all boils down to just movement. I think our class winner, she reaches out, she'll take a better step, she gets out, she's more flexible. I mean, they've got a lot of quality about them. You can sure, there's not like we're talking about a tremendous amount of difference in total mass and body and dimension. It all gets down to who can kind of cover their tracks, be flexible, and be a little more long-term. And our class winner, I think, has that advantage when we compare to the young man's heifer that stands second. Heifer that if I could just get her to flex and reach a little bit more in movement when we get her out and track her around the ring, I think she could run at him pretty hard because I do like the way she's built and put together. But nice pair of heifers. Congratulations to these guys. Give them a nice hand bringing them out.
Well, another awesome lineup, and I know we're going to keep this show moving along, and we don't want to get that day away from us. But, boy, a really good set of females out here. I know the young lady that won our first class had a heifer that I thought in that particular lineup had such a nice image to her. When you get off from a distance and you really study this heifer from 30, 40 feet away, and you like just the presence that she has, you like the attractiveness that she portrays, and just all the quality that she has. I think that heifer is very much in contention out here. I think there's quite a few options out here, if you will. Then you get into our second class winner, and maybe a heifer that's cut from a little different mold. And like I said before, I don't think they all got to be exactly the same. It's kind of up to you to figure out how you want to breed them and whatnot. But this is a heifer that from just a basic fundamental standpoint in terms of just having the right kind of foot and structural makeup, having a really soft and maternal look to her, I think is very, very good. And like I said in class, she might not just jump out you and hit you with all the bells and whistles, but I'm the kind of guy that I think those are secondary traits, and if we can keep them as cowy and functional as she is, I think we're in good shape. We got into our third class, just a single entry, but I had fun with that young lady, and we talked about this heifer and another high-performing, stout-made one that I think has some cow power to her as well. You start to compare her and break her down comparatively in this group. She maybe doesn't transition quite as neatly or as seamlessly in terms of top, bottom line, but a functional, good-footed one that I think brings a lot of dimension and volume. And then we got into our last class. I thought there was a couple of them out there, and I think that warrants a little bit of consideration, but I just really like this kind of cattle right here, just in terms of depth of heel, foot size, comfort level, structural makeup, putting together a cow look with the right kind of quality, I think is very, very good. And I probably didn't do a good enough job in the class commending the young lady, because I think it helps when you got a good veteran showman on the stick and can really get everything out of her like you do. And so that's a hats off to all of these kids out here. I think all of the seconds are over there are good. I do think there's one that I'm going to give a pretty hard look for reserve, but if you would here at ringside, help me congratulate these kids one more time. I'll get you a champion and reserve in this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion here, going to entry 24,796, Madison Parker of Liberty FFA. We'll be moving up our entry 13,534 for reserve consideration.
Nice class of these summer-born females. And, you know what I mean? We're talk about, you know, cow prospects, making them cows, the things that they can do right. Obviously, we have one breed early that's sure doing her job. But, you know, I think when you can't discount these females that are at that stage of the game where they're kind of where they need to be, and I think our class winner puts a lot of good things together. I'll be the first to tell you, she's probably been cared for as much as I'd like to see her at this stage. I think you can see it laying up into that chest, laying kind of in her neck and her front end structure. You know, it's kind of, there's always gets to be a time for cattle to be turned out maybe and freshened up a little bit. And I know it's hard to do when you're trying to keep them on the campaigning and pushing them, but it's a good female that we just take a little bit of that out of her. She's still going to be really good, and she's going to be really fresh, and I have an advantage. But I love her. She's big-ribbed, good hip, good at the ground, just a lot of things. Her advantage when compared to that for standing behind her is that extra. She's just better necked. She's just better.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Young lady's heifer that comes next. You know, this female's got plenty of bone, plenty of foot, plenty of dimension, plenty of substance. We're just going to have to kind of make more cow into her and just widen her out, deepen her down, make her a little bulkier made, get her bred, and push her down the road. So good class. Congratulations. Nice set of females.
And ladies and gentlemen, your reserve honors here in the Red Brahman for your junior calf champion went to the second place out of class 10. That was entry 13,534. Reckless King, the exhibitor from Milano FFA. Congratulations.
really nice lineup. We get into this middle division, or this division of Red Brangus females. These class winners are really good cattle. I mean, there's some management things we can talk about on them that, you know, we always like to do different. It's that way at our house. We spend a lot of time analyzing what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong and how we're going to manage these cattle from here on out. But the main thing is we start with the right kind, and I think these are the right kind. So nice set of cattle, great set of young exhibitors out here. A lot of enthusiasm in the ring, I think, coming out here to have this opportunity. Give them a nice hand. We'll show you a pair of champions. Congratulations.
Well, in this class here, we certainly have another really, really good lineup of cattle. And just as quick as I say that, I really never thought twice about not starting with this heifer that leads off the group. I think this one's pretty commanding in this class in terms of not just the basics. I think fundamentally she's the best built and the best structured, but she's got such a nice look to her. I mean, this is a quality animal. Young lady's doing an impeccable job of getting this beautiful headed heifer's head up and getting her to proportion right amount of bone, the right amount of substance, the right kind of power that lays on her smooth and maternal, gets around and moves like a cat. That's a really nice heifer. You've done a good job. These good ones just keep coming and coming. And I kind of thought it was maybe a little bit more of a challenge at first, but I still think this heifer in second needs to be in second. And I know that there's other ones in this class that are maybe a little flashier, maybe got a little bit more bone and power to them, but from just a sheer fundamental sense, the way this heifer is made, her comfort level, her size, and her body type all scream to me kind of a long-term brood cow. And so, you know, you can probably have other options out here that are maybe bigger, stouter, flashier. That's fine, but I just see too much value in this heifer in terms of just what she can do in the next stage of production. Get a little bigger outline heifer. I think third and fourth is close, and you know, this heifer in third, you know, she's got some size and some frame to her. I liked her length and I liked her structure a little better than the one that's in fourth. This heifer, if we're going to move her up, we probably got to soften her just a little bit, make her just read a little more robust in terms of body shape. But again, in terms of just a long, extended, smooth, attractive, sound structured one, I think she's very good. Heifer in fourth, if you want one that's a little boxier and a little bolder and a little softer, I think you could flip that pair, and I'm not going to argue much with you. To me, this heifer got just a little bit tentative and a little stabby there on that pastern, a little rounder in her hip. Right there, I like her a lot. It's just when she's in motion, she wads up just a little too much for me, but a quality heifer there in fourth nonetheless. And then we got a one in fifth that's got a good kind of shape to her midrib. She's maybe a little longer or shallower in her heel, if you will. Maybe just doesn't have that, you know, depth of heel that I like, but certainly a good kind of heifer there in fifth. We got a pair of heifers here that I think have some good to them. A little more softness in that one, but both of those heifers I think need to be redesigned structurally. But they're good cattle. They got some performance and some dimension to them. Really good set. Congratulations.
Another nice single entry in our April Junior Yearling, a female that, you know, they're reaching the stage of the game. We're really expecting them to look like cows. We want them to be cows, and this one sure looks like she's that kind. She's big, big body. Boy, tremendous amount of rib, tremendous amount of center section of body in her. Just a really good cow prospect. Looks nice. You know, these single entries, it's always fun to really get a chance to really look at them. Then we'll get a chance to bring them back in, compare them to these others. But nice place to start in this class. Congratulations to this young lady on a nice heifer.
Y'all don't have these as well, right? I have mine. You may not have his, but I can hold them up here if you want me to in case. But I haven't had time to check, but I kind of went through mine a little bit, and I looked like I had mine.
And over in the South Arena, we'd like to share the results of our last class with you. First place honors there in Class 13, going to entry 32-138, Lily Grace Smith from Washington County 4-H. Our second place winner, 23010, was the entry number for Tylee K. Bowler of Gonzales County 4-H. Third in that class went to Miley Anders of Floresville FFA. Fourth going to Eli Jack Parks of Giddings FFA. Your fifth place ribbon, Adriana Luna, the exhibitor from Blue Ridge FFA. 6-2, Gracie Garza, Giddings FFA. 7-2, Carson Wayne Brahman of the Giddings FFA.
Well, we have a smaller but a pretty fun class, and there's definitely three totally different types of cattle in here. I still think the one that wins for me, as we get her kind of circled here, I thought needed to win pretty logically, and it's not just because she's the biggest and the heaviest out here, but it's just a really good brood cow. Big-bodied, big-middled, powerful in terms of her hip and her pin sets, and for all that dimension and volume, the fact that she can stay comfortable and be one of the better footed and better structured ones out here is pretty refreshing for my sense. And so she came out, and I'm like, well, there's a big woofy power cow, and she comes out and handles herself fine. She's maybe, if I'm going to get a little critical, right there at her knee is just maybe a little upright, but I just don't think there's anything out here that warms this one up in terms of cow power. So to me, it was more of a decision for second and third. Big trade-offs between these two. I thought this one had just enough more to her. I didn't think either one of them was just perfect in terms of the way they're built. So I thought this one had just a little bit more substance. She too can sometimes rock up there in her front end structure, but again, a good quality heifer there in second. This heifer in third is probably the most refined and the most ladylike up front. So like I said, if you wanted to switch second and third, won't argue much with you. Her refinement probably works a little to her detriment because she's a little finer boned, she's a little flatter made. Probably like to see just a tick more gestation in this heifer as well, but a good trio nonetheless. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Born during the months of September through the end of December.
Red Brangus side, a nice pair of these females. And, you know, again, like it's been in some of these other classes, first place they're going to break apart for me is just get them out and truck them around the ring. Watch them travel, see how they cover the ground. Pretty elegant female up on the front end. She can really cover her step. She reaches out. She hits the ground. Very flexible, very fluid. Really just really a good cow. And I think has a little advantage in femininity and front end structure. She sure shows it from her shoulder forward. Sure has an advantage when we compare and look at rib shape and body and width and dimension. So nice pair of heifers, good cattle. Young man's heifer that comes second. She just needs to be a little bit more flexible in the when we get her out and track her around the ring if we're going to get her up on the front. But good set of cattle all the way. Congratulations. get into this last class of Red Brangus females, and we're going to let them come and park, just go out the way they came in. And it's because I think of the quality of our class winner. I think she balances up better. I think she pulls herself together. I kind of like her growth curve and endpoint a little better. She kind of fits me, I think, from the standpoint of what we've done all day long, looking for those cattle that are attractive made, good structured, functional, sound moving cattle. Not to take anything away from this big power cow that stands second. That's a female that is really going to push some performance. She's going to add some growth. She's going to put some weight per day of age in her cattle. Just a big, stout cow. But, you know, for me today, I'm a little more attracted to that female that wins the class, realizing we got lots of rib, lots of body, lots of female here standing second. Congratulations to these young exhibitors. Give them a nice hand.
Over on the Red Brangus side, we asked our junior division champion in reserve, as well as our calf division, to make your way to the holding area for the Grand Champion Drive.
I'll tell you what, this is a tough class for me to put together, and really these top 3 or 4, there just isn't a whole lot of just difference here in terms of just, in my opinion, the general population of kind of where these things fit from a quality sense. There just isn't much difference out here. As much as I say that, I think they're maybe built a little bit differently, but I think it just kind of depends on what side of the fence you want to be for some traits here and there. But I mean it sincerely. I could see a jumbling of these top 3 or 4 and probably wouldn't get much of an argument for me. But to tell you what I see is the heifer that wins, I think it's just a nice compromise. And when you start at the ground and you build them from there up, I think this is as good as any heifer out here in terms of her foot size and shape, and her mobility and her lower joints is as good as any out here. Here's a heifer that when you do get her put together, here's one that I think has the cowy look that I like. She's one that's soft-made. She's got some power to her when you get in behind her. And she has a female look up front. Yeah, and she's not the most attractive one we've seen. I'll give you that, but I think it all fits her. It's kind of her identity is just an easy keeping, low input, just good fundamental brood cow to win the class. Kind of a trouble heifer for me is this one in second, and young lady does a great job of getting her presented. And when you have a high quality heifer that really gives you a sharp look there from the side, and the young lady presents her like that, it's like, wow, that's a quality heifer. So why, Chris, did you put her second? Well, I'll be honest with you, compared to really of the top four, this is a heifer that I just didn't know if she had enough cow power. I'd like to see her a little further along in gestation. I'd like to see her robustness in terms of body and width and base width just kind of just expanded as a whole. But I wanted to work her up because she is so good and she has got so much quality to her, and that's why she ends up in second. This one in third's probably a little more like my winner in terms of just robustness and center dimension, volume, and all those things considered. I think of the top three, here's the roundest built one because I think she gets out there at the edge of her shoulder, a little lower in her pin set, maybe not quite as attractive in terms of what she puts together. But the pieces that she does have are very good because she's refined, pretty headed, big bodied. I think a lot of good in that heifer in terms of just what she brings to the table. A little bigger outline one that comes in fourth. She's a really high performing, sound structured heifer. For her size, to me, I just can't get her to open up quite as wide. A little smaller there in her hump, not as expansive there in her rib cage, maybe not the foot size and substance at the ground, but I like the cowy look about her. I like her looseness of structure. That's an interesting heifer there in fourth. I like the power. I like this one standing still. I just got to give her a little different hind leg. Needs to go a little freer and easier off that rear skeleton. And we round our class out with a pair of heifers that, again, I think from a structure sense, we'd like to lay both of them back in their shoulder and knee, give them a little more softness to move up, but a quality class with lots of differences. Congratulations.
Get this last division of our Red Brangus females, and good cattle out here. I mean, we've got 5 of them out here that are all good. They're really functional, capable, sound, structured cattle that sure have a lot of quality about them. I think when we kind of get down to it, though, there's a pair of them that kind of fit together for me. So we'll find our champions, give them a nice hand. Congratulations, these young exhibitors, and we'll look forward to getting the final drive put out here. But again, congratulations on a good set of cattle.
Presented by Riley Walker, Ross City FFA, and our reserve champion female comes out of class number 15, Caitlin Hendricks.
You'll have time because we're lining up for the senior drive.
To our champions in our senior division, along with all the others to show the national division. We're now bringing in our upper county division winners, our junior division winners, along with our
Oh, so
senior
they haven't done their, that was
Yeah.
their drive.
They're in shape to drive.
All right.
Again, we will break for 25 minutes immediately following the conclusion of the junior Red Brangus show on the north side.
And ladies and gentlemen, back on the South Arena, we're staging for our senior division championship drive with our first and second place winners from the previous classes. And congratulations here in Class 15 to our winner. That was entry 25681, Jenna Fitzgerald of the East Chambers FFA. Second in that class went to Olivia Daly of Union Hill FFA. Third to Ryan McSimpson, member of the Cameron County 4-H. Your fourth place to Madam Baxter Whitrow with the Rusk County 4-H. Fifth in the class to Presley Dodd. Sixth place honors to Reva Sanger, Central FFA. Our 7th place to Hayden Marbram of Giddings FFA. Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 15.
We're going to finish up this last division and try to make sure we're on the same page as the other ring. What a really nice lineup, and I know we're going to get a couple of these back out here for our grand champion, Red Brahman female, but boy, this has been a really good show. This heifer that won our first class, I think, has tremendous quality, and I think in terms of just the way she's built and her angles and the framework that she's supplied with is very, very good. The young lady's got herself a really, really nice project there. The one out of our second class is just an absolute beast in terms of mass and dimension, volume. Still has a nice ladylike look up front. So put together a couple antagonistic things, and I think she does it very well. You know, and then we got into our third class winner, and one that I thought just did a lot of the basics right. Just a good structured, good footed female that's easy keeping, looks like a brood cow. Maybe not the bells and whistles, but I think a lot of fundamentally good things about her. And so I think that there's 3 obvious contenders out here. I would say that there's another one on the other side that'll be coming in here for a second look for reserve. And to me, it's a little closer for reserve because there's one out here that I like pretty well. So before I select them, put your hands together, give these kids a nice round of applause.
And we thank you. Class 13 taking the champion. That's entry 32-183, Lily Grace, and we'll move up entry 23-010 to have it in there for reserve consideration.
Get ready to finish up our Red Brangus show, and these are 6 really good females. You know, what's really nice about them is you can kind of breed these cattle any direction you want to. You can find the ones that maybe phenotypically, if you want to have a little more traditional look, or you know, something that's maybe not quite as built like an Angus, we've got those opportunities here. And I think, you know, the main thing for me is to just find those ones that are just so good and have so much to offer us as breeders and can do so many things. Management gets to be really key in these young cattle all the way through them till we get to the end of the road on them. It really gets important to handle them right, keep them moving, keep them sound, keep them functional. But this has been a great lineup, good set of cattle. Exhibitors worked pretty hard at it. Give them a nice hand. We're going to look at them again, and we'll pick you a pair of champions. Congratulations.
And our reserve coming to us also from Class 13, your second place winner there, entry 23-010, Tylee Bowler, the exhibitor from Gonzales 4-H, taking reserve honors.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
And ladies and gentlemen, on the South Arena, our Red Brahmans moving into the arena at this time, your division champions, taking a lap here and getting ready for the evaluation for the Grand Champion Drive. And while we have a moment, we've been informed by the Texas Junior Brahman Association The scholarship winners here for the Red Brahman Heifers, based on your showmanship, we'll announce those at the conclusion of the Grand Champion Drive.
Well, as the reserves on the other side finish up that lap, I'm going to want to take up a whole lot more time because I'm one of those guys when I've got my mind made up, I just going to roll with it and before I start second guessing. But before I select your champion and reserve Red Brahman female out here, boy, what a show it's been. You know, not as many numbers as you would expect as what we saw in the gray division, but oh boy, these top enders are really, really good. And I would tell you from top to bottom, I'm not so sure that these wouldn't give them every bit that they could handle if they showed them together. So hats off to you guys for putting together a great set. You know, they give props to the young man up in the front there because the heifer, you know, was in high gear, and finally she decided she wanted to be a show cow out here. And I think it's awesome because when you win a division and you get a chance to show off your what you brought to town, I think is really pretty cool. So with that being said, I think there's a couple of them out here that hit me pretty hard. I'm going to show you that. We're going to keep the day rolling on, but I don't want to be remiss. Let's give these kids one last round of applause as we select your champion and reserve Red Brahman.
And your grand champion selection coming to us from our junior division champion, and that's Madison Parker from Liberty FFA with her female 24-7-96. So we'll move up that reserve from the juniors for reserve grand consideration. And your champion senior taking reserve grand honors, that is entry 32-138, Lily Grace Smith, the exhibitor, Washington County 4-H member, taking reserve grand honors here in your Red Brahman.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Special award from the Texas Junior Brahman Association. The champion Red Brahman showman goes to Olivia Daly. Congratulations, Olivia. Second place to Savannah Remy. And third place to Ryan McSimpson. You showman exhibitors that are winning those top three awards, they have your awards here in the arena, so make your way in. Our thanks to our Brahman superintendents, Mr. David Wolf, coordinating the Gray Brahman show, and Mr. Jason Ott, coordinating our Red Brahman show. We'll be back for the Beefmasters in the South Arena. If you're following us on the live stream, we have 195 Beefmasters that will be worked after lunch. So stick around for a great show.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Class 1 Beefmasters ready to check into the staging area. Check in with the gate crew. Class 1 Beefmasters. This is second call for Class 1 Beefmasters to report to staging, please. Final call for lineup Beefmaster Class 1. You need to be at the gate. Final call for lineup. We'll be starting your show here momentarily. Final call for Class 1. We need McKenna Fry. Entry 13957. If this is a scratch, please inform the gate crew. Final call for Class 1. We'll be ready to move them in. We're short entry 13957. If this is a scratch, we'll move them on in.
We're showing my trainers on the north side, so here's last one, you better be here now.
Fine to see such a great crowd here in these San Antonio grandstands for our Junior Heifer Show and for the Beefmaster division this afternoon. I'd like to remind you folks that if you've got friends, neighbors that were not able to join us on ringside, please inform them they can follow the action of the judging as it takes place here in our Junior Show arenas, both north and south here in the cattle arena and around the barn, by logging on to TaylorFort.com with their computers or their smart devices. Also, Taylor Fort on YouTube, and follow the judging as it takes place here in San Antonio. So share that information with them, please, and they can see how the young people are doing here in the cattle show this afternoon. Here in the South Arena, we've got members of the Junior Beefmaster Association that will be assisting with the awards presentation and moving cattle, and we thank them for that help. We have Sonia Garza, Santamingo Garza, Daniel Flores, Kendon Milton, Gage Seal, Lane Seal, Creed Grand, Kayla Jluckett, Avery Pearson, Casey Connor, and Brantley Masters. Thanks to all of our Junior Brahman Association members and officers that are assisting in the arena today.
Well, as much as I enjoy judging shows, this is the part of it that I don't probably enjoy the most. But we've got a really big class out here, and to make this manageable and to make sure that we can get through this in an efficient manner, we're going to go ahead and excuse those that are along the rail. But before I do that, I just wanted to say, hey, I understand I've got kids that are showing myself, and I understand the work that you've put into it. And I want to still say thank you for bringing your calf. And it doesn't mean that I don't think they're good cattle. There's just in a deep set, there's maybe some things here and there that we could tweak on your calves out here, but that doesn't mean that down the road with a different set of eyes and a different set of opinions that things won't be different. And so that's the joy of living in Texas. There's more opportunities, and I wanted to say thank you for bringing your calf out here. We're going to excuse those that are along the rail, but if you would ringside, help me congratulate and thank them for putting in the time and effort. Give them a nice round of applause.
It's like, just like Chris said on the other side, this is the part that you really don't enjoy doing, is having to sort down. And, you know, we've got 10 out in the middle here that we're going to rework, replace. The ones that are on the rail are going to get excused. And it's, you know, it's not to say that, you know, they're not good cattle. It's just that today they're probably not far enough along or not ready to be where we need them to be to get them up on this top end. So good set of cattle. Give these young exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. We'll look forward to them as getting them back again as they get a little further down the road and putting them back in the ring. And so we'll rework this set over here. So again, thank you for bringing them out.
This is final call for Class 2 in the Beefmaster show. 2 staging. Let's line up Beefmaster Class 2. We have 22 entries in that class.
What a really good class of our first class of these Black Brangus females. Just so much quality in here. And man, unfortunately, we sent some out that I'd love to have at home that I think have tremendous futures and so many good things about them. But, you know, we start getting right down to it and trying to put them together for where we want to be at the end of the day. I think these 10 that are out here kind of fit the bill for me. And heifer that leads out, she hit me pretty hard coming in. I thought, man, this is a really nice female. I think there's so much good here. I think from a structure standpoint, from a fluid moving, just relaxed around the ring. She's got the rib shape and the body that I like to see in them. She's got a nice hip and a nice top in her, attractive enough. I love her underline. I just think that's a pretty good place to start. Realize, you know, I've got the youngest heifer out here. If I understood this young lady right, she said this is like a September maybe. I don't know. She's the youngest one that we have in here, but this, if I had this one at home, I'd be pretty excited about her because I do think, you know, and unfortunately she kind of gave up on us. You can tell she's a baby that's had all the fun she's going to have today. But this is a heifer calf that when she gets out and she lets this girl get her shown and kind of maybe you come around in front of her, see if she'll follow you. Here you go. You just come, see if she'll follow you out. We'll see if she'll walk. But that's just the heifer that's in second, and it's unfortunate that she's kind of starting to give herself an opportunity to be seen. But the rib shape, the body, the way she's put together, that's a great prospect that I think's got a lot of future. Young lady that's going to end up third that's standing up here on the front end, that's a soggy made, big bone, kind of rugged made heifer, and I really love her. I mean, she's probably, you know, she's out there on the edge as far as just being kind of one of those looser structured kind of, you know, one that you hope that as we go down the road with her, she's going to continue to hold herself together, pull herself together. But, man, today, I love her foot. I love her bone. I love that body that she's got in her. I think she's a female that's just got so much good to her, a lot of future. Young lady's heifer comes next, really extended, probably as much length of front end and length of spine as we have in there. Just a female that when we compare her to the heifer standing above her, we're going to, and realizing, you know, we talk about this all the time. They're young heifers are just getting started. They're going to belly down. We're going to get them a little soggier made as we go. If we manage them right, this heifer, she gets to be a little bigger ribbed and bigger bodied, kind of drop that flank in her. I think she's going to be just lethal. And so I think as we move into this next heifer, this young lady's heifer is made the same way. Really striking when she gets her pulled together on the profile. And you know, these cattle are really interesting. The first time in, when they were fresh and coming in here, they really presented themselves well. And we haven't been in here this long, but for a set of these calves, you can tell they're kind of starting to wear out on this tracking around the ring. They're wanting to pull a little harder and not maybe be quite as sound on the move as we'd like for them to, but that's a good heifer going out of the ring that's got a lot to her. Big rib, lots of dimension in this young man's heifer here. She's a heifer that, you know, if we kind of manage her right, she looks like to me she's going to be an easy one to feed. We don't overfeed her. We're not going to ruin that front end in her, but she's just a good heifer that I think sure got some future. Heifer that comes next, another one of those really, really long neck, long spine kind that's a little too tight right now for me. She's a little tight on the move. She's a little tight in her rear flank, not quite as soggy as we'd like for her to be, but I think she's a really good prospect that sure deserves to be in here. Another heifer comes next, again, starting to get a little piecier, I think, as we get into these bottom three. They're heifers that are, just from a structure standpoint at this stage of the game, they're a little piecier in the way they come at us. They want to break apart in their shoulders, want to break down their top a little, not really be quite as squared up, but still really good cattle, high performing, good growth cattle, have a lot of good in them, very deserving of being out here. Congratulations.
Well, over here on this side, we got a big class and a really nice way to start off this Beefmaster show. Kind of echoed the same thing I said earlier when we excused a few of these heifers earlier, but you know, it kind of comes down to some personal preferences and really of how they hit you when they first hit the ring when you get in these big classes. And so that's just my challenge to you guys. I think if you're in my position, when you got to get through 35, 40 young heifer calves, you really got to make a good first impression. And that is why this heifer wins. And every time you look at her, she's the kind that I like. And in terms of just looking like a brood cow first, big maternal rib cage in her, just a beautiful head. To me, her head's perfect because it's retractive, it's maternal, and it's not freaky. I don't need to be freaky. She looks like a cow. And the way that she can handle herself and put it all together in such a proportional kind of package, I think really kind of ties it off or seals the win for her in this class. I thought that was a nice effort. I thought it was a little bit more of a crossroads after that. I thought there was a couple different directions that I could go for second. This effort here, I didn't find her right off the bat, but as this class kind of wears on, she's definitely one that grew on me. Love her foot, love her structure, love the way she gets out and handles herself. She's flat-shouldered and smooth and transitions almost seamlessly from nose to tail. She just isn't quite as robust as really the heifers on either side of her, but her structural quality, her balance, her attractiveness keeps her in the top duo of this group. This heifer in third's probably a little more like our winner from a standpoint of just mass and volume and dimension. Huge-footed, stout-featured, everything you want to talk from a power sense. I think she has very, very well. She does it in a little rounder and coarser package. I'm not saying she's ugly. It kind of fits her for what she is, but this is a heifer that I think brings a lot of dimension and a lot of density to the table. I liked this heifer when she first came out. She's a lot like the winner in terms of body shape, attractiveness. As the class kind of comes on, she kind of came apart down the stretch. She wants to open up in her shoulder. She'll roll out of her hip, kind of step a little wide. And I'm not saying she's unsound. She just maybe doesn't have the coordination of the three that are in front of her. But, man, that's a big-ribbed, attractive one. Young man's got himself a real nice heifer. Heifer that comes next is one of the longer-bodied, longer-hipped ones out here. Again, good-footed, good-structured. She comes across a little plainer in her look and her body shape, and that's why she ended up where she was. I like the stoutness of this one. She needs a different hind leg. If she'd just go a little freer off that rear skeleton, she'd move up a spot or two because she's genuine, she's heavy-structured, lots of good qualities about her. I know this heifer's young, but I think there's a lot of quality here, and so she makes the cut. She gets a placing. She gets a ribbon because that's a up-headed, flat-shouldered, very, very attractive one that I think down the road, if you stay on the gas, you're going to give all those heifers in front of you a run for your money. Her biggest thing is she just needs maturity. She just needs some time, but that heifer's got nothing but the freeway ahead of her. Big-bodied one coming next. Little too plain-featured, little plainer neck, little plainer bodied. Probably one that I'd like to blow apart there in terms of just center skeleton and mass throughout. We got a pair of heifers that come next that are certainly stout enough, little different frame, but they're definitely ones that are supplied with dimension and volume. Maybe just change them in a structure spot or two, loosen them up just a bit. We got to round out our class with a pair of them that I still think are very good cattle. They just maybe don't have the extra look and the extra presence as the ones that are in front of them, but a high-quality class. I thought a great way to start off the Beefmaster show.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy, for the overview.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
We had 22 entries in Class 2, all of them born during the month of March in 2025.
Another really interesting class with lots of different places to start, but the one I land on, I think, is, you start talking about kind of a combination of things, and this is a female that
Beefmaster Heifers, Class 3, it'll be final call to staging, please.
Well, just a few comments here. Again, another large class, and we're getting down so that we can do this more efficiently and work these top 12. But I wanted to, again, just take this time to tell you guys I appreciate you coming out here. I thought you brought me an awfully good set of cattle, and when they're out here acting good in the warmer kind of day, you can tell that you've put all the effort and time into them. I appreciate you bringing them to me. I understand that you can only bring one head to the show, so I wish the best of luck to you moving forward, too. I appreciate it. Let's give them a nice round of applause as these exit the ring.
interesting class, and just be real honest with you, it's kind of challenging for me because I'm just, there's some things I like about these top 3 or 4 heifers, but there's some things I really would like to change about them, and so it becomes more about weighing in kind of which one has the best, the least of the worst, or the most of the best, or whatever, as we put them together. And heifer that wins a class, I like her on the profile.
Well, another big class, and now we get a chance to kind of whittle it down into the specifics of the top end here. And well, I thought that there was 2 or 3 up here that were really, really nice, and it just gives me as a judge a chance to just kind of use the ones that hit me. And I'll tell you this black heifer, there are some things about her as a Beefmaster that are pretty elite. And I know that's a pretty strong word, but I can tell you if right now, if all my Angus heifers at home had this thing's hip and hind leg structure and that kind of female quality up front, boy, I could sell heifers left and right. This thing is built incredibly well. Absolutely love her foot, her density of bone, the set she has to her hind leg. She absolutely goes out in here and floats. And when you get her here put together, very, very high quality look. That's a heifer that I think does a lot of very elite things. And it's not to say that these ones in second and third aren't good cattle. This one in second, when she's standing still, I mean, you get that loin down and get her parked, and I'm telling you, that's a beautiful heifer there. I mean, striking in terms of her image and her balance. Her proportions are awesome. All of her feet point in the right direction. She's so fresh. Her skin and hair is on point, and I know you've obviously worked really hard at that too. And so awesome heifer calf. When she gets out in motion, She's okay in her lower joints, but she wads up right in the middle of her back, and she just isn't quite as comfortable there as the heifer that beats her in class. But I'm getting very critical. I know that that's picking on a real good heifer because her image right there alone gets her to the top 2 of this class. This one in third, I think, was the first one I pulled, and so I knew this heifer was pretty good when she hit the ring. Love her cowiness, love her foot quality, love her structural integrity, love all those things about her. The problem is that she ran into 2 more of them, and the water got a little deep in here, and because of that, she now becomes the plainest appearing one. She's got a little throat latch. She's not quite as unique as the 2 that are in front of her. There's nothing wrong with this heifer at all. It's just a comparative sense that she ran in front of or ran in a class with 2 of them that I think are very good. This heifer that comes in fourth is actually one that I worked up. I kind of found her late to the party, if you will, but I start to really appreciate her for what she is. She's a good-footed, sound-structured, moderate, easy-doing one that's made right. Is there enough of her, and is she neat enough looking? That's why she's fourth, but I think a really fundamentally correct heifer. The heifer that's in fifth is one that I liked out of the initial cut. She's big outline, she's attractive and heavy-boned. She's one that starts to come apart just a little bit because I can't get her to blend perfectly right there in her heart and forerib and how that transitions on their back. And for a bigger heifer, she's maybe not quite as soft as some of those ones that are right in front of her. A couple of more sensibly sized ones coming next. I think you could flip this pair if you wanted. I saw just a little softer look in this one. This heifer's a little neater up front, so it's give and take in that pair. A big broody one that comes next. I wanted to see her just a little stouter and a little more skeletal width. There's a pair of heifers coming next that I thought were good cattle that needed to make the cut. Maybe weren't quite as just attractive and maybe not quite as elite in their look, but they're good functional cattle that have some grow and some doability. Same with these 2 here. I think these are cattle that are easy keeping. They maybe need to be changed in a structure spot or 2 and maybe leaned up in their composition, but a quality class. I thought the top end was awfully good. Congrats.
Steady. And we thank you, Dr. Cassidy, for that overview.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Alvin FFA member, your 6th place to Daniel Flores of the Sherryland Porter High School FFA chapter. 7th going to Peyton Hanson of Liberty FFA. Our 8th place ribbon to Peyton Medlock of Weatherford FFA. 9th in the class, Brinley Wilson, Brazos County 4-H member. And wrapping up the class with the 10th place ribbon was Leah Cox of the Springtown FFA chapter. Congratulations.
Really interesting. Sorry about that.
Oh, another big class again, and a lot of good ones in here. And this class was a little bit more manageable, so we didn't excuse anybody, but still got through it, and I still think that it separated itself out the way it needed to. And I keep coming back to this young lady's heifer here. And I would say that when you get in a class like this, sometimes you can win on just being the problem-free heifer, and I see that in this one right here. I love this heifer, and I think in this group she really sets the standard from a structural integrity sense. I like your heifer's foot as good as anything out here. Everything is proportional. She's good in her lines. She's got a maternal, cow-like image about her. I just think a very pleasant, very high-quality heifer here to win this class. I really never thought twice about not starting her. I thought it was a little more give and take from when reading second on down to fifth. And that's why I left those cattle out there, and that's why I spun them a couple times. I do think this heifer in second, to me, there just wasn't one enough that really perfected structure that really came close to what this second place heifer brought to the table. This is a cowy, big-bodied, attractive, female quality fronted heifer that is really performance-oriented, great in her top line. She's a good-looking rip, too, and that's why I think she needs to be the top end. For me to give the one in front of her a run for her money, there's a time or two that she'll want to shuffle just a little bit off those rear two. And so if we could drop her into a higher gear and get her to loosen off that rear skeleton, I think that top pair would get a little closer, but that's a good heifer there in second. I like the softness and the heaviness of structure, the foot size and the softness of this one in third. She's a heifer that when you're standing still, you love her proportions. She's good in terms of her shoulder, how it blends back into her top line and hip. There's something about when she moves, she wants to pull her hock in and kind of step outside of herself. And so she just isn't maybe collecting herself or organizing herself. Like I said, is that a long-term problem? Probably not. But in a class where there's three of them here at the top end, it is that little thing right there that bugs me, and that's why she's in third. This heifer in third at the standstill when she's parked, I think she's absolutely a contender. Love this heifer's look up front. Love her extension. And she's not just a pretty one. This is a huge-legged, big-bodied, stout one, too. And so what's the hesitation? When you set her in motion, her pastern just won't set down comfortably enough. And there's times where I'll catch her. If you read her ahead of her shoulder, her head's maybe not quite as maternal or quite as female-esque, and that's because she's a power heifer. So those are some nitpicky things, but that's why that heifer's in fourth, but I still like her quite a bit. The one in fifth is a really attractive, smooth blending, really nice balanced heifer. I think she's good at the ground. I'll just be honest, I think she got a little out-horsed in this group. But even though she just gives up a little weight per day of age, I think her quality alone needed to keep her towards the top 4 or 5 in this class. Heifer that comes in sixth, I like her freshness. She's a little too upright there in her shoulder. She wants to rock forward in her knee. I'd give her a little more stability behind. So it's a couple structural things I would tweak on this heifer. Big power one coming next, a little plainer in the way she's made. You can say the same about this one. There's no question she's easy fleshing. I'd give her a different hoof shape and make her a little neater to look at. Here's a stout one that needs to move a little better, maybe just settle in her tail head, but she's a little inverted from behind. A long-bodied one that needs to have more softness. We got a group of cattle that kind of conclude this class that, again, the young people, I'm glad you brought me a good Beefmaster heifer. This is a good class, and you brought me good cattle, and you represented yourself extremely well. I think these cattle in here as a whole maybe need to be rearranged or tweaked in a spot or two from a structure, balance, or even power and performance standpoint, but a high-quality class. Congratulations. Thanks for bringing them out. Give them a nice round of applause as they all exit the ring.
And
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
got some extra ribs. She's got some body.
Loose Heifers, heads up. She got spooked by the congratulatory applause there.
Well, another really big class. I think we've seen about half of the show already just through these calf classes. And it's been fun. It's been overwhelming. But, gosh, it's another big one in here. And as you're kind of wading through a lot of the traits and the different types and kinds out here, the heifer that I ended up kind of settling on is the one that I just you probably heard me say it a time or two today. I just keep coming back to this one in my mind. And so that's why she's going to start. And when you think about one that are made like her, and she's so square and so genuine and so true, and have the extra performance and cow character, put it together in a really loose and attractive package, I think she becomes the place to start. I think she's stronger in her line. She's more attractive than the heifers in 2, 3, and 4, and she's by some margin one of the bigger outline, stouter, good structured ones in here. So the longer you start to weigh it in my mind, the longer I thought she was probably the place to start. After that, I think you had a couple here, 2, 3, and even 4 that I thought had some merit. Two, 3, and 4 had a little bit of discussion out here. I thought that this heifer in second, if you could just strengthen her right behind her shoulder and just make that top line a little more seamless, fill her in right there in her heart, she actually probably starts to look a lot like the class winner, because she's the other one out here, sets her feet down right where they're supposed to. She's long, she's athletic, she's attractive and female quality ahead of her shoulder. And so if there's a couple nitpicky things I know can kind of jump out, kind of throw you off at first, where she's not just dead level there, but when you think about if she was a little better there, she probably looks exactly like our class winner, and that's why she ends up in second. This heifer in third is probably the softest made one of the first 3. I appreciate the fact that she's easy keeping, she's big-footed, got a good foot underneath of her as well. The longer I had her out here, the plainer she started to look to me. And it's not just up front. Her body shape wanted to flatten just a little bit. I don't see her being quite as truly robust, but she's good in her teeth structure. She's good in her feet and legs as well. I certainly see some quality in that heifer. Heifer in fourth is one that I liked when they first came out. Her center rib, mid rib is excellent. She's another sound structured, loose made one. She maybe gets up underneath of herself a little bit. At times she'll creep that spine up just ever so slightly out of her, but a really, really high quality one there as well. I like this heifer in fifth when she's standing still. You can tell her lines, her smoothness is really, really good. She's powerful, and that young lady does a great job of getting her shown. She just doesn't move good enough, and if she did, that's why she would end up a little higher in this class. You got everything out of her from a showmanship sense, but really can't hide her biggest flaw, in my opinion, because when she moves, a little too short in her step from behind. This heifer here, I think, is loose enough. I got to just open her up and give her more natural dimension, give her more rib shape, and just give her more true cow power to move up in this class. A really intriguing, great colored one that comes next that's really striking from the side. She needs a little softer hind leg and a softer body and midrib. Here, you get that in this heifer here, but this heifer is a little too flat and a little too narrow to move up in this class. Big ribbed one here, a little plainer in the way that she's made. You could say the same about this one. This one's easy fleshing, good cow, a little rounder, a little upright in the way that she's made. We've got a heifer here that I think we'd just change her hind leg. We'd move her up a couple of spots because she's attractive, she's neat to look at. And we've got a group of cattle here that, again, just like the rest of our big classes, I appreciate the fact that they've put the time and the effort into these calves. They've done an impeccable job of showing them. There's a thing or two that we tweak. There's maybe some cattle in here that don't have the same kind of performance or cow power, but these kids brought good Beefmaster cattle to the show. It's their only project that they brought here, so let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring. Really outstanding class.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Starley Beatty of Jim Wells County 4-H. Fourth in that class, going to Chloe Deep. Fourth, Chloe DeBoard of Harris County 4-H. Fifth to Emmy Collier of Washington County 4-H member, your sixth place award. Going to Ella Taylor, Springtown FFA. Seventh to Ava Bone of the East Chambers FFA. Eighth to Kendall Schendel of Lee County 4-H. Ninth to Eunice Rodriguez of Pasadena FFA. And our 10th place ribbon to Chloe Holscher of the Leander FFA chapter. And our division drive here, the calf division of your Beefmaster show.
This is really a good class. It's got some variation of kind in
Well, I know it's 2 o'clock, and we still have quite a bit more cattle to get through, even in this breed, and a bunch of girths left after that. So I'll try to keep my comments pretty brief, but I do think that this is a drive that had a lot of cattle in it, and it's definitely warranted a little bit of discussion, because I know the stakes are high, and I know that to come out of this division when there's about 100 of them in here is a pretty awesome feat. So the heifer that wins our first class, this young man's got Circle in here. I just really love a lot of things about her. Just her cow-like look and feature, body shape, and just how it blends so smoothly up through her shoulder and has just a beautiful cow look about her head and neck. And for one that is that way, I love that she's good-footed, she's good structured as well. Everything's proportional, just a good, solid female. Get into our second class winner, another one of those big classes, and I thought this heifer did a lot of really unique things. And I say that, and I don't mean it lightly, and I don't mean it to in a bad way at all. I think this heifer, from a pure foot, angle, structure, is very elite. And they're all good structured in this lineup, but this one is elite structured. The way that her hip and hind leg is designed, the way that her front foot sets to the ground with that kind of angulation and slope to her shoulder and knee, that one's just up-headed look. You know, I think what's interesting about this heifer is she's still very immature to me. I think she reads green. I think she reads like one that's going to go on and be one tremendous big bred down the road. Really, really excellent female to win the second south. We got into our third class, big class there, and we won with a heifer that I thought was just a good meat and potatoes, you know, nuts and bolts, however you want to coin it, type of heifer. Just no holes, good-footed, good structured, built right, moderate, easy keeping, and doing all the basics from a cow sense right. I don't know if she brings anything extra to the table out here in a comparative sense, but I just love the fact that she brings no problems and can go out and be a really productive cow in the future. Then we get into our final class. We had one that I thought won that class pretty handily in terms of just her performance and body shape and quality. I think when you get her out here, maybe she's one that doesn't proportion quite as nicely as a couple other ones out here, but she's darn sure got enough quality to be in this division lineup. It's a good set of seconds over there. I'd be remiss if I tell you, ringside, there's a second place heifer that's going to come in here in a second that I think warrants a very, very hard look as well. And so I'm going to select your champion. I'll take a second look for reserve, but if you would, give a nice round of applause. I'll get you a champion in this division.
And our first place winner from Class 2 takes the division championship. That's entry 31669. And we'll move up our second place for reserve consideration out of Class 2. And our reserve honors going to the winner of Class 1. That's entry 29587. Wiley Butler, the exhibitor from Milam County 4-H, taking reserve honors in this calf division of your Beefmaster show. We're short 3 in the lineup for Class 7. We need entry 14661, entry 14659, entry 13336. We need you in staging. If these are scratches, please inform the gate.
Kind of an interesting class over here in our Another interesting class. Pretty logical place to start for me, though. I think we got a heifer in here that puts a lot of.
From Royal FFA, and fifth, Matthew Garcia, McAllen Memorial FFA.
Well, I wanted to make just a quick comment here as we kind of make our first sift through this, another really big Beefmaster class here. And so I kind of keep 10. I got 10 spots here for placings, but it's just the same as what I've said before. I know that you guys have put the effort and the time and blood, sweat, and tears into these projects, if you will. So it's the worst part about judging is to come out here and say, well, I've got to excuse you from the ring. But I want to, again, continue to say thank you for bringing them out here. I know how important it is to do this project, and I know how important it is for your development. And so if you would, ringside, give all these young people on the outside a nice round of applause. Give them a big congratulations as we excuse them from this class.
Get ready to pick our second division in the Black Brangus.
What an interesting class. And this is one of those classes where I made an initial sift, and within those sifts, I'm not so sure that you couldn't have a different set of opinions out here on how they needed to be lined up. I'm just going to share with you kind of what I thought and what I saw out here. And the longer they get out here, I knew that this one I think I pulled her second or third. I knew when I pulled her, she hit me pretty good, and she continued to grow on me as this class wore on. And so I become pretty comfortable in her being the place to start. And again, not to echo everything I've basically beat into your head all day, but I think that one is good-footed. I think she sets the standard in this class from just a maternal sense, the way her hip is designed, the way her hind leg drops to the surface, her softness of body. And then when you read her up front, I love her length, and I love just the ladylike feature she reads to you. She could probably use a shot more forerib to kind of blend that point of her shoulder in just a little bit better there, but I think that's really critical on a heifer that I think is good in her line. She proportions right, does a lot of really good things. I think after that, there was probably a lot more give and take and probably some differences that you could do out here. The heifer in second, I know that she probably doesn't jump out at you. Probably for me, I just was having a hard time figuring out what was really wrong with her, because she's the other heifer in this class that in terms of heel and foot shape, I think is the way they should be. She's comfortable, she's moderate, she's big-bodied, she's bold, she moves really good. She's just a little plainer compared to the heifers on either side of her. Heifer that's maybe not as refined up through her head and her neck, maybe a little rounder built in terms of her hooks to pin set, but I think good quality cattle, long-lasting, good-footed, bold-bodied ones that's going to have a long-term in production. I thought 3 and 4 were close. You could switch them if you wanted. They're polarizing. This heifer here has got a little more bone and a little more substance. I think that's obvious. I would work this heifer up a spot, or I would say that this heifer could maybe even run to win this class if her rear foot were different. You can kind of see what she does. She's a little short on that inside toe, so she'll kind of roll on those back feet just a little bit. Again, is it a long-term concern? I'm not sure. I don't think so. But if we could change that, I think this heifer would not just be second. She'd be closer to winning this class, but it's a nitpicky thing that I'd like to change. Heifer that comes in fourth is one of the best-looking ones out here. And after our class winner, this is probably my next favorite in terms of just length of body, female quality up front. She needs to just set down a little better behind. We need to intensify her bone work just a bit to get her to proportion right, but she's good in her teat structure, long-bodied, level-made, good quality heifer there in 4. The heifer that comes in 5th is a more moderate, sensibly sized one. I'd like to blow her apart. She's a little narrow-chested, a little flatter-bodied, a little narrower when you get right in behind her as well, but good cattle nonetheless. Female quality is good, softness is good, structure is good. Heifer that comes next, I worked up in this class. She was one of my late adds to the party, but I love her foot, I love her structure, I love the way she goes. Reads a little raw at times. I'd like to just soften her heart and her forerib, make her a little easier keeping, if you will, to move up in this class. Good-looking one, needs to be different up front. Front shoulder wants to paddle just a bit, a little tight there in her hock. Same can be said about this one. We could just give her a little different reach up front, give her a different hind leg. This heifer here is bold and stout, a little too coarse for me. Then we round our top 10 out with a heifer that has a nice look, but she needs to have a different hip and hind leg assembly if she's going to make a higher play. Good quality class. Congratulations.
15 for Beefmaster.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
4-H. Sixth in that class, Braley Chermerler of Burlington County. 7th place, Mason Stowe of Brandon Nelson FFA, Byron Nelson, the chapter. Our 8th place award to Ethan Santos, Sherlyn FFA. 9th to Tinley Martin of Pruitt FFA. And the 10th place ribbon going to Landry Kaufman of Coleman FFA. Congratulations to these show arena at this time on the south side. Our Beefmaster Class 8, females born during October and September of 2024, and we have 15 entries in this heifer class.
Pretty nice class of bring. It's females, and this top end is pretty interesting. Got a really good effort.
another interesting class here in this Beefmaster side. And you know, I would say that for me, there was probably never a thought in my mind of who needed to start. It was actually trying to figure out where to go from there on down. And I think this black heifer here, when she hit the ring, she hit me pretty good. And I think this is the best heifer out here. And I think, again, from a structural standpoint, standard settings, she's big ribbed and stout and sound and put together really nice. I think just a really nice place to start. I thought it was a lot tougher to figure out where to go from there. But I did land on this heifer in second because the longer she's out here, the more I think she starts to reflect what we see in our class winner. I think this is the next most like her in terms of rib shape, volume, putting it together with some quality in terms of her look, her top and bottom line, I think setting her good. When you get her stopped and propped up like that, I think that's a well-balanced heifer. She maybe isn't as soft and not quite as just elite looking as the heifer that beat her, but that's a darn good heifer there in second. Third and fourth are polarizing. Again, I think here's a heifer that's a little more sensibly sized, a little softer looking. She's probably one that's just maybe not quite got as much true performance in her. And I'm not saying they got to be big or small. I don't really care as long as they're good. But this heifer probably gets just a nickel out horsed in this class, and that's why she ends up in third. But I think there's enough quality in this heifer to keep her towards the top. I like this heifer in fourth from just a length perspective. I think she's another heifer that has some looseness to her structure, pretty good in terms of her foot and her heel. It's a heifer that obviously has got a little extra set to her hind leg, and when you pair that with a bigger outline, longer bodied, shallower kind, she can look just a little spindly out here. And so if we could just kind of soften her body up, give her a little different set to her hind legs, she won't maybe kind of fit together quite as awkwardly. Heifer that comes next is kind of a looser made one, a little plainer featured. Probably didn't see this heifer being quite as robust as those ones that are in front of her. I like this heifer's kind that comes next, but I got to pull her apart. And there's time or two on this turf where you catch her just kind of stabbing that foot down to the surface and not getting as comfortable as I'd like to. Heifer that comes next is loose enough. She gets a little big navel, a little plainer in the way she looks. There's a group of cattle here as we work through this class that I think have some quality. I know that we've only got 10 placings out here, and for sake of time, we've got to keep moving on here. But just like in all these other classes, there's good cattle in here. These kids have put forth the time and effort. I appreciate the fact that you brought your Beefmaster heifers. I'm excited that you're here. I love the program, and I'm excited about what you're doing. So let's give this class a nice round of applause.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Third place to Jack Shackelford of Columbus FFA. Fourth in that class, Benjamin Shiner of Victoria FFA. Fifth in the class, Haley Back of Magnolia FFA. Sixth place award going to Carly Mooring of Rains FFA. Your seventh place to Adeline Gonzalez, a Zapata County 4-H member. Our eighth place award, Adrian Rodriguez from Terry FFA. Ninth in the class to Grady Jennings, a member of the Gafford FFA. And the 10th place ribbon went to Kendra Mendoza, Jim Hogg County 4-H. In your Beefmaster arena at this time, our class number 9. Heifers born during July and August of 2024.
Another really good class. Get into these older females, and I think the top 3 heifers up here are kind of the challenging part of this class. I think the one that wins the class, I like her because she's a little flatter through her shoulders. She's a little more elegant made, I think, in the way she comes at us. She's one that just really, I think, holds herself together from the standpoint she's got that rib, she's got that body, but she handles her top, handles herself so well when we get her out. You know, she wants to move in a hurry, which, you know, sometimes that's a little distracting. We slow her down a little bit, but still, I think that female does so many good things. And I think the real advantage sets right at the point of their shoulders forward, point of their shoulders down, the way they tie in behind their shoulders. I think that's kind of her advantage in this class. Then as we start looking at these next 2 heifers, I think the one that comes as close to our
Another class, summer borns, and so we got a little variety out here, and you kind of expect that with Kevin this time of year. I would imagine it's a little hot down here, and so we try to avoid it, but I think there's enough variety and enough differences out here to make it a little challenging, but I still thought that this was the place that I wanted to start from the get-go. And in terms of just, again, putting together a heifer that has some proportions and has some look and quality, does everything in that regard without sacrificing any of the fundamentals. I think just a really solid place to start. I thought there was some give and take from there on down. I thought this heifer in second actually reflected my winner quite a bit in terms of ruggedness and structural quality. She's not quite as seamless as the one that beats her in class. She's a little out at the point of her shoulder, maybe a little tight right there in her heart, and just doesn't blend as seamlessly, but she's still good in her top line. She's good out to her hip. Love her length of spine, love her structural integrity, and that's why she's second. Heifers in 3 and 4, again, I think you could flip a coin. They're polar opposites, but I like the heifer in third in terms of her structural makeup. I saw just a little more length and a little more extension, and probably the biggest thing for me that separates third and fourth is I think this heifer is a little more honest and a little more just correct in terms of her breeding condition, a little trimmer. I appreciate that about her. She needs more of her. And then you get that in this fourth place heifer. And so that's why this pair can be flipped. It's a bigger bodied, bolder sprung one that's soft made, easy keeping, looks like a female as well. She's got a little bit of pones on her, carrying a little extra condition. She'll kind of tuck up underneath of herself when she goes, and so consequently, she gets just a little plainer in how she's put herself together. But a good cow prospect in terms of just structure and body type. We got one that comes next that I like in terms of her honest rib shape. A little too straight shouldered. She wants to get a little out there in terms of her knee, wants to paddle up front, and just they need to change her in terms of her front end structure. Bigger outlined heifer that's a little straighter and tighter off both ends. Here's a heifer that I like in terms of her softness, but she needs a different hind leg, and she gets a little round and plainer in the way she's made. Long-bodied one here that needs to have just more robustness and more genuine power. This black heifer I like in terms of her doability, but she's just a little plainer, a little off balance in the way she's made. Pair of heifers here that I think give up quite a bit of cow power and performance. I saw just a little bit more quality in this black one. And then we round the class out with a nice red heifer that, again, need to change her foot shape and give her more weight per day of age if she's going to play. But good quality class. Congratulations.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Of Crawford FFA. Our sixth place ribbon to Adrienne Pena, Hebronville FFA. Seventh to Sophia Lunigo of McAllen Memorial FFA chapter. Eighth to Cole Moby of the Hempstead FFA. Ninth place award to Addison Forsberg of Taylor County 4-H. And 10th place going to Tony Terry, member of the Springtown FFA chapter.
Finish up this last class, older set of Brangus females. We're going to finish out this older division with these three.
Well, folks here at ringside, I apologize that I took a little extra time in this class. I'll be honest with you, I've been here since 7 this morning, and that this is by far the most challenging class I've had to put together. And I'm not saying that it isn't because there aren't good cattle out here. There's so many different answers and so many different directions that you could go. And I mean that sincerely. And so I'm just here to share you my opinion and share you my thoughts and what I saw. But I would listen to a lot of different arguments on 5, 6, even 7 different heifers in here that you could get excited about and work up in this class. To me, the heifer that wins is the one that, in terms of just cow fundamentals, is my favorite. Here's a heifer that if you read her at the ground and you start at her heel and her foot shape, I think she's really square and really true. I think she's super angular and super comfortable in the way that she goes. I like her body shape as good as anything in this class as well. I think she's bold. I think she's robust. She looks like a female up front. You know, there's times where she wants to go fast, and you're kind of holding her back just a little bit. And when you do that, sometimes she'll arch up right in the middle of their back. And I'd just give you the advice of just let her go, because when she goes, she relaxes and everything stays together, and you start to really see the nice brood cow that she is. So that's a nice heifer here to lead off the class. I thought the heifer in second was probably the next most like her. I like her length. I like her ladylike feature. I like her hip design and her hind leg a little better than the heifer that ends up in third and fourth. This heifer's probably not quite as heavy structured, not as heavy duty in terms of her forearm, foot size, etc. But she's very genuine, and I like her condition. I like her structural qualities, and that's why, for me, she's in second. I thought third and fourth are two heifers that kind of look similar. They're both cattle that are easy doing. They're both cattle that may be a little rounder built. I thought this one here had just a shot more to her in terms of bone and hip and dimension and width. This heifer here at times, like I said, can get a little underneath of herself, but a good quality heifer there in third. The one that ends up in fourth's a little bigger version of her. She's also a frailer version of her that I think of the first four. When you ask these cattle to take that final lap, I thought this heifer was a little awkward there behind. She's soft enough pastern, but she's not secure enough in her hock, so she'll waddle just a little bit off that rear skeleton. But nitpicky things there that I ended up putting her in fourth. The one in fifth is very genuine. This is a heifer that I think in terms of breeding condition is one of my favorites in this class. She's up-headed and attractive. She's a little out-horsed in this group, but I do love her smoothness. I love the way she blends. We can maybe change her front-end structure a little bit too, but really high-quality heifer. The one that comes next, I think in terms of flexibility, mobility, top line is good. She's got a little bit of fed-on look to her. She's a little staler appearing. Heifer that probably for one that's got a little extra condition. She's still a little raw in her body shape, so those are some concerns that I had, and that's why she ended up where she was. Big stout one comes next. She needs more heart. She needs more flank. She's a heifer that's a little out there at the point of her shoulder and just not as maternal in her look, but a big hind leg, big feet, and things that you can appreciate about. This heifer that comes next, I'd like to just smooth her out, just give her a little different hind leg set. You got a bigger outlined heifer that needs to be softened up, a soft heifer that needs to be just leaned up and just stretched out in her maturity curve. Then we round our class out with a trio of bigger outline cattle that I thought all needed a structural tweak here or there. We could maybe just give them a little more cow power to match their frame, but good quality class. Congratulations.
And we thank you for the overview. And first place honors, blue ribbon going to Wes Stoser of Liberty FFA. Your second in the class, Austin Garza, Royce City FFA chapter. Third to Elizabeth Gwynn of Nordheim FFA. Your fourth to Sherlyn Wimberly of Woodson FFA. Our fifth place in the class going to Carson Burnett of Alito FFA. Sixth to Mia Fitzgerald, Bowling FFA member. Seventh place in the class, Kent McKenzie, Henderson County 4-H'er. Eighth to Gage Seal from Weatherford FFA. Our ninth place to Daniel Martinez, Smith County 4-H, and the 10th place ribbon in the class going to Hudson Milner of the Weatherford FFA chapter.
Well, we're getting ready to finish up our Brangus show, and I tell you, I'm excited.
female comes to us out of the junior division, exhibited by Rose, San Jacinto County 4-H. And our reserve female comes to us out of the senior division, exhibited by Clevie Allen, Houston County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion and reserve in our junior Brangus show for the 2026 San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, as well as all the youngsters that show Brangus heifers today.
Well, as we go to wrap up this second division, I know we've got one more, and we've still got some Gerts to get through here. So I thought that this was a challenging division. I'll be honest with you. I thought a lot of these classes were tricky to put together because there just wasn't as much variety in terms of just top to bottom quality as maybe you've seen in some of the other breeds. So it took a minute to get through it and took a minute to kind of figure out where you wanted to land on. And so I didn't know how this was all going to fit together. And when we get these class winners back out, I certainly think that all of these winners out here are good cattle. They represent the things that I like in terms of just maternal function and structural quality and making long-lasting brood cows. I think to me, as you get them out here, the longer I look at it, the more of a two-horse race I start to think it becomes. I think these two heifers here in the back are good cows. I think they're powerful. I think they have some quality to them, but I think to me there's two of them that probably go a little bit further in terms of the quality realm, and that's these two calves up front. And I still haven't totally made my mind up yet because the young lady up front I think has an exceptionally high quality, very female-esque kind of a heifer here to win the first class. She's so soft, she's so easy spined, so loose at the ground and comfortable in the way she's made. Beautiful head on her as well. She's not as powerful as the heifer that's in second, but she just has so much maternal quality. You know, this heifer in our second spot, a lot to this heifer. And for one that is that bold and is that dimensional, all the substance, I still love how she's so correct. She's so correct in the way she goes, and she's flexible, comfortable. And I think she still looks like a female. She's not as flat-shouldered, but I think it's her identity. I think that kind of comes with the territory. When you've got power cattle, you're not going to have them just sleek-shouldered and whatnot. And so it's kind of, you know, chocolate and vanilla. I know people like different things, and if you could put them together, I think we'd be off to the races. But that's what I see, and I think a really competitive pair. It's not to say that these other six out here don't deserve to be in a champion lineup and don't deserve a round of applause. So let's give them a hand, and I'll select your champion and reserve in this lineup.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in the Junior Champion Drive for your Beefmaster show, congratulations to our winner of Class 8, taking the championship there, Olivia Grace King of Rudder FFA, and your reserve honors going to the winner of Class 7, that was Riley Upton of Brazoria County 4-H. Congratulations to Olivia and Riley on their division championship awards. Well, here in our Beefmaster show, we're going to start our final division, the senior division. Got another large class of cattle in class 13, 22 head. Final call to be in staging. This is first call to bring up class 14 in your Beefmaster show.
Okay, let's see. I gotta take a picture of that one and write yours. And let's see.
Class 13.
Yeah, y'all are a division ahead of us. And we both have 111 head at the end.
Class 13.
Class 13 Beefmaster, we're short entry 13,775 and 16,485. Last and final call for lineup.
I've got another one of those tough calls here, but in a big class here, we're going to whittle it down to the top 10, and then we're going to work these 10 again. But again, this is an awesome set of cattle. As I look at the other ones that are around the ring, there's still some ones out here that have some doability and some maternal function and some cow power to them. I thought that this was a pretty elite set right here in the middle. And those are the ones that we're going to keep back for the top 10 in this class, and we're going to work them to get a placing. But again, just to say the same things I've been saying over and over to you kids, I know that it's not easy to take time out of your day and take time off of school to come to these events, but my kids are involved in it as well. I'm right there in the trenches with you. As a parent and myself, it's hard for me to say that I'm going to excuse you from the ring, but I do want to say thank you very much for bringing them out here. This program means a lot to me, and I think that just showing that you're out here putting yourself out on the line and competing regardless of what happens says a lot about your character. So those of you guys ringside, would you please give the ones on the outside a big round of applause as we exit the ring.
Nice class, start our ARB show with. This heifer that starts the class, I like this heifer a lot. And, I like her on the profile, but when I really get up on her, then I really appreciate her because she does have some true dimension to her. You can stand back and look at her and think, maybe she gets a little bit, a little tighter made, maybe not quite as much cow in her. But, boy, you get up on her and then see that rib shape and that body that she has and that width that she has when she gets behind her. She's really wide pinned. She's got as much width as he's standing behind her. Maybe not bred quite like that, but that's a good female and a really good place to start. Young lady, you do a nice job. Congratulations. Then we follow in with the kind of the short horn looking heifer that, if we could change her a little bit, she gets a little short from her hooks back, wants to round into her pins a little bit. But just from a kind of a maternal type, I think she's kind of got a cow look to her. She's kind of got some things about her you really appreciate. Red heifer gets up here just basically on power. She's as stout made as any of them and handles it pretty well. There's another heifer or two down here that have that same power maybe that aren't quite as good down at the ground, but this heifer, she's not bad at all, and I think she's got a great future. She's just a little different kind when we compare to the two standing above her, but a good places to go. And then a pair of these heifers that are probably, they're a little green. They're probably a little more refined when we compare them to the heifers standing on either side of them. But these are heifers that I think are good, sound, functional kind of females. Black heifer that comes next, I just like to change her when we get her out and track her around the ring. I think she wants to pop a little bit when we look at her, and she doesn't want to just sit down and be as flexible as we'd like for her to be. I appreciate her because she's really stout made, big top, big rib, lots of bone, just a really unique individual. We just hopefully can kind of get her to where she'll handle this movement a little better. Then we follow out with a set of these females, a big red heifer, kind of the high growth female in here. Appreciate that about her. The black heifer behind her, another really extended, long spine, long made female. Young man's red heifer. She gets a little too bow-legged for me. When you watch her walk away from you, gonna roll a little bit and not be as square as we need her to be. Then we have a nice set of these young heifers that have a lot of future left. We just haven't got them there yet, but they're the right kind and we can get there with them. So congratulations on a good set of females. pretty interesting class, I think, when we get over on this side of the ring. And heifer that we're going to start with, that's, again, we kind of, especially when we get into these young ones, it's a combination of who can do the most good, put the most good things together. And she's sure the one that's pretty easily, I think, finds her way up here. Still attractive to look at, still good on the profile, still big rib. Stand behind her, you can see some expression and some dimension. Just kind of a female that kind of falls into first pretty handily. Then I think we get into this heifer that's second and realizing second and third, we've got heifers that have been fed as hard as they need to be fed at this stage of the game. Young lady's heifer that stands second, though, I think she balances up nicer. I think she's the one that just kind of follows our class winner, just kind of lands in that second place spot. Get down there to third and fourth, and then it becomes, you know, we have one that's probably needs to be backed off, turned out, eased up. And then we got a young man's heifer that I think's got a tremendous amount of future. She is as green as you can get one. If he takes her and pours it into her and just keeps pushing and pushing, she's one that I think's gonna has so much good to her. Today, we just need more of her. We're just gonna not give her that opportunity yet, but we're gonna realize that she's one that's managed right. There's gonna be a lot of future in her. So good set of these females all the way through. Congratulations.
Well, over here on this side, a lot of different dynamics to kind of consider in this class as we're kind of coming back out here and working this top 10. I know that where we are in production, I know we're getting into the middle part of February. You've got a pair out here that are in production, but I think a lot of these other ones that I asked the kids out here kind of what their due dates are, they're still on target. And so I don't want to just say, hey, I don't care about pairs. I think reproduction's key. I think it's important. I appreciate the fact that she calved a little bit early, but I still think the rest of these heifers are on time. And so when you consider that as a factor, I think the heifer that wins is a heifer that just always continues to strike me. And here's the things that I like. Obviously, she's shown impeccably well, and I told the young lady how I appreciated how she presented her to me. But this is a heifer that's pretty easy to show. When they're made like the way she is, her length of hip, the design of her hind leg, just the angulation of this heifer, I think, is impeccable. And I appreciate the fact, and I sit there and think to my mind, I talked to this young lady, she says she's due here in about 3-4 weeks, and I believe it because she's got a beautiful start to her udder already, and it's square and it's correct, and it's probably, I think she's maybe going to be a little better uddered than the cow that ends up in second. And so when you pair together an elegant look, structural correctness, a really nice start to her udder, and the fact that she's fertile, and she's shown really well, I think that became the place to start. Young lady did a good job. Congratulations again. This pair in second, I know how hard it is to get these show heifers bred. We're on the road all the time. We're changing feed and doing all those different things, but she's got a nice calf here at side, and that's what I think makes it interesting because I like the calf as much as I do, and I know these first-timers, it's a little tough to always get just a real elite one right out of the gate, but this is a good calf, so I think the future's bright for this cow. I'd like to see her fore udder a little fuller. She's not as exquisite as the heifer that wins, but darn good production heifer there. Good 2-year-old there that I think's going to have a whale of a longevity future. This one that's in third, she's the first one I pulled, and I love her cow power. I love her body shape. If we could put all the heifers in here with her true rib shape, her true dimension and volume, and stay as sound as she does, I think it's very, very good. The problem is I think that there's 3 heifers in this class that are all very good structured. They're all built right. And so this heifer to me comes off as maybe a little plainer to look at. She's a little crestier at the top of her neck, not as elite in terms of her hip and hind leg design, but boy, a darn nice one. That's the best third place heifer we've had all day. And I know that that's no consolation, but that's a darn good heifer. The heifer in fourth has got a lot of performance and dimension to her. She's soft-bodied. She comes up a little in her tail head, and sometimes I catch this heifer being just a little awkward in her balance in that sense, but certainly a good one that I think has a lot of doability and fleshing ability. This heifer, I think you can say a lot of the same things. Here's one that's really lean and really attractive in the way she's made. She doesn't read quite as far in gestation as compared to some of the other ones out here. She's a little raw in her kind. Her tail head kind of pops out of her a little bit. And I think it's because her hind leg's not perfect. And so none of those criticism that I had are long-term concerns. It's just that kind of laundry list of things that got her on down into 5th. A moderate one that comes next gets a little plainer in her look and body shape. You could say the same about the one that comes in 7, and maybe a little rounder in the way she's built. We got a trio of heifers here that I certainly think all have some body mass. They have some doability to them, but of this group of 10, these are the 3 that we need to change structurally if we want to move them up in this class. But a really high quality set. Really like the cattle there at the top end.
And we appreciate the overview of the Class 13 placings from our judge, Dr. Cassidy.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Haley Heifers, Class 3, we need you in the ring. Haley Heifers, Class 3, you'd like to listen to your show. ARB Heifers, Carl says you're in.
Back on our results from the Beefmaster Class 13. 4th place award went to Lane Seal of Weatherford FFA. 5th in that class, Riley Denman of the Pruitt FFA chapter. 6th in the class, Jency Heffron of the Brazoria County 4-H. Our 7th place, Burden Titus County 4-H member, Michael Burden taking that ribbon. 8th in the class to Rainey Pitts of Titus County 4-H. Our 9th place to Braden Stutzenberger of Morin FFA. And 10th place award going to Morgan Finke of the Washington County 4-H. Our Class 14 Beefmasters in the arena at this time, all born during January and February of 2024. We have 10 entries. This will be Class 15 class call, final class of the day, so you first and second place winners in the previous classes in our senior division need to be standing ready and staging. And this will be first call for our calf and the junior champions in the Beefmaster breed to be standing ready for the Grand Championship.
another nice class in our ARB division, and just a real true cow prospect, I think, comes up on the front end of this thing. She's not maybe as jack-necked as what we have standing in second, and maybe not quite as extended from her shoulder forward, but from her shoulder back, I don't think there's another young female in here that's got that rib shape and dimension that she has. Pretty flexible at the ground, covers her track, really gets out and handles herself well on the move. The up-headed, long neck, big black heifer that comes next. I really like this heifer. She's pretty green, kind of raw in the way she's made and put together. I think she'll be fun to follow and see how they manage this one and see if we can kind of soften her up, but yet still keep her looking with that kind of striking profile. Female that comes right behind her, kind of similar to her from her shoulder back, but not from her shoulder forward. Doesn't have that extra length and that real neat look to her that we have in that heifer that stands second. We look at this young man's heifer that comes fourth. It's a heifer that, just shoulders back. Again, we can talk about, body shape and dimension and cow power that they have. But if we're going to want to put them on the front end, then we're going to want to change them a little bit from their shoulders forward. We're going to want to lengthen that neck out, stretch them out a little bit, make them a little more elegant, which young lady's heifer is standing right behind him. Young lady right in front of me here. This is a pretty neat necked heifer. She's real attractive made. She's one of those really feminine made kind of females, but she doesn't want to have quite the power and dimension that stands above her in the class, and so we kind of have to work our way in with her. Young lady's big heifer that comes next, kind of the high growth female in here, high performing, high weight per day of age cow. Lots of performance in her, and I appreciate it. Then a nice roan made female that's pretty striking on the profile, just not enough to her. If we're going to get her further up, we're going to have to blow her apart from one end to the other. Young man's black heifer doesn't want to balance out quite as well. She wants to get a little heavier up in that chest, not quite give us that balanced look that we get on the profile. Young lady's heifer that follows next, this heifer's got a lot of future. She's green, and I appreciate that about her. I think it's a matter of time on her till we get her managed right. A lot of quality about her, a lot of good things. Young man's black heifer going out, and she's just wrestled him ever since he got in here, and that's made it kind of tough on him, but that's a good female. It's sure got a lot of future. Congratulations.
Another interesting class here, and we've got little different stages of production represented, and got to kind of think through that a little bit from my perspective to try to figure out what makes sense out here in this class. But I do appreciate all these kids out here, because when I talk to them a little bit about kind of how far along their cattle are in terms of gestation, I got to say they're being pretty honest, and they know exactly where they're at. So I commend you parents and commend you kids out here for making that a priority, because what I thought in front of me was completely confirmed by these kids, and so I appreciate the honesty. I think it's great. And so to me, we start off with a heifer that maybe doesn't have the freaky kind of look about them, but if you followed me all day, they don't really have to be freaks. I think this heifer just combines the basics. I like where she's at in gestation. She overwhelms this class just in terms of body mass and shape and power and substance. And for one that is so powerful, She still handles it very well. She's beautiful in terms of her hip and her hind leg design, smooth enough in her shoulder. She's not freaky necked. I think it all kind of fits her. She just looks like a brood cow that's getting ready to go into production. You know, from the hooks forward, I think this heifer in second probably has a flashier look about her. She's got this beautiful kind of presentation to her. Love her color, love the way that she's clipped out and the way that she's presented to us today. From there back, she's a little sharper in her hock. She doesn't flex it quite as good as the heifers on either side of her. And I was trying to figure out where this heifer was in gestation, and young man told me she's due in late April, first part of May, and I'd say that looks like it's about spot on. And so, to be honest, I'd like to see her just a nickel further along in calf. I think that flank would drop and help that rear skeleton balance up. But from there forward, that's as good a heifer in this class, and that's why she's in second. This heifer that's in third, she looks like she's ready to go. She's dropping a nice udder, and I appreciate that about her. Nothing wrong with this kind of cattle. Good-footed, fertile, got a nice start to her udder. You know, she just gets a little bit plainer as you compare her, and maybe not the exciting substance and pieces as what we see in first and second, but good quality cattle there in third. They've got a pair here in fourth, obviously a 2-year-old here that's got a big calf here at side. Kind of sucking the life out of her, if you will, because this cow's kind of withering away just a little bit, but she's obviously got plenty of milk in there, doing a great job. She's probably just gets out horsed a little bit. Cow's got a little bit, needs to probably flesh up here as we pull that calf off and wean her, but I love the fact that she's fertile and that she was a little ahead of schedule. Heifer that comes next is kind of a big broody one that's just a little plainer in the way she's made, carrying a little extra condition. I think you could say the same about this kind of brockle one here that comes next. I'd like to change this one's teat structure. She gets a little bit long and a little gathered there as well. She's not as feminine as I like them either when you read her ahead of her shoulder, but big and stout and powerful. This heifer that comes next is good in her top line. She's too straight in her shoulder, a little frailer at the ground. We'd like to lean her up in her composition as well. It's a trio of heifers here that finish out our class that have some good to them. They're cattle that are moderate, they're easy fleshing, just maybe not the extra performance and power, not the cow dimension, gestational ability that I see in some of the ones in front of them. Quality class, congrats.
Brittany, how you doing?
Go ahead. And back over on the south side, we'll share the placings with you on the class that was just completed here in the Beefmaster show. That was class 14, had heifers born January through February. And the blue ribbon and first place honors went to Kane Fletcher Gray of Chester FFA. Second in that class to Caden Watts of Latexo FFA. Our third place award earned by Parker Dugan, a Tasca FFA member. Fourth in the class, Levi Heffron, the exhibitor from Brazos County 4-H. Fifth went to Chandler Austin of Sealy FFA, your sixth place ribbon, earned by Madeline Forsberg, Taylor County 4-H member. Our seventh place to Yardina Ibarra of Pasadena FFA. Eighth, Corbin Crude, Big Sandy and Dillardsville FFA chapter. Our ninth place to Cheyenne Mansouri of the Hill County 4-H. And rounding out the class with the 10th place ribbon was Holly Vershis of Bear County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in the Class 15 of our Beefmaster show. These are the oldest heifers in the show, born from October through December. So you Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, this will be your heads up. We'll have our senior champion drive at the completion of this class, then the grand and reserves, and we'll be moving into your breed show following the grand champion selection in our Beefmasters.
Unfortunately, you know, we've had to do this throughout the day, all breeds. We get into these really big classes. We've got placings for 10, and that's kind of what works the best in this ring. So we end up having to kind of sort down and just keep these 10 that are in the middle. We're going to reclass them, rework them, and go through that. Cassidy's talked about it. I can tell you the truth about it. It's painful to have to do this. You don't want to have to do it because I know how much work everybody puts into bringing cattle to town and getting to this point, but that's just the way it is, part of the business. So for those of you that are on the way out, I still want you to know that, you know, and I'm sure you'll be told that, you know, you've got good cattle that have lots of opportunity. We're just not there today. Doesn't mean you're not going to be there for the end of these heifers' careers. We just got to get them to a different point, get them to a place where they fit in a little better, work into the middle part of this ring. But congratulations. These are good young cattle, good young exhibitors. Give them a nice hand for bringing these out. We'll rework these 10 in the middle, and we'll get them placed off of that. So, again, good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Well, what a way to wind up this Beefmaster breed. I know it's been a lot of cattle coming through here, and I'm fully aware that we've got another breed to get through, but really nice, and it's kind of refreshing when you get into these older cows and these late falls that, I'll be honest with you, I think they need to probably have a calf at side, and that's why this young lady's heifer is going to end up in third. And I visited with her for a little bit, and I said, hey, I appreciate your honesty. I do wish this heifer was a little closer to Kevin relative to her age, and so I reward these two for being in production. And I think with that being said, there's clearly a pair out here that I think in regards to having some quality in the cow and it still putting together an awesome calf here at side. I mean, it's hard with these first timers, considering how you're breeding them, if you're using some calving ease or whatever you're doing on your first timers. But this is a no slouch calf. That is a good one. And when you've got that on a first time around, I think that there's a bright future for that one in terms of what she can generate in your program and what she can do moving forward. I thought that was a pretty easy place to start. And just as quick as I did that, I thought that this pair needed to be second. And it just kind of comes back to production principles in terms of fertility and putting a calf aside. This heifer's doing a great job. Got a big stout bull calf here that's growthy. She's good enough in terms of her udder. Maybe not perfect in terms of the squareness or where those teats drop down, but she's in good rig. I think for one that's nursing a good calf here at side, to stay in a really nice kind of flesh is very, very nice on her part. Like I said, the heifer in third, I really like her. She's big-bodied. She's my kind in terms of cow dimension, foot size, shape, quality, all those things I like about this heifer. Like, this heifer would win a lot of classes because there's all kinds of quality here. I just wish she was a little bit further in gestation, and honestly, I wish she was probably had a calf here at side. And you can say that about a lot of these other ones out here. This heifer here, I think, is big-bodied and sound, but she needs to have more udder development and be leaned up in her condition. This heifer here probably has a little bit more spring there, but she's a heifer that just gets a little plainer and generic in the way that she's built and the way that she's made. So that's why she ended up where she was at. Real heavy structured one that comes next, this young girl's got. One that's maybe, again, just a little bit leaner and a little rawer in her kind, and I just wish she showed some signs of udder and gestation. A nice kind of cow that's refined that comes next. I'd like to just change her rear foot shape. She's a little long on those claws and a little shallow in her heel. This heifer here, this black one, I think is a little too plain to look at. Needs a different hind leg, but she's easy doing. And we round our class out with a pair of cattle that we need to change structurally. But all in all, I think it's a great way to wrap up the Beefmaster breed. We'll get in division and our champion overall. Congrats.
And we thank you for the discussion on your class evaluation here in our final judging class of the Beefmaster show. And taking the blue ribbon here was entry 3562, coming to us from Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H members. Second was earned by Trip Nichols of Blooming Grove FFA. Your third place honor, Lily Collier, Washington County 4-H. Fourth, Regan Parks of Brian Nelson FFA chapter. Our fifth place went to Grady Renke of Altex FFA. Our sixth place to Skylar Wilkerson of Decaney FFA. Seventh in the class to Peyton Squonky of Lee County 4-H. Your eighth place ribbon, Kendall Rogers, Byron Nelson FFA. Ninth in the class to Harper Milner of Weatherford FFA. And your 10th place ribbon went to Natalie Hopkins of Latexco FFA chapter. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Ladies and gentlemen, in your arena at this time are your first and second place from the two previous classes. And this is your senior champion drive for the Beefmaster show.
Over in our ARB ring, really big class of these, and we unfortunately sorted down, had to kick some out that are probably as good as what we've stand in here, but this is the 10 that really probably hit me the hardest coming through the gates and then when we were in the ring with them. And this heifer that wins the class, I think it's so close between her and the heifer in second. They're a little bit different. I think just a little bit of difference between the extra mass maybe that stands in the heifer standing second, but the front end structure of the heifer that stands first. And so, just for me, I think you can, there's more than enough in this female that wins the class. She's wide enough from one end to the other. She's good enough. She's big enough top, big enough hip, good enough at the ground. And I think she's just a a little more elegant, I guess, when we start comparing her to that for the stands right behind her. That's a massive, powered up female that stands second. So that's a pretty good pair of heifers. I think that's a chase. Could be a race any way you want to go with them. Those two are pretty good. Little greener made individual that comes third. A lot along the same lines of the two heifers that stand above her. She just isn't the same horse that we have standing on top. She just needs a little bit of time, see if we can get her to catch up. A little more elevated, bigger frame, bigger footed, rugged made red heifer that comes next. But I like this heifer. You know, she's got a tendency to maybe want to come apart just a little bit. But I think when you put that much bone and dimension and mass in them, you can sure see it happen. Yellow heifer that comes next, this is one that I think's kind of got a lot of future. I think she's just not ready yet. I think we got to kind of manage her along, and I think she's like the heifer that stands right behind her. These are young heifers that have some substance to them. They have some dimension to them. They sure have some functional usefulness to them. We're going to put them up on the front end. We're going to have to spend a little more time, get them a little further along to chase those two that stand up on top. Black heifer that comes next, big, rugged, stout made one. Probably got to have to manage her front end a little bit. We're going to have to worry a little bit about just whether or not that chest and that neck comes back to hurt us at the end of the day when she's a big bred. But she puts so many good things together. Yellow heifer there, red heifer that comes next. Heifer that sometimes has a tendency to kind of want to open up a little bit right behind her shoulders, wants to kind of not maybe set down quite as good on those legs as I'd like for her to, but still that's just a good heifer that really belongs to be out in the ring, just like this heifer here. Black heifer that's, again, we'll start talking about big, rugged, stout-made cattle that sure have a lot of power and dimension. She's one of those this young lady's heifers fought her ever since we got her out here, you know, and just probably not the real reason she stands down there, but the problem is when she fights her like that, then the structure issues that she has gets to be more apparent, so we kind of work our way past that. Congratulations on a good class.
Well, I know we've got a grand drive and some girths to sort through, but we're kind of rolling through this show, and it's been a big one, and it's been a fun one. And certainly as we get into this senior drive, I think we've got a couple of war horses out here that I think are going to be really, really nice and representatives in the Supreme Beefmaster drive. The young lady that won our first class, and she just does such a good job with this heifer. I mean, in terms of putting together a heifer that I think has tons of quality and really putting a young gal on here that can get it all out of her, I think is really, really nice. And like I said, it's probably easy to show a heifer that's built like this, that's really good at the ground, got a beautiful hip and hind leg, appreciate where she's at from just a gestation standpoint, and she's starting a nice little udder there as well. Just a good, solid, refined, feminine featured kind of heifer that win the first class. If we get into kind of a bigger, stouter, bolder kind that comes out of class number 2, big ribbed is all get out and just all kinds of cow power, still stays very functional. And that's why she won that class, because she looks like a brood cow. When you get her out here, she's probably the plainest featured of the first 3. And that's pretty obvious out here, but that doesn't necessarily take away from her ability to go out and produce and ability to go out and be a productive brood cow. I still like what she represents from just the basic sense of being rugged, powerful, and looking like a brood cow. Then we get into our last class winner. We had a couple pairs in there, and certainly one that I think from a pair standpoint, I understand how challenging these 2-year-old first-timers can be as far as, you know, not just getting them bred, but taking them on the road and then calving them out and trying to keep them in good rig and keep your genetics progressing. And I think that this one kind of exemplifies that, because you look at this heifer calf at side, there's all kinds of quality. It's reflective of her dam, and so a really, really good pair. It's kind of what it's all about in terms of what we're doing in this industry from a show cattle perspective. We want to show them, but we want to get them in production, and we want to make sure that they make the next generation every bit as good, if not better. And so that's a nice, refreshing twist on this division. With that being said, I think it boils down to some personal preferences, but those ringside, again, help me congratulate them. Put your hands together, and I'll get you a champion out of this division.
Get ready to do our first division ARBs, and we've been through a bunch of them. And I mean, that last class was just, man, I mean, it was tough. It was deep, and it was a whole lot deeper than what we had left in the ring, but kind of had to sort them down. But I think this is a great lineup. There's, you know, we're going to have variation all day long, and I don't think you can deny that. Genetics are going to spread us out all over the board, but I think it does get back to quality, and I think we've sure got a high-quality set of cattle in the ring. So I'll show you a pair of these heifers that I think is just pretty dominant. Win this division. We'll look forward to moving on, but congratulations. Give all these young exhibitors a nice hand.
Congratulations going to Addison Poe for the championship here in the senior.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Beefmaster show coming to a conclusion with the Grand Champion Drive assembled here in the arena. And representing your calf championship division, we had entry number 31669 with Santiago Garza. Representing your junior division championship was entry 10686, Olivia Grace King. And our senior division that was just completed was entry 30562, exhibited by Addison Poe. Congratulations to these exhibitors and their reserve counterparts. From the calf division was entry 29587, Wiley Butler with Milam County 4-H. Your junior division reserve was 18829, Riley Upham of Brazoria County 4-H, and Alvin FFA member Natalie Andrews took the reserve in the senior.
Well, a really, really good show. And I know, again, I've said it before, we've got some girts that we got to sort through, and we want to try to do as efficient as we can, but make sure we get everybody a good, fair look. But it's been a big and really impressive show of Beefmaster cattle. These cattle have really improved over the last few years. I've had the fortune to get to judge quite a few of them down here in the state of Texas, but you know, when you get in this lineup here, I'm very, very impressed. And I will say this, I know that, you know, I'm a breeder myself, and I try not to get too suckered into calves, but if there was ever a calf that had a shot at this whole thing, it's definitely this one. And I think this one is pretty elite in terms of the way she's made and the way she's built. Great looking kind of a heifer that's, you know, she's not the stoutest thing in the world, but I think for maturity-wise, that's going to come. But a really, really excellent way to start this division. We got into our second division, and we had a really powerful, big-bodied one that still gave us tremendous quality that won our second division. And then we got down to our cow-calf pair that wins our senior division, and certainly one that does a lot of things that are hard to do as far as getting these 2-year-olds in production and trying to progress our genetics and keep them in good rig and put them back out on the road and try to make sure that we're making progress. And I think she does that incredibly well. Beautiful heifer calf here at side. She's in good rig. She's a really high quality pair. There's a good set of reserves on the other side too. And I'll tell you, after I pick my champion, I'm going to take a long, hard look at here at reserve, because if I were a Beefmaster breeder, which I'm not, but if I were, I would be proud to own all 6 of these, and I think that they can do a tremendous amount of good in your program. So those of you guys ringside, again, help me congratulate them. We'll pick you a champion of reserve Beefmaster.
And we thank you, Dr. Chris Cassidy from St. Charles, Illinois, serving as our Beefmaster judge this afternoon. And ladies and gentlemen, taking the grand honors is your senior champion, entry 3562, Addison Poe of Erath County 4-H. And we'll move up our reserve out of the seniors for reserve grand consideration. And ladies and gentlemen, your reserve grand honors going to your calf champion, entry number 31669, exhibited by Santiago Garza of the Edinburgh Vela FFA chapter. Congratulations to Madison.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Your call for Class 1 females to the staging area. Santa Gertrudis, Class 1, please check in your Class 1 females into staging. You exhibitors with Class 2 females, y'all be standing ready. Attention Santa Gertrudis exhibitor, final call for entry 28544. You need to be checked into staging. 28544 Check into staging. We'll be moving your class in shortly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready to begin your Santa Gertrudis show. And we have 111 entries in today's Santa Gertrudis show. Be showing here on the South. Mr. Jason Ott will be serving as the superintendent coordinating this particular show. I want to thank Mr. David Wolf for coordinating our 195 head Beefmaster show this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, in our arena, Class 1 Santa Gertrudis, we have 22 heifers born between September and through April. This will be your class call for Class 2, second call. You Santa Gertrudis exhibitors with Class 3 females, y'all be standing ready. We'll be calling you shortly.
Houston ARB Heifer Show, we need exhibitor 15867.
Just like we've had to do in the past with these big classes, we've kind of sorted down to the 10 that we're going to work out here in the middle. We'll move these cattle up on the rail, kind of pull them up. You guys all come this way that are standing in the middle. Everybody else is excused with realizing, you know, that they're going to get plenty of opportunities to show these cattle and we'll get chances to see them again. It's just unfortunate, but that's the way it's going to end up today. So congratulations on a good set of cattle out in the ring, and we're going to work these 10 and place these. So.
This is your second call, Santa Gertrudis exhibitors in Class 2 to check into staging if you haven't done so already.
Well, like we've had to do in a couple other classes, and I'll echo the same thing Chris said on that side. We've got another big class of Gerts, and we're going to have to whittle it down to our top 10 because that's how many placing spots we have. So I've got my 10 pulled up that I'm going to be reworking here in this class. But again, I think an awesome set and really a phenomenal way to start off this Gert show. I didn't really know what to expect, but if you look around here and you see these other 12 heifers, and you think, gosh, this must have been a really good class. It certainly was. And there's some cattle in here that are green that have just really their biggest detriment and their biggest advantage is just with time and working with them. But, you know, some of these heifers out here have some extra size too. But the moral of the story is that you guys have all worked with them. I'm fully acknowledging of that. I have kids of my own. I completely understand how you feel when you don't make the top 10 or you don't make the cut, and I completely understand it. I hate doing this part of it, but this is part of the business. And so those of you guys at ringside, if you would, congratulate them. Again, thank you guys for bringing a gird out here. I certainly appreciate what you brought. I think you've all done a great job. Give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Another really good class of these cattle, and good set all the way through. And I think when we start sorting them down, we can start breaking them apart. Of the 10 that's in the ring, it gets down to trying to kind of find the ones that put the most good things together. This heifer that wins the class, I think she's real fluid in her movement. I like her. She's flexible. She's stout enough. She's pretty enough, extended enough. She's big enough, you know, in this class, but that's not a detriment. That's just the way she's built. But I like that about that heifer, and I think there's so much good to her. Heifer that comes second behind her isn't quite as elegant. When we start looking at them and really start looking at them on the profile, she's going to get a little more chest and a little more neck. But I think shoulders back, I think she kind of works her way up to the top end. This young lady's heifer that stands third, this is kind of an intriguing animal. I mean, she's moderate. She's real fresh. She's a long ways from where she needs to be. I would move her a little higher up right now, except I'd like to change her. She doesn't have much heel. She sits down on those back feet, kind of paddles out. Doesn't quite as sound down there as I'd like for her to be, but that's a female that I think sure got a lot of future. Young lady, you can head her out of the ring. She's one that'll sure do some good, I think, down the road. Heifer that comes next, the heifer that really, when she came through the gate, I thought, man, that's kind of an interesting looking female. And then you kind of get off and analyze her, and you know, you really like her from the standpoint of, you know, on the profile, she's really attractive. But then when you get up on her and you look down her top and into her hip and down to the ground, really like her. I think there's so much good in this heifer. She's pretty robust in the way she's put together, got some width and dimension to her. So just a good female, very deserving of being up on the front end. Good black heifer here that follows next. Lots of rib, lots of body, lots of cow power. Probably pushing a little too much chest to get her right ahead of these others sitting ahead of her right now. But I think management in this heifer, as we work our way down the road with her, I think she's good enough and sound enough that she could sure work her way up to the front end of this. This red heifer the young man brings next, she's kind of that same way. She's one of those that's, you know, if we manage her right and you kind of get her out and see if she'll kind of, she's got enough to her. It's just, are we going to continue to push her along and have enough big cow when we get to the end of the run with her? You know, she's just a pretty good individual that's sure today, and I mean, not picking on her, but if I'd change her from her hock to the ground, just like this black baldy heifer that comes next. A heifer that, you know, if we could change them, we'd flex them up a little bit at the ground. We'd make them step under themselves a little more, not be quite as short and jagged when they hit the ground. A female, you just like to change that about her. I like this gray heifer that comes next. I think she's a heifer that probably gets a little too much chest and neck in her at this stage of the game. It's pretty rough and pretty raw in that area, but you got to appreciate the power and dimension. Black heifer that comes next, when we compare to the one standing above her, probably starting to get a little more tubular in her kind. When she was out in the ring with all 23 of them out here, she sure fit in better. So just a good female that sure got a lot of future to them. Red heifer's the same way. I think in this, get them tightened down into these 10 head, then you can find some things you'd sure like to change about them structurally, but in a big group, she sure fits in. So it's a good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations.
Well, I do apologize here for taking a couple extra minutes in this class, but boy, the dynamics are very, very different. And I know we sent a lot of really good Gerts back to the barn already out of this class. I think that there's 4 or 5 pretty darn good ones out here. And I think if you just continue to work with these and see how they change and mature, I think we could have a lot of differences moving forward. And I think the one that ends up winning ends up kind of being the combination heifer in here. And I know that doesn't probably the most riveting explanation, but I think in terms of putting together the look that you see in this second place heifer with the cow power and the body dimension and just the robustness of our third place heifer is kind of what this first place heifer is. I think she combines the things that we like. She's good bodied, she's soft structured, she's good at the ground in terms of foot size and shape. Get off like this and get her put together, and I think she's easily one of the 2 better looking ones out here in terms of the way that she presents herself. And so really nice place to start. I thought that there was some trade-offs from there on down. I'll be honest, and maybe I'm going out on a limb here. This second place heifer was one of the very first ones I pulled, and I think there's a bright future here. I think this heifer's feature, this heifer's quality, this heifer's look and presence is very, very good. I think it's very elite in a lot of different ways. She just hasn't really probably figured out how to be a show heifer yet, because she's kind of picking on you a little bit and maybe not just setting herself up perfectly. But when she does this right here, I think it's pretty tough to deny the look and the presence. This one's feature is incredible. I think with time and maturity and just keep working with her, you're going to give that heifer that beats you all that she can handle on down the road. And so I think that there's a lot of good in that second place heifer. The one that's in third is a very basic female, and basic is good. This is a heifer that's easy fleshing. She's sound structured. She looks like a cow. She's just a little plainer as you compare to the 2 right in front of her. A little bit of chest, a little bit of throat, but a good line, good structured, good hipped one. It's got some body mass, and I think she's going to be an awesome cow. I think 4th and 5th have some trade-offs as well. I like the stoutness and the power of the 4th place heifer. To me, she does it in a coarser package. I see her being a little more out there at the edge of her shoulder, a little bit coarser jointed, if you will. And I'm not saying it's a problem, but she's just one that maybe doesn't hit me with as maternal of a look as those ones that are right in front of her. But she also handles herself well for all the power and all the substance she has. I think there's a lot of really good things about her. Opposite end of the spectrum here in terms of a soft, smooth one. I love just the way this heifer blends together. She's good in her lines. She's good at the ground. I just got to power her up. And I think it starts at the ground. You work your way up. Need to have more rib shape. Need to intensify her bone work to move her up, but a good heifer. This is a heifer that I pulled at the end, and I kind of worked her up in this class because I started to kind of to find the value in this heifer in terms of her joint work, her lower skeleton, the comfort level she has. She's moderate and big-bodied. She's too big-shouldered. When she stops, she wants to park those front feet out a little too wide, and if we could change that, we could move her up a couple spots. Here's a nice heifer. I'd like to give her a different hind leg, but I like her smoothness. I like her attractiveness. Same thing to said about this one. Super attractive heifer. Young lady does a great job of getting her presented. I just got to have more cow. Got to have more substance. Got to have more volume and dimension. But a good, really nice heifer there. Big powerhouse that comes next. Doesn't set quite down on her ankle perfectly. Need to loosen her up at the ground. And we could say the same about this heifer. Love her body shape. We need to give her a different hind leg if she's going to move up. But a good quality class. Congratulations.
We thank you, Dr. Cassidy, and this large Class 1 for Santa Gertrudis. First place honors going to entry 399. Ashlyn Peters, the exhibitor from El Campo, Texas. In addition to the ribbon, she'll be getting a class buckle that the South Texas Santa Gertrudis and Junior Santa Gertrudis associations will be sponsoring to all of our class winners in the Santa Gertrudis show here today. Second place honors going to Graham Cross of Hill County 4-H. Your third place to Ellie Ware, member of the Live Oak County 4-H. Our fourth place award going to Garden Bulware of Central FFA. Fifth in the class, ribbon earned by Tide Quinn of Wharton County 4-H. Your sixth place award going to Dawson Cade Moran of Brenham FFA. Our 7th place to Kelly Kinley King Cannon of Columbia FFA. 8th to Laney Rutledge of Bowie County 4-H. Your 9th place earned by Cooper Carson, Whitesboro FFA member. And the 10th place ribbon to J.C. Hager of Brenham FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in Class 1.
Over on our ARB side, and I'll just be flat honest with you, I've struggled in this class because structural soundness is an issue all the way from one end to the other. It seems like, you kind of see one standing still that you kind of like, and then you get them out and track them around a little, and they're not going to be sound enough on one end or the other, or they're going to kind of come apart when they get on the move. So it becomes more of an issue. And the red heifer that wins the class for me, I guess that's for no other reason than she's the combination female that does the most things right. From a movement standpoint, a structure standpoint, she's pretty fluid. She'll kind of get around. She doesn't have any glaring holes in her. She's just a good female, and I think it's hard to discount the fact that, she's not maybe quite as stout and powerful as some of the others in here, but there's still so much good to her that I think you really have to allow her to find her way to the top, realizing, that's the female that's kind of the combination. The black heifer that follows behind her, standing still probably attracted to her as much as any, but her front end is not right. It's not correct enough, and it's not sound enough, and I think the bigger and older she gets, the more of an issue it could become. But, today she just kind of had to find her way up there. Keeps her from winning the class, or any way we can do that with her, but we can put her second. Young lady's heifer that comes next, she gets up here on movement. She gets up here just because she's pretty fluid. She can kind of track around the ring. She's pretty flexible. She's not overpowering as far as true width and dimension from one end to the other. Not a big soggy made one, but just a really nice cow. And I think she's sure got a lot of potential down the road. Good place to land for a 3rd place heifer, 4th place heifer. Again, one of those that's starting to want to kind of come apart a little bit. She'll roll in her top. She'll kind of drop her pin. She'll break in her shoulder some. But you just appreciate her because she's got some bone, some substance, some dimension to her. Just a female, and it goes back to structure. How good can we make them, and what do we need to make them any better? Yellow heifer that comes next, kind of similar to her, kind of wants to paddle off her front end, not be as good from her shoulder to the ground. On her feet up there, she gets flat down on her heels. Doesn't want to really get out and take a nice sound stride like we'd like for it to. Big yellow heifer that comes next is another one that wants to kind of be, I guess when you look at her right behind her shoulder, she's going to pinch in a little bit. She's going to break a little bit. She's going to drop and roll a little bit, and drop her pins and roll off those feet a little, and just not quite functional enough, but really like her because she does have some true width and dimension and just high quality. Black heifer that's just going to have more of her. We're going to get her farther up. We're going to have to put more mass to her from one end to the other. Heifer that comes next gets a little short strided, tighten her hock, doesn't want to flex and reach up under herself. Heifer that follows out next, again, is a female that we're going to just have to power up some. We're going to need more of her if we're going to get her up there just like this black heifer. They get a little bit refined and a little flatter made, not quite as powerfully made. Big powered up heifer that comes out next. Fought this young man all night. He's done a pretty good job of hanging on to her, but she does have an issue up at her shoulders down to the ground that keeps her from being any higher. Congratulations on a good set of cattle.
Santa Gertrudis exhibitors with Class 3 females. You need to be in staging, please.
Well,
Needs you in the north staging arena. Class 10 needs your heifers to the north staging area. ARB heifers.
Well, an interesting class over here on the Gert side, and I could probably echo some of the sentiments that Chris just said on that side. And I think this class, there's a pair of these heifers that sort up, and they do so on structure as well. And so, you know, I think there's some trade-off. I think this pair gets closer and closer the longer this class is out here. But this was the heifer that I committed to in my mind early on in the particular drive. Here's a big outlined heifer that's got a good foot underneath of her. Her comfort level is on the top of this class, and the way that she gets out and handles herself. Here's a soft-centered one that's smooth, and she looks like a female. You know, if we could refine her teat structure up just a tiny bit, I would say that bothers me just a little bit, but at this stage of the game, I think it's going to be all right. That's a good functional kind of heifer to lead off the class. I do think there's a little more natural rib shape, and there's a little more natural power in the heifer that ends up in second. She kind of get on both either end of this heifer. She's certainly bigger ended. She's bolder sprung. She also wants to run downhill just a pinch, and her shoulder opens up. To have a hard time getting that heifer to pick her neck up out of her shoulder as well. And so she jams it up a little tighter, maybe not quite as elegant as the heifer that beats her, but she's at the top end of this class because of structural quality. The way that she gets out and handles herself, I think, is very good. This heifer in third, I think, is actually like our winner when you get them in park. I like her performance and her bigger outline kind of look. She's one that's got a nice, just a kind of a profile as you get her top and her bottom line. It's all symmetrical. Get down low underneath of her. She wants to twist on her front feet just a little bit straighter there in her hock. And if we could just change those things, I would slide her up because I do like this heifer at the stand. Just a couple little structural imperfections that'll get her into third. The heifer that comes in fourth is a performance-oriented, heavy bone, good structured one, a little rounder in the way she's made because she gets a little awkward there in the shape of her shoulder, a little lower in her pin set, and she's just not quite as elite in the way that she puts herself together there from the side. But I like her performance, I like her substance, and I like all those things about her. An easy fleshing one that comes next, a little frailer at the ground. She wants to shuffle just a little bit when she's out in motion. A big stout one that comes next that's just a little too compact in her kind. Like to stretch her out, but she's a good, powerful heifer. Then a big, long, stretchy one that's just a little gannet out in her body shape. She's a little awkward in her hind leg as well. But a good quality class. Again, congratulations.
And once again, we appreciate the overview from our judge. And first place honors going to entry 28,522. In addition to the blue ribbon, they'll be getting that South Texas Association's buckle commemorating their accomplishments here in San Antonio. And that's Mia Galvan from
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
sixth to McKinley Kirk, Macklin Kirk of Shelby County 4-H, your 7th place award earned by Landon Wilkerson of Liberty County. That concludes our placings. Class 3 in the arena.
Over on our ARB side, pretty good place to start this class. Kind of a big, powered up female, really freewheeling, tracks around the ring. She'll reach out under herself. She'll kind of cover her path. She's one that I think just kind of easily comes to the top. Love her standing still, love her on the move. I like the way she's built. I just think she's kind of one that puts a lot of good things together. And the young man's heifer that comes next, she's going to be a little more jammed up. Ain't going to be quite as deep and soggy and pretty and attractive, but she tracks like that heifer does that wins the class. She'll reach up under and she'll cover her step. She'll kind of get out and move. Just a good place to be second with a nice female. Red heifer that comes next. I really love this heifer. I love that soggy middle that she has in her. She's really a deep rib, deep bodied, gets a little too much chest pushed up into her, throws her out of balance, doesn't want to let her kind of just step back when you look at them, doesn't give us that real neat look to her, but love her from a cow power standpoint, just like the black heifer that comes next. Heifer that gets a little shorter in the way she's just compact together from one end to the other. A little shorter in her spine, a little shorter in her hip, not as much cow as we have standing above her, but the extra dimension, rib and width and body that she has, I think gives her an advantage over the young lady's red heifer that follows out. So a good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations to these young exhibitors.
Santa Gertrudis heifers in Class 4. We request that you go to staging and get them checked in, please.
Nice pair of these females in this last class of this division. And there's, you know, the obvious difference is our class winner is going to just be a bigger, powered up, more dimension from one end to the other, just a cow that's got so much more rib and body to her. You know, the thing I do appreciate about both these heifers, they're both really good moving females. They'll track out, get around the ring. Young lady's heifer that's second, she's really fresh in her kind. She's probably given up some true width and dimension compared to the heifer standing above her, obviously, but still a good young female that's got a lot of quality about her, a lot of future down the road. So nice.
Another big class here in these heifer calves, and a nice class, and certainly the quality runs pretty deep in here. The heifer that wins, I think there's actually a few of them up here, and I like all three of these heifers, first, second, and third, from a way they're constructed and the way that they're made and built. And I think with that being said, there's one in here that I think kind of exemplifies the extra power and body shape and the extra cow dimension that I like, putting it together in a really attractive package. I think you get them stopped like this and you get this heifer put together. That one's a beautiful headed one that has such a smooth blending kind of look to her for the mass that she brings to the table. The fact that she can still stay sound and correct in the way she goes. I thought that was a pretty logical place to start. And then after that, I probably would say that I just kind of stayed committed to structure. And I thought that this heifer that's in second is incredible at the ground. I think she's maybe my favorite heifer in terms of foot size, in terms of flex and reach and looseness of joints. Love the way that this heifer's so big featured, but still stays very clean in her joints. I appreciate that. She's a smooth heifer. That just isn't quite as bold, isn't quite as attractive, not quite as exquisite as the one that's right in front of her, but good functional cattle, big, rugged made. I see that one lasting in production for a very, very long time. This heifer that comes in third, we kind of jump up in terms of performance a little bit, bigger outlined heifer. Again, I like her mobility. I think she can get around the ring just fine. I think for her size, she's not as soft, she's not as attractive, not quite as neat as these two that are in front of her, but really like the pieces that she brings to the table. I like the body shape. I like the dimension and just the volume of this fourth place heifer. It's just as we get this first group out here, you can see right there when she stops, she wants to get those front feet kind of parked wide. She'll kind of lock up in her hock there. And so it's just some structural things that worked her down into fourth. But in terms of just a sensibly sized, easy doing, bold bodied, feminine brood cow prospect, I think she's very good. The one that comes next is probably a nickel leaner in her condition, and I appreciate that about her as well. Maybe an upgrade in terms of looseness of structure, but I still think this heifer hinges a little tight there behind, and she basically doesn't have the same kind of body mass and volume the heifers that are right in front of her. We got a big boned one that comes next, a little awkward in the design of her hips. She's a little lower in her pin set, a little sharper in her hock there, but heavy structured, neat looking one. We got a smooth blending one that comes next that I'd just like to intensify throughout, give her a shot more forearm, bone, substance, and give her more volume. We got a pair of heifers here that are a little different in terms of size, but they have some use to them. They're easy fleshing cattle. We'd like to change them in terms of their foot shape, and we'd like to give them more look. Round our class out with 3 or 4 heifers here that these kids have done a good job of presenting to us today. They're cattle that don't have the same kind of cow power, not the structural organization and look as what we have in the cattle that precede them, but an excellent class. Again, my congratulations.
And the first place award, as well as the association-sponsored buckle for the class winner, goes to...
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
FFA, 8th to Cooper Popham, Milano FFA, 9th to Sawyer Nobles, Aubrey FFA chapter, and 10th place to Caden Berwick of Jefferson County 4-H. Congratulations.
Over in the ARB ring, we'll kind of bring this second division to a close with the good cattle. I mean, we have sorted through a bunch of them. We started with some really big classes and worked our way through. And, you know, and I mean, it was critical, I think, in some of these places to just admit to the fact that we were having to place cattle on structure. But at the end, when you get out here and put them in the lineup, there's still cattle that fit into this lineup. They look good out here. They fit into kind of the quality and the type. And so from that standpoint, it's really a nice set of cattle. Some differences, I think, in you can tell that genetically, you know, we've sure got some different kinds, but I think from a quality standpoint, no doubt we got a good set of them. So I'll show you a pair of champions, give them a nice hand. Congratulations to these young exhibitors. We'll look forward to bringing them back at the end of the day.
Class 7 Santa Gertrudis, you need to be at staging. We'll have a division championship for your calf division. And Class 7 Santa Gertrudis, please check in to staging. Big old sisters there. Got that hybrid vigor in that tiger strike. None of Roy Baring's grandkids showing anymore?
I know.
Doesn't
I
look
think
like
they
it,
are,
does it?
but I haven't seen anybody in here. Yeah. You
They
know,
may
I don't
be
know.
showing-
He got so busy with that business, you know, that. not so sure
Cabinet
Trey-
making business or what?
Well, Trey's been doing like that porta potty business.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Is he headquartered
He's
out there
getting
at
really
Ellendorf?
big, yeah. Yeah. Well, he's in Lavernia. They live in Lavernia. I mean,
Okay.
well, Roy's still out there, but they're in Lavernia. Roy lives close to me.
Yeah, Roy lives on
Oh, Avery didn't
the west side of 1604, doesn't he?
Well, another really good class of girts in this calf division, and certainly some variety and some give and take, and a little bit challenging for me to put together. I'll tell you and be the first one to admit that. I don't know if there's maybe more than one right answer out here, but you probably heard me say it if you've been with me all day that, you know, I do kind of just continue in my mind to come back to this heifer right here. And I think, again, if we're staying committed to cattle that are good-footed and good-structured,
Okay,
feet are all
so
pointing in the right
3, 10,
direction, this is the one that I
11,
think is pretty standard setting in this
4,
group.
2,
Here's a heifer
5,
that's sensibly sized. She's
1,
got plenty of power. And I think
9,
of the two
6,
rugged made
5,
ones here in first
7,
and
and 8.
second,
Yeah.
this
5,
heifer's got
9,
maybe
6,
just a
7,
little
and
more
8.
look about her, a little neater up
3.
front, a little neater in terms of the way her top line's designed. And so just a really nice, good kind of heifer here to lead off the class. The big power cow that's still rugged and functional in her structures, this one that comes in second. And if you want one that's got a little more performance behind her, I'm not going to argue much with you because I love the cow power in this one. And I toyed with the idea of starting with her. I won't deny that. You know, as I get off this heifer, it's a little harder for me to get her to piece together as seamlessly as the one that's right in front of her. She's got just a nickel more condition on her than that one that beats her as well. But good-footed, rugged, big power cow. I like that heifer in second really well as well. You know, this heifer in third is kind of an interesting one. I think at the stand, when you get her parked and put together, you have to appreciate her leanness, her correctness of composition, her juvenile look, her freshness, and the quality that she has. The young lady does a good job of getting that out of her. I'll be blunt with you. I think it's a structural call that puts her in third. She's a little up and down there in her shoulders. She's not quite as flexible in her hind leg. And so if we could change those things, this heifer
nice
would
neck
be easy
on
to
that.
tie into. But
Next one,
I'd
that
like to
tall
just
girl,
tweak
okay.
this heifer in a couple of
That's about
structural
it.
spots.
That's
but
about
a
his
really
sleek
good one
neck.
nonetheless.
Yeah,
As we
man,
get into the
Avery's
heifer
gotten
that comes next,
foot
I
taller
like this
since
one in
last
terms of the
year, I
think.
moderation. She's another good-footed one that's big-boned and rugged in her kind. I think in this group of 5, in the top 5, I wasn't sure there was quite enough cow power in her. Like to bust her apart, give her more performance. She gets just a little out-horsed in the group of 5. Heifer that comes next, she made the final lap, and I appreciate just the dimension and the volume that she has. She looks like a brood cow from her hock up.
Oh,
I
gosh,
certainly really like
just
this
get
heifer.
another quick
I just like to give her a different
Yeah.
hind leg. There's times where she
Doesn't have
just
to be, like,
wants to
freezing.
kind of
Just
set it
put it
down
on front.
awkwardly.
Well, isn't it
little
supposed to
extra
go down
set there to her
Friday
hind
or
leg,
not?
and she just
It
isn't
is
quite as attractive.
By about
I
the way
know.
that
4 or 5
that's
degrees.
on the surface. A bigger outlined heifer. It's a little plainer in the way she's made, a little easy behind her shoulder, maybe a little flatter in terms of her upper rib shape. A big outlined heifer that comes next, a little plainer in the way that she's made. I like the attractiveness of this heifer here.
yeah,
I just like to see her a little softer.
Tomorrow we
Not
least
sure
get
she's
82,
feeling the greatest
then
out here,
84,
so
then
she's a little
82.
ganned out.
Okay.
She's maybe not feeling
Saturday,
herself
of course,
today, but
78, and the
certainly see
steers
the
get all the
quality in
good
that
weather.
one.
Yeah.
Heifer that comes
66,
next
65.
certainly is one that's got some rib shape,
come
a little
on.
moderate, a little more terminal in her look, if you will. I don't see her being quite as maternal in her rib and her structure. The heifer that comes next is another big outlined one. It's a little plainer made. Then we round our class out with one that's certainly long strided enough. Just need to give her more performance and quality to move up. Excellent class. Congrats.
I guess she
And we thank you, Dr. Cassidy, for the overview of our placings here in Class 4, taking the blue ribbon as well as the buckle for class winners, sponsored by the South Texas Senior and Junior Association. That's Caden Mullins, a member of the Columbia FFA chapter. Second in the class went to Lila Grace Yeager of Harris County 4-H. Your third place award to Penny Murray of the Nacogdoches County 4-H. Fourth, Avery Strait from Fairfield FFA. Your fifth place ribbon going to Emma Forgy of the Brazoria County 4-H. Sixth in that class to Soli Shehe of the Matagorda County 4-H. Seventh to Cade Keithley of Angleton FFA. Eighth, Logan Harley, the exhibitor from Melito FFA. Ninth in the class going to Joe Frankie of the Victoria County 4-H. And rounding out the class with the 10th place ribbon was Colin Kahn of Alvin FFA. Staging now for our calf championship drive.
Nice set of these big heifers. We get into the older division over on our ARB side, and a pair of them up here on the front end that I think work themselves up to the top end. And there's just the differences that I see in these two cattle and the way they ended up the way first and second. Heifer in first, obviously, you can stand back and see that she's got a little less chest. She's got a little more extension up in her front end. But along with that, where I'm going to get critical of her, she wants to pinch behind her, kind of right in behind that, behind her shoulders, kind of in her heart. Doesn't have that extra forerib that we've got in our second place heifer. But the real advantage when I stand behind these heifers and look at them is the udder development that our class winner has. To me, she just appears to be farther along in calf. She's getting closer and farther along in gestation, and I think that's to her advantage. Young lady does a nice job with this heifer, stands second. You know, what we don't would like to change about her is we'd like to change her right at her shoulder down into that brisket area, clean that up, pull a little of that out of her. But from there back, I think you really have to just appreciate how much cow we have there, how much true dimensions in that female. Then we get into a female that's kind of a combination of those two heifers standing above her. I wish that she was further along and had showed us more udder development, showed us that she was a little closer to Kevin. I think she'd be one to push the top end of this a little harder because she's got some bone and substance and power to her, comes around the ring in a pretty good rig. So she's a heifer that just appreciates. She's just not far enough along for me. The big, heavy made red heifer that comes next, heifer that just, we get her out on the move. She kind of struggles on that front end. You can tell the kind of way she wants to bob and kind of get out and work herself around the ring. I do love her, though, from the standpoint that's a power cow, and there's a tremendous amount of good in the bone and substance and dimension she brings. Heifer that stands next, I mean, honestly, from her shoulders back, I'm going to tell you there's as much good in her as any of them we have. From her shoulders forward, though, she just comes apart for me. She gets out of, way out of balance, way too much chest, way just kind of comes apart on that front end structure. But I do love her udder quality. I think she's getting closer to Kevin. You can see she's going to have a nice udder. And I think one good thing about it, they calve her out and let her get out. And she'll nurse that front end out of her, and she's probably going to be a real attractive cow. Young man's heifer that comes next, this is a heifer that I like. She's just a little too hollow looking for me. I just wish we had her further along and would have her softer made and just be more like those females standing up on the front end, because she's that kind of cow. She just hadn't got far enough along pregnancy-wise to really do herself any good. As we work our way back through these females, I think that's what you're going to see. Heifers that just aren't far enough along, they don't show us enough udder development. They're heifers that are not really reaching that point where I'd like to see them at this stage of the game. Cattle that need, as we get down to these last two heifers, probably going to need more cow in there if we're going to get them on the front end. But good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations.
Fourth place, Natalie Petros, Sealy FFA. Fifth place, ribbon goes to Ava Seward, Royal FFA chapter. Sixth place female exhibited by Brady Holmes, Goliad County 4-H. Our seventh place goes to Riley Reed, Latexo FFA. Eighth place heifer exhibited by Barnes Kale, Brahman FFA. Our ninth place shown by Aaron Arviza, Crockett FFA. And 10th, Bianca Alanis, Dobie FFA. Now leading in Class 14 in our ARB Heifer Show. So Class 15, we need you in the North Staging area. Our last class of the day on the north side. Class 15 ARB Heifer.
Well, as we wrap up this first division here, I know we've got a couple more yet to go. We're probably in terms of numbers nearing the halfway point of the Gert show here, so I'll try to keep this rolling. But good effort to win the first division. I think in terms of quality and presence and structural integrity, this one's probably as good as any of them out there. And when this young lady gets her parked and gets her put together, you gotta like just the presence that she has. She's so good in her top line. She's attractive ahead of her shoulder. You know, she's not the stoutest one out here. I think it's obvious that it's probably partly because she's a younger heifer out here. And if we could just set her tail head in at times a little differently into her, I'd say that this is a real striking kind of heifer. But there's a lot of quality in that heifer, and I definitely think she's in contention out here. As you get into our second class, deep-bodied, soft structure, did all the basics right. Talked about her being just looking a little plain out here in regards to a pair of heifers on either side of her, but she's good functional cattle, maybe a little longer in her teat structure as well. We get into their third class winner, and certainly this one's been giving us fits until about right here, and certainly you got to like the fact that she ties together so much mass and so much true body shape and dimension through her hip, and still gives you a quality, ladylike, fresh kind of look up front. She's sound at the ground. She's very correct in the way that she's made. Just a really good heifer there that wins our third class. And then we get down to our fourth class winner. And again, she won on structure. There wasn't maybe a wow factor about this heifer, but she's good-footed. She's good in her lines. She's made right. Little plainer headed compared to a couple others out here, but I think she's a very nice heifer as well. We've got a good set of seconds on the far side as well. To me, it's a little bit of a two-horse race out here, and I'll show you the ones that I like in that order. But if you would, ringside, give them a nice round of applause as we select your first champion.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the division honors, your first place winner from Class 3, entry 33032, Caden Shuckley of the Pilot Point FFA. And your Class 1 winner taking the reserve honors here in the calf division, that's entry 32, 399, Ashlyn Peters, exhibitor from El Campo FFA. Congratulations to our winners.
Continuing on the Heifer side, we need exhibitor 10772, Brahman Hurst from Magnolia West FFA. With this one, Heifer is raising.
Class 7 Santa Gertrudis moving into the judging arena here on the south. We have 12 females in this class of November, December 2024 age females. This will be first call for Class 8 to staging. Class 8 Heifers and Santa Gertrudis to staging, please.
Another really nice class. We get into these older females, and you know, and I'll just be, you know, real honest with you. We've got a great young pair to win the class. A female that just, I think, puts so many good.
Final call for Class 8 lineup. We need 31085 and 26,322.
Get around to our last class in this, in our older females. And, you know, this is obviously, you know, they're getting broke apart basically off of gestation length. Who's getting close to Kevin? Who looks like a cow? Who's got that extra rib and dimension that that brings to us? And I love this young female that's winning our class. I wish that she already had that calf on the ground at her age, but still, I think she's one that's got love her udder shape. She's going to have a tremendous amount of milk production. Udder quality looks like it's going to hold together fairly well. I like the way she carries back in with some lots of rib and dimension.
Well, folks, they're ringside. I'd be honest, tell you that this is one of the trickiest classes that I've had to put together today. And I'm not saying that there's not good ones out here. I just don't know if there was one that jumped out and really hit me right off the bat. And so there's a thing or two you'd like to change or tweak on each one of these. I'm perfectly aware that the winner's not perfect in a couple of spots, but I think that there's the most good in this heifer. And in terms of just the cow function of her body shape and the quality that she gives you from the side, I think there's enough more look and enough more presence in a pair of heifers that I think are sounder structured, looser made cattle that have the softness that I like. And I think that she just has enough more look and enough more extension to give her the nod here in the lead. Now, I'll tell you that her front feet are a little twisted out. I don't love that about her. And if she wasn't that way, I would say that she would win this class easy, but it's not right now seeming to affect the way she moves. But that's something I would like to tweak, and that's probably my hesitation on really tying into her. I do think the best-footed heifer is probably the one that's in second. I think she's big and rugged in terms of the way she's made. She's a heifer that I think can move pretty good for how much substance she has underneath as well. She is just really plain-headed for me, and I just don't read this heifer being nearly as feminine, nearly as attractive. But I like what she represents in terms of ruggedness, and that's why she's at the top end of this class. Big feet, moves good, easy doing. I just wish she was a little prettier headed if I was going to start with her. I think you get that in this third place heifer. I think here's another refined one that's elegant in the way she's made. I just don't think there's enough to this heifer to move her up any higher in this class. I'd like to open her up, give her more rib shape and dimension, give her a stouter foot underneath of her as well, but a quality heifer that's got some look and some presence to her. We got a nice heifer that comes next. She at times gets a little bit straighter shouldered, and she can't pick her neck up out of it quite as high and as tidy and attractive. Here's a heifer that's still good in her lines, but, you know, again, I'd like to maybe tweak that front end structure on her just a little bit as well. You know, the heifer that ends up next is a big, stout, rugged one that to me gets just a little coarser in the way she's made, a little rounder at the edge of her shoulder, a little lower in her pin set, but she's a power cow in terms of just her feature and her mobility. Bigger outline, higher performing, probably as much growth as any in this heifer that comes next. She's a little too straight behind. I'd like to give her more flex to her hock, but she does hold herself together okay. It's a good, big, performance-oriented heifer. Another performance-oriented one here. It's a little plainer in the way that she's made and in terms of her rib shape. Heifer that's a little more moderate comes next that needs to be more maternal in her rib and her structure. There's a pair of heifers that come next that I'd like to just give them a little different hind leg. This heifer right here needs to be better off her front end structure. I don't know if she's got an injury or what's going on. She's pretty rolled out there on her knees. We got a pair of heifers here that we just got to have more weight per day of age and performance to move them up. But a quality class all the way through. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Judge, for the overview. Taking the blue ribbon here in Class 7, in addition to the buckle for winning the class sponsored by the South Texas Association Senior Juniors, that was the entry 16005 from Madison Moncelio of Hardin Jefferson FFA, second in the class, going to Colt Kincannon of the Columbia FFA chapter. Third in the class went to Libby Brown of Thomas E. Randall FFA chapter. Fourth in the class going to Luke Martinez from Alvin FFA. Your fifth place award went to Lee Anthony Dramilla of Rudder FFA. Your sixth place award, Nolan Wunderlich, the exhibitor from Washington County 4-H. Our seventh place, Cheyenne Craighead of the Klein Kane FFA chapter. Your eighth place award, Hanley McKinley of Dickerson FFA. Ninth in the class, Eric Dunkirk of Penelope FFA. And 10th place going to Larry Wilkins of Ranbury FFA. Class 8 in the arena at this time. These are your Santa Gertrudis heifers that were born during September and October of 2024.
get to the end of our last division in the ARBs.
Well, I would say there's been a couple of tricky classes, and we sign up for another one here in this group of fall heifers. And I'll be honest with you, I could see you making a case for any of these three, and I'll be blunt with you. I actually toyed with the scenario in which each one of these heifers would start in my mind, and then I could say, well, hey, there's something about each one of these three that you can make a case to put them third as well. And so here's what I see. I think this heifer that wins, I'll be honest with you, it's not that she wins on power or dimension or volume, but I still think this is the highest quality heifer. And I think it starts at the ground. I think it starts in terms of the angles of the way she's made. She's the most up-headed and attractive in terms of the shape of her head and neck. She looks like a female. She's maternal in her body type. It's not as bold as I'd like it to be, but it's soft and smooth. Her muscle pattern's right. She's got the longest hip and hind leg in the group. Yeah, she needs powered up, no question. I think you got more powerful options in second and third, but I keep tying into this one's kind in terms of her quality, maternal characteristics, and her structural integrity. You know, the real power heifer is this one that's in second. And, you know, I think that here's one that brings forth some interesting pieces. She's performance oriented. For one that's that massive, I think she moves okay. She's a little bit awkward in the way she proportions because she's a little awkward and weird in the way that her shoulders set into her. I don't see this heifer being nearly as elite in terms of the design of her hip and hind leg. I just don't read her as maternal in her udder quality as well either. So again, it's not like any big major red flags. There's just a collection of little things on that heifer in second that I ended up picking on her for. The one in third, I thought, you know, there's times where you're like, well, here's one that's really fresh. Here's one that's really round-bodied. Here's one that's very genuine. Here's one that handles it very well in terms of her structural makeup. You know, from her shoulder back, I think you can appreciate her top line and the organization of it. She's just really jammed up in terms of her neck, where her hump sits. She's crested up pretty good. I can't get this heifer to just lengthen out and look like a female up front. She's not as soft as those two that are in front of her, so she has muscle, she has width. She's just not as maternal as I would like to see her. I'd like to see this heifer a little longer and a little smoother, a little more maternal in the image that she portrays, but still a sound, stout one that I think has some pieces. We got one in fourth that's big bone. She's heavy structured, got some performance and some growth behind her. Little extra navel underneath of her, a little longer in her teeth structure. When you pair that with a plainer look, that's why she ended up in fourth. But I like her structural integrity. I think she's a little more rugged than this heifer that comes in fifth. The one that's in fifth is certainly one that's attractive, really refined. I think she probably takes her refinement a little too far because I got to see a little more cow power in terms of her rib and her base width. She'll get just a little twisted out on those front feet as well. And so I don't think she epitomizes perfection of structure either. A heifer that comes next is moderate and soft-bodied, little rounder in the way she's built, little straighter in her shoulder. Heifer that comes next is one that's got some softness, but she's too plain-featured. We round our class out with a pair of heifers here that I think are certainly extended enough, but for their frame, we've got to soften them just a little bit. But these guys are all doing a great job out here. Really, my congratulations.
And congratulations goes to entry number 34303. And that goes to David Sines, winner of the class. Hidalgo County taking the buckle for the division from the association. Second going to 34757. Jaylee Landbolt of Somerville FFA. You're third in the class. Delaney Munster of Midlothian FFA, your fourth place award. Julian Paredes of Sinton FFA. Fifth going to entry number, that's Tanner Lawrence from Nueces County 4-H. Your sixth place to Emerson Yeager of the Harris County 4-H. Seventh in the class to Ethan Milcom of Grimes County 4-H. Our eighth place, Allie Bowen of Aledo FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, we get ready to wrap up this side of the ring with our champion ARB, and we've had a full day, and it's been a great day. And I can tell you from standing right here where I'm at, the quality that stands in the ring to pick our last champion is as good as any we've seen come through here from the first ones all through these breeds. And it's a testament, I think, to everybody that works so hard down here to put these events on and reward these young exhibitors for bringing good ones. You get to be a champion here, it means something, I think. And when you live on the outside of Texas and you see these things happen and you watch it happen, and then you get the opportunity to come down, stand in the ring with them, then you know what it really means. But it's been a great day. It's been a lot of fun. I look forward to finishing this thing at the end of the day when Cassidy and I get together and talk about how many good cattle we've seen. But for the end in this segment of it up and this section of it, I think we've got a pair of heifers that just are too hard to leave out. They got to stay together. Our calves are going to be our champions. Congratulations.
a little more manageable sized class here, and still lots of variety and lots of trade-offs. But I think the one that wins is kind of the compromise heifer in here. And I'll be honest, she's probably not going to win a lot of beauty contests as far as just being a flashy type of heifer, but I think just from a basic sense, she's moderate, she's big-bodied, got a right kind of foot shape and structure underneath of her. I think she wins on the basics alone. And then I think we've got a few more to sort through. If you want one with some performance, I think this heifer in second really sets the standard for that. She's a big outline, really powerful, long-bodied one. I just thought this heifer was a little sharper in her hock and a little more awkward in the way that she's presenting herself. Kind of breaks there right in the middle of her top. And so some little things that I think in terms of aesthetics got her into a second spot. But she's got more demour and she's got quite a bit more cow dimension than this one in third. This heifer in third, I think, has a nice look to her, but she's a little too refined because I'd like to just give her more power all the way through. She's a little flatter bodied. She's a little frailer bone, a little smaller in her kind. She just gets a little out-horsed in this group, but there's too much quality in her to keep her out of the top three. This heifer that comes in fourth is long-bodied as well. She needs a different hind leg, and for her frame, she needs to soften just a little bit, a little plainer featured in terms of her look and her body shape as well. Round our class out with one of the stouter ones in here. Young man's got a bold-centered, big-ribbed one. Just need to change her structurally. She's upright and out of her knee and kind of twisted on those front feet. Need to just give her a different hind leg. But again, a good quality class, 5 nice heifers. Congrats.
And congratulations goes to our first place winner. That's 28-7-26. And Jana Justice of DeWitt County taking the blue ribbon, and the class buckle sponsored by the South Texas Junior and Senior Associations. Second in the class went to Justin Burkhalter of Klein Forest FFA. Third in the class to Savannah Mildeniz of Forster FFA. And fifth place to Elisio Eduardo Lejija of Sherryland Pioneer FFA chapter. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors with cattle in class 13. You can check them into the staging area. We'll be lining up for our division championship for the juniors in just a few minutes.
Well, another interesting class here. We're getting kind of down to the nitty gritty of the Gert show, and I think there's, for me, a pretty easy place to start, and one that I think just kind of exemplifies cow power in here and does it in a very genuine kind of package. She's naturally the boldest sprung, the biggest bodied one. I think her foot and bone match it very well, and I think for a heifer that has the cow power pieces, I appreciate the fact that she still proportions really right. She's good in her top and bottom line. Her bone matches her body. Everything fits together very well, and the young lady did a great job of getting her stuck. Actually, I thought this heifer over here is actually in second, and I like this heifer's kind in terms of her structural makeup, her extension, her comfort level at the surface. I wish there was maybe a little more of her, and that's why I think second and third can be a little bit of a toss-up here. I probably preferred just her look, and I preferred her balance and symmetry and the way that she's built over the heifer that ends up in third. This heifer in third is the biggest outline, the highest performing. She's heavy structured. Relative to one that's a little bigger framed, I'd like to just open her up. I think her upper rib shape wants to peek out just a little bit. She'll pull her hock together, and then she's a little narrower there at her pin set. So I don't know if this heifer is just quite as genuine and quite as true as the two that are in front of her, a little plainer featured as well. But I love her big, stout outline. I think there's some real good to that heifer in third. This heifer in fourth, I think the young lady's doing a great job with her. Obviously, kind of a novice, if you will, in terms of showmanship. I think this heifer maybe got a little hurt as she got there around the corner there, but I still see a really nice, moderate one. It's got some fleshing ability. It's unfortunate that as she kind of went around there, the heifer's maybe got a little gimped up after that, but I'm sure she'll be okay. She looks like she's going to make it just fine. Young lady's heifer that comes in the next spot, probably she's obviously cycling just a little bit and ready to go, but she's a good outlined heifer that's got some structural quality. Just like to soften her just a bit. Here's a good looking heifer that needs to be changed structurally. Then we round our class out with an easy fleshing one who needs to have a different udder setup, needs the different hind leg, and to be freshened up in her condition. But quality class, congratulations.
And we thank you for the overview of our Class 10 Santa Gertrudis. First place honors the blue ribbon and the class buckle from the South Texas Junior and Senior Association members, going to entry 32-149, Leona Wunderlich of Washington County 4-H. Second in that class, earned by Dakota Castaneda's heifer, there from Foster FFA. Third in the class, Mackenzie Hewitt, Rio Vista FFA chapter. Fourth, Priestley Johnson with the Brazoria County 4-H. Fifth went to Lillian Patkins of the Clear Lake FFA chapter. Sixth in the class, Angie Gomez of the Klein Foster FFA, or that's Forest FFA, Klein Forest. And seventh in the class to Atlee Watts Micklin of Grimes County 4-H. Well, we're now ready to stage for our junior championship drive. We're circling around our winners and second place heifers from the 4 previous classes judged in this division.
Alexis, can you write in between mine?
We'll let those seconds finish that lap as I start to discuss this division. We got one more after this, and then we're wrapped up on this side as well. But, another really interesting division. We've got an age spread, and we've got quite a variety of these classes. They've been challenging to put together, but I do think that we've come up with something that works out here, and there's certainly some differences. I think the heifer that won our first class is very much in contention in this division because I do think of what was out here, she certainly exemplifies and combines a lot of cow properties and still gives you a nice look of quality from the side. She wasn't perfect. I pointed it out in class. I would like to just square her up front, just a nickel there, but it doesn't seem to affect the way she goes. I think she's one of the sounder ones out here in terms of mobility and range of motion. I thought this heifer that won our second class was just a nice built, feminine featured heifer that was very soft and maternal in her kind. She's big boned. I don't know if she just epitomizes stoutness because I would like to just open her forerib up and give her more shape there in the center part of her body, but a high quality, good looking, good structured one in our second spot. Then we get into our third class winner, one that's got a little more bulk to her, nice big round kind of rib cage in her. She's got some stoutness to her from behind. She's maybe a little jammed up front comparatively, maybe not quite as neat, but I do think that heifer has some cow utility, and that young lady's doing a good job of getting her presented as well. Then we get into our final class here, and certainly one that I thought won that class pretty handily. She's another one of the cowier ones out here in terms of just putting together some rib shape and some volume and some stoutness at the ground. Certainly, I don't think she's a freak, but everything kind of fits up front in terms of the way she blends to her shoulder, her neck, and just the way she reads about her front end, I think is very good as well. And so those are some of the differences that I see. Like I said, I think there's probably not necessarily a runaway out here in this particular stance, but there's some really good cattle. I'd be remiss to say there's some good seconds on the other side. Put your hands together for in this division. I'll select my two favorites.
And your Class 7 winner takes the division championship here in the juniors. That's entry 16005, Madison Moncleo of the Hardin Jefferson FFA chapter. And we'll move up our number 16510 from that class that had second place for
Class 10.
And your Class 10 winner taking the reserve honors, that's entry 32-194, Leona Wunderlich of the Washington County 4-H with the reserve honors here in the junior division. Exhibitors in Class 13, Santa Gertrudis, we need you checked in at the staging area. And exhibitors of Grand and Reserve champions in the breeds that we've judged today. I'd like you to know that we intend to start assembling these cattle for the champion drives that'll be taking place at 7 o'clock. We'll make calls. Cattle will be staged on the South Arena. Exhibitors, you can have an adult handler go into the staging area and handle those cattle while you move over to the North Arena to get lined out for the scholarship presentations. 7 o'clock will be this event, and we need everybody to be here promptly and ready to roll.
Well, honestly, as we got into this class here, the Gert show just got a lot better in a real hurry here because this is by far, in terms of this group, this breed, I should say, this is by far the best class we've had. I think this one runs 6 or 7 deep, and so it just kind of depends on what you like and what you prioritize. And I guess the one that wins is just kind of my kind. I like this heifer. I like her foundation in terms of foot and structure. I think this one looks like a female. She's just seamless in the way that she's put together from the side, and it does it all with enough robustness and enough cow power. I like that heifer. I guess that's the one I tied to pretty handily. I thought there were some trade-offs between 2, 3, and 4. I think that second place heifer has some tremendous breeding versatility. She is so big boned and so flat shouldered, so big bodied, and great looking up front. If we could tweak her hind leg and tail head just a little bit, I would say that top pair got real close, because if that heifer has so many neat things about her. But like I said, because her hind leg and everything on the rear skeleton's a little tipped up, would maybe change that, but that's an awesome heifer there in second. The one that's in third is probably no thrills, but man, this is good cattle. She's moderate, she's big bodied, she's good structured, she's sound and flexible. Everything fits together. She's a little wide in her shoulder. She's not perfect up there. She's not as elegant as the two that are in front of her. And maybe we could refine her teeth structure just a tick, but really sound structured, mobile, big body, good brood cow. That's good cattle there in third. Excuse me, a little bit more extension, a little more performance in this heifer that's in fourth. She's got some neat pieces. I just got to see this heifer go a little better behind. She just isn't quite as stable enough, the way that hind leg hits the surface and the way she travels off that rear skeleton. The heifer that comes next is a big broody one that's just a little bit plainer in the way that she's put together. She's functional in her kind. She's a little heavier condition, a little plainer in the way that she presents herself. This heifer here has got a nice look to her as well. She's one of the more refined heifers in terms of her head and neck, probably to her detriment, because I just don't see this heifer opening up quite as bold and quite as powerful up high. She's not quite as big in her hip or as big in her foot size as well, but good quality cattle that's very functional. A really neat looking one that comes next that I just don't read quite as maternal in her rib and her structure, but she's stout and she's neat fronted, soft bodied one that's a little plainer made here. We'll round our class out with a pair of heifers that I think have some doability and some function. They just need to have a little more look and a little more cow power to move up in this class. Congratulations, really nice set.
Well, thank you, Judge, for that critique of Class 13 in our Santa Gertrudis Heifer Show. Winning the class, Demi Hunter from Huffman FFA. Our second place exhibitor is Kendall Carrington, Nacogdoches County 4-H. Placing third, Adeline Bronikowski from Robertson County 4-H. Our fourth place exhibitor, Callie Schubach from Bowling FFA. Fifth, shown by Savannah Raisler, Gainesville FFA. Sixth place female, shown by Hannah Shackelford from Alba Golden FFA. Seventh goes to Kelton Leonard from Navasota FFA. Eighth place, shown by Rebecca Brown, Milano FFA. Andrew Walzell from Magnolia West FFA showed our ninth place female. And 10th goes to Adley Grindstaff from Lake Creek FFA. Now showing Class 14 in the ring, south side. So we need Class 15 in the staging area.
Well, this is one of the more fun classes that I've had to sort, and I've got to commend you guys out here because when we get into these older heifers, reproductive success is still kind of the number one determinant of how you stay in the business. And we got this many heifers out here that are in production. I got to commend you. It's not easy to do that, but it actually makes my job out here a lot easier. To work through a couple of these sets. And I'll be honest with you, I think these two pairs on top are close. And it's very different with what you want to kind of tie into or what direction you want to go. I think the cow that wins is a beautiful cow. I think in terms of just her quality and her symmetry, I think is impeccable. She's got a really nice kind of square udder underneath of her. It's maybe not as full as the one that's in second. And she maybe doesn't have, she's probably not quite as far along in terms of lactation as the cow that's in our second position. But I like the squareness of it. I like the look that she gives you. I'm guessing that calf's pretty darn new, probably not very old, and is kind of getting things going. And so awesome way to start that. And I think this one in second, like I said, I think it's close because this is a more rugged made kind of cow, big boned, heavy structure. Lots of doability to her as well. Big old full bag underneath of her. Got a good heifer calf here at side. She's maybe just not quite as neat to look at in terms of just the way she ties herself together through her shoulder and her top line. And she's maybe a little inconsistent there in terms of the shape of her forequarters, but I'm being really critical. I think those pairs are close. If you like them the other way, I wouldn't argue much with you. I like the power in this one that comes in our third position. Got a good calf at side. This cow probably just isn't quite as neat to look at as the two that are in front of them, but I like the fact that she's in production. This cow that comes next, I think, is doing a good job raising this heifer calf at side. Like that she's in production. I'd change your teat structure just a little bit. A little long there, a little empty in that quarter up front, but I certainly think it's not hindering her ability to raise this calf here at side. I've been another cow here that's really nice. She's a little gathered in her udder. Maybe don't like the calf as much as I like some of the other ones, but she's young and she's got a long way to go, but certainly a good pair there nonetheless. I'm still rewarding these cattle that are in production. I like this pair as well. This is a cow that's maybe not quite as neat to look at, maybe not quite as big outlined and it's robust as some of the others, but she's doing a great job. Again, it's hard to get those 2-year-olds to calve on time when they're out on the road. And it's obvious that I probably rewarded them in this class. I still think this heifer is close. I think she's getting there in terms of gestation. I got to see her move a little better if I'm going to work her up in this class. Same could be said about the next heifer behind her. I don't think she's quite as stout, but she is showing some on her development. I think she's close to getting to that point. We round our class out with a pair of heifers that have some quality, they have some power, and look, they just need to be a little further along in gestation. But again, a really high quality class. Congrats.
We appreciate your overview, Dr. Cassidy, in first place here. Along with that class-winning buckle from the Association, South Texas and Junior Associations, providing that award goes to entry 22936. Jackson Harrington, the exhibitor from Grimes County 4-H. Congratulations. Second in that class going to Kinsley Quebec of the Matagorda County 4-H. Your third place to Mabry Milkachek of the Pasadena FFA. Fourth place winner was William Zellhart of Hayes County 4-H. Fifth in the class, Ella Hardy, the exhibitor from Lake Creek FFA. Sixth, Robert McGurk, Hidalgo County 4-H member. Your seventh place ribbon to Brooklyn Hardy of Santa Fe FFA. Eighth in the class, Kirsten Kincannon of Columbia FFA. Ninth to Andrew Wynn, Wharton FFA. And 10th place to Belair Moyer of Longview FFA. Class 15 females, final class of the day, final class of the breed. We'll be moving into our lineup for our senior female. After this, we have 5 entries here in the class from heifers and cows ranging in age between October and December of 2023.
Well, as we go to wrap up the final class of the day, again, a really fun group to work with because we've got a vast majority of these cattle are either in production, and we've got one on the other side that I still think's pretty close. And I do think at this stage they probably should have a calf at side. And I never thought about not starting with this pair here. I think this is a really excellent pair. Heifers, or this cow is just so refined and so ladylike and so correct in the way that she's made. She's got a plenty good enough udder, and she's got a nice calf there at side. You know, she probably doesn't epitomize just the stoutest thing that you've ever seen in the world, but you know, she's working pretty hard on this cow, and I think she's staying in pretty good rig, all things considered. I thought that it was probably more of a decision for second and third. I probably like the structural makeup and the design of the cow that's in second. I think she too has a nice calf here at side. She's a little bit big on that front teat. I'd like to refine that just a shot there, but again, it doesn't seem to be holding this calf back at all. I like the way that one's made a little nicer than the cow that's in third. The cow that's in third, I probably like her udder just a little bit better, and so there's 6-way, 1/2 a dozen the other. I don't like the way this cow is built quite as nicely. A little rougher there in terms of her shoulder, not as attractive in the set of her hip and her hind leg, but she's a power cow that's moderate, good bodied, got a nice calf there at side as well. Then we got a really big, powerful cow that ends up here in our forward spot. You know, she's one that obviously's been on the road quite a bit. She's starting to show some udder. She doesn't have a calf at side yet, but this heifer wants to shuffle just a little bit. I'd like to just lean her up in her composition as well. But a quality set, what a way to end up our Gert show. Congratulations.
And we thank you for the overview. And first place honors here in the Class 15 for our senior division going to entry 28, 156, Rihanna Villanueva. She also receives that class buckle from the South Texas Associations of Seniors and Junior Members. Our Brazoria County 4-H is her affiliation. Second in the class going to Bailey Ann Gunthrop of Alvin FFA. Third to Kylie Shipper of Robertson County 4-H. And fourth in the class earned by Brody Wilkinson of the Granbury FFA chapter. These exhibitors will be circling around, joining our firsts and seconds from the two previous classes to compete for that division championship award.
Well, I would say in the Gert show, this senior division got really, really good. And as I kind of worked out of the intermediates, and then I knew I had one division left, and there was, only 3 classes. It's like, oh, you never know what's coming. And so this senior division's impressive. It's kind of fun because, actually when you think about production principles and you think about kind of where these cattle need to be as far as their production cycle, they're actually all on target. This young heifer to the right is just a March, but she doesn't need to have a calf at side per se, because I think she's starting to show some gestation and some udder. She looks like she's going to go on time, and so you can't discredit her because she's going to calve at 2 years of age. And so when you tie that together with some quality, I think that heifer definitely needs to stay in contention out here. Makes the dynamics different because we've got 2 different sets of pairs here in our second and third positions. This February pair here, I really think this is a beautiful cow. And in terms of just putting together the right kind of foundation from a structure sense, her body shape is right. She looks like a female up front. And one that's got just a really nice start to her udder. I don't know if it's the fullest, but she's only about 8 days into lactation, so we're not quite to our peak yet. And so got to keep that into consideration, because to be honest, I like the way her teats drop, and I like the symmetry of her udder. And I think this calf at side's got a really bright future. That's a good looking little calf. It's just pretty new to this world. And then we get into this third pair here, little older cow, got a couple more months of maturity and growth on this calf here, and certainly another good pair. Kind of exemplifies kind of that refined maternal quality again. Just a really excellent pair. Excuse me. And so, to be honest with you, I mean, I would be remiss to say that there aren't some seconds on that side, that whoever wins this division isn't going to get a pretty hard look. And so I'm not going to go through all of them on that side, but I'm telling you, it was close in a lot of these classes. I would love to take all 6 of these home if I was building a Gertrudis herd. I think each one of them represents something really unique that you can build your program around. So with that being said, I'm going to show you the ones that are my personal favorites, but if you would, for one last time before we finish up this last division, give them a nice round of applause.
And your championship here in the senior going to the winner of Class 14, that's 22-936, Rhett Jackson, Harrington, Grimes County 4-H. And we're moving up the entry 14-745, second out of that Class 14 for reserve consideration. And your winner of Class 15 taking the reserve honors here in your senior division. That's entry 28-156, Rihanna Villanueva, Rosario County 4-H. And they'll be coming back around for the Grand Champion Drive now that they've earned the right to participate in that event. I want to thank all of the sponsors for the special awards, with the class buckles being sponsored by the South Texas Santa Gertrudis Association, as well as the Junior Santa Gertrudis Association from South Texas. Thank you for their continued support of class buckles here in the Santa Gertrudis Show.
Well, this is our last division or breed champion of the day before we send him to the grand drive here in about 20 minutes. And so I'm going to keep my comments really brief. I'm going to save kind of my final remarks here for just a moment when we get all of these division or all these breed champions back out here for Supreme. But boy, this has been a good Gert show. I think it's been a little up and down in terms of just what we've had in classes in terms of size and in terms of different types and kinds. But the roller coaster ride's been fun because when we get out here to settle in for our champion breed, I'm very pleased with what's in front of us. And so with that being said, like any other breed champion, as a judge, it just kind of gives you the chance to use the ones that hit you the hardest. And I'm going to do that. But let's give them a nice round of applause. Let's put our hands together. And sometimes you just got to keep it really simple. And for me, I'm going to keep it real simple. I think there's two really nice sets of pairs. We're going to keep the two seniors out of that division together. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand and reserve honors go to the winners of the senior division. That's entry 22-936, Rhett Harrington from Grimes County 4-H, and the reserve honors going to Rihanna Villanueva from Brazoria County 4-H with their pairs, taking grand and reserve grand champion honors. Congratulations. And now we need to check to see if the grand or reserve is a natural polled. If that's not the case, then we'll have a best of poll competition. It'll be open to all of the exhibitors. You champion winners, we're going to need your bio forms back as quick as you can. We're going to need your cattle to be lined up by 7 o'clock for the Supreme Drive for the Americans. All the grand and reserve grand champion winners in our American breeds today, you'll be invited to bring an adult to help handle your cattle while they're in the south arena and staging area awaiting the drive, and you will be moving over to the north arena for the scholarship lineup. That's taking place at 7 o'clock. So we'll be making our call. Mr. Superintendent.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Oh, you got it? You got your junior right there.
Exhibited by Madison Monclario of the Hardin Jefferson FFA chapter with her entry 1600. No, that's not the junior. That's not the same number. Who's in the junior? Yeah.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
We stand corrected on the best poll. That was your calf champion, Cade Shuckley of Pilot Point FFA, taking best of poll honors They were the champion from the heifer calf division. Congratulations to Cade on best of pole.
7:15, okay.
All right, we'll be having the Okay, I've been informed by our committee chair that we will be lining up at 7:15, give you Santa Gertrudis folks a little more time to get your cattle rested up and shaped up. 7:15, our lineup time for the Supreme Americans, all of our Grand and Reserve champions that have won in their respective breeds will be lining up 7:15 in the South Arena with an adult handler, and then our exhibitors will move to the north staging area for scholarship and buckle presentations. Line up 7:15, folks.